You all speak the prokaryotic language. I'm going to use that.
Abundance, y'all. Abundance. Welcome in.
Tap and share the live. Tap and share the live. You see what the topic about. We're going to keep it very simple today. We are not the same species. We speaking on genetics.
Abundance, y'all. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are not the same species. I want to know why, as a community, we've exhausted history, but we've never taken a look at the science. I want to know, why are there not more BLK people uncovering the science behind how we're not the same as these people? Because this has been a topic. You see what I'm saying? I want to know why there aren't as many elders talking about this, considering that this has been a topic in our community since the 70s and the 80s. We're focused on race when we're not scientifically, biologically, genetically the same. And how I know that y'all know this information is because for months, y'all have come in here, y'all have talked about Francis Cress Wilson, y'all have talked about Delbert Blair, y'all have told us about Layla Africa. And these are people in their 50s and 60s. Somebody came in here the other day. Oh, I knew about Dr. Sebi 20 years ago, but you still eat meat.
That shit wild.
So what are we doing as a people? Are we just accepting the same loop? You know what I'm saying? Because the average BLK person you talk to, they'll say, oh yeah, of course we're not the same, but you cannot explain it to me scientifically. That's why we're still in that loop. We want to exhaust history when science is the real answer. They created religion to combat science. So again, I see it's a lot of people that's coming in. Request up, y'all. If y'all think that we're the same species, request up.
Yep. Request up. Tap and share the live. And if you disagree, just come up. Because everybody outside the so-called black race, y'all are in a classification of eukaryotic cells. Y'all are eukaryotic cell organisms.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So-called black people, we are prokaryotic cell organisms. You know what I'm saying? And down to our DNA, which is the type of melanin that we have, says that we are two different species. Our phenotype says that we're two different species.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Our microbiome, which is the prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells I just mentioned, tells us that we're two different species. So how did y'all come into existence when y'all have all these different animal genetics inside of your genome? You have pig, chimpanzee, fruit fly, all of these different genetics that cannot naturally reproduce with each other out in nature now is in your genetics, and you call that evolution? How do we go from haploids to diploids?
Facts.
Can y'all come up and talk? You see what I'm saying? Because so-called black people, we got to start understanding who we are on a molecular level. Because once we understand that, we will understand that there's a whole completely different organism on the planet that's trying to police us, medically and psychologically evaluate us, and they're taking our children. So who are these people? We got to start asking that. But if y'all disagree, come up. Because we two different species. And science proves that. Genetics proves that.
Some YT people come from space like us. We come from space as well, but okay, so explain to me how an organism that is sulfur and ammonia based, how do you identify with the cosmos?
Mm-hmm.
You mean like how do they figure that out, like how we come from space, or
No, I'm saying you said white tea people, right?
yes, some of them.
So if they are, well, there's no such thing as some because they're all a part of the same haplogroup. It would be all of them. So how do they biologically identify with the cosmos or this planet if they are sulfur and ammonia based?
It's a star specifically. I forget the name of it, but um, that's what I also mentioned earlier in the comments, though, is that some white people have traces of simian, canine, and Neanderthal DNA, which we do not. So there is a difference between some of them. Some of them are not the same as the other ones, even genetically. They're still, of course, white and Caucasian, but all of them, the ones who specifically came from the mountains, who were eating on their hands and feet, and mating with their own family members. That is a specific group, and it is most of them. It is most of them, and that's who most of their ancestors are, but it's a specific group of white people. It is not every single one of them on this planet.
And like she said before, that wouldn't make sense because everybody outside the so-called black race was genetically spliced and edited into this reality on this planet. They don't biologically hold on. They don't biologically identify with the sun, the universe, the solar system, none of that. They were genetically made on this planet to further oppress the organic species of the planet, which is the so-called black race, no matter what continent we're on.
I
I
just have a
heard
question. Hold on, we do one at a time, y'all. 1 second. I just want to ask her a question. I'll get to you. So I just want to know the name of the star system, or can you give me any other fact about the star system in which they come from?
I think it may be called. It's not Sirius. I don't think. I'm going to have to find it, but yeah.
So we don't actually know.
This is what
No, I'm
we're
gonna
doing.
have to find it.
So we don't actually know. So again, they are sulfur and ammonia based. You would
Right.
have to know what the cosmos is composed of and what they're composed of, and you would clearly see that they have no biological identification with this planet, which is a part of the same cosmos. So
Yeah.
she left. I was gonna get to her next. Go ahead, Latanya. Oh, okay. So yeah, these we're gonna have to come with the facts in here for real.
Yeah, we can't be saying things like that and spreading misinformation to other brothers and sisters that are
Right.
hearing
We can't
because
say I think. That doesn't help us ascend or progress. Go
because
ahead.
the genetic material that they contain is animal melanin. It's pheomelanin. So the highest that their consciousness can go is animal. You see what I'm saying? They are pawns on the chessboard for what was orchestrated on the planet. So they're only here for a specific amount of time. You see what I'm saying? And the timer is that sun. You see what I'm saying? They were only here to further oppress us chemically on a chemical level.
All right, go ahead, Queen. I don't know why everybody keeps coming up and dropping. Go ahead, Morpheus.
what do you mean we're not the species? How come I got a kid to a black lady and a white lady?
Because there's a process known as introgression, which is done through hybridization, which literally explains y'all's existence. So just because it's happening to science, why would you see the DNA symbol? Why would you come up here if you're not ready to discuss science? These are scientific
Lady, I am a
texts.
scientist.
Okay, so then go ahead and explain to me what integration is. Why would you ask me that if you knew?
So integration is when you allow
You
black
didn't
kids and white
say.
kids to go to the same school.
Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here because
You, you,
you
you said
playing.
she's making up words while she's using scientific terminology
That
that you
was
say you're a part of.
that was a troll. He said immigration, and then you know what I'm saying. Like I'm not finna play. But y'all are here through a process which is called introgression. I literally have a source where it says that it literally states Neanderthals introgress genes. I have sources that literally say that they took the graft from two Neanderthal brains or the graft from two Neanderthals and they created 10 clones in '07. Again, Hippocrates, Aristotle, all this was going on. Electrical fusion, integration, the ideology behind integration has been going on since then. Quote unquote, I'm gonna type it in the chat because I don't want the live to get flagged. I don't know if this is a trigger word, but that right there comes from something. The ideology behind that comes from somewhere. You got to ask yourself, these are the same people that were literally taking wooden spears and gashing their children's thighs. Y'all literally are the ones that had us splicing frogs in school. Where did these ideologies come from? You have to go back to genetics because your psyche is connected to your genome.
Exactly. Their body literally rejects the sun. So if their body rejects the sun, what makes you think they can exist in any part of the solar system that has human beings? They can't even. Their body is breaking down. The nucleus is breaking down, which is how all the animal genetics that they have can communicate. It's breaking down.
You have to pay attention to the things that
Neurological
everything.
issues, all of these issues are going to take place around them across.
You know, a very social.
Latanya, did you mean to come up here?
I did.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
did. And I just want to say this. I'm a new learner. I have I feel like my conscience is awakening to the things around me. My son is an Israelite, his father is an Israelite. My son has taught me everything is biblical right now. Everything happening around us is biblical. We've been programmed. We've been held in a low vibrational status for a reason. And I'm learning. So I'm here to just keep going on my educational path because this is, I don't fear it, but my spirit, everything on my TikTok is telling me you're awakening. Just keep going, keep learning, keep understanding who you are because we are a special form of people. Like this is more than just this our genetics. This goes so deep. And I'm sorry, I'm not a social person. This is the first time I've ever been live on anyone's platform. But you caught my attention and I'm like, you know what? Speak your truth. Speak your testimony on what you've learned, like what's happening within you. And it's a vibration that I can't I fear it a little bit, but I'm just like something is happening within this world right now. There's a lot of unknown things that are happening all around us. And if everyone just come together and understand, like this government, this oh my goodness, I'm shaking right now. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm nervous a little bit, but I'm here to learn. I'm here to just gain more knowledge. That's all. I just want to say that part. Just keep on speaking the truth. Keep on, just keep it on because there's a great awakening that's happening right now. It's important. You're on the right path to just gaining the attention that this platform was really built on, and they're trying to get rid of it. But everything you spoke on. I mean, these are extraterrestrials that are really here. Just because we have not seen anything with our visible eye, the government has really kept us in a state to where we don't know who we are as a people. This goes again. This goes back to a biblical state of us as a people. Like we are the chosen ones. We have always been that. Always. And these species or extraterrestrials that are just roaming this earth and they're trying to mess with our genetics. They're trying to keep us low vibrational. So I'm just like I say, I'm a student. I don't really have much to say, but I'm just glad you accepted me and I'm just here to just learn.
Okay, sister. Abundance and gratitude. So first, there's a lot that we gotta unpack with everything that you just said because nobody in this room is religious. That was literally the what you're talking about. As far as experimenting with our genetics, religion is an experiment.
Mhm. Mhm.
All of it. So
Mhm.
I want everybody to hear me clearly. We
Mhm.
can't just go from, and I'm not saying that she's doing this. I'm just saying this to state a point because I always say this. We each have to do the research.
Mhm.
We
Mhm.
each have to do the work. We each have to unpack science. We each have to understand the cosmos because what we do on a quantum level is literally what the cosmos are doing.
Mhm.
So this is the reason why I say we shouldn't just be worried about, you know what I'm saying, science. We shouldn't even be worried. Religion should be the last thing on our mind because that's what's literally keeping us from seeing the truth. So at some point or another, we have to lock in on the truth. And I get to everybody, we do one at a time. So I'll get to the next guest, but I'm gonna come clean. Religion is going to keep you from seeing the truth. That's the first thing you're going to have to drop if you eat meat. That's the second thing. And locking in and doing the research is going to be next. And really above all, tapping into you because these phones is not going to be here. And I'm not talking about no 5 year, 10 year, 200. I'm and by the end of next year, this year, this shit won't be here. This shit is already crashing down and it's been on the decline since 2019. For sure, for sure. 2015, if you really want to be real, because that's how long ground level UVC radiation has been here. That's why all this shit is crashing. I
And
would,
I wanted to say that you were saying the Bible is what we needed to go back to, but that Bible is only 2,000 years. It's only 2,000 years old, and we happen to be in 2025. So those same extraterrestrials that you were talking about are the same ones who wrote the Bible to further put us in a mental prison. You see what I'm saying? Those are the same people that you're talking about. And when you say genetics, this is deeper than genetics. It's not deeper than genetics because genetics actually show you the value of your species. You see what I'm saying? Genetics,
can you wait? Someone is talking.
yeah.
Like, have some respect. You keep
So
getting muted for a reason. Wait.
so when we say it's deeper than genetics, that's actually false because genetics actually show us the value in our children and in our species. That's how each species in nature is able to move forward and move along with their species and inherently help other species see the next sunrise is by focusing on genetics. If honeybees focus on what honeybees need to do, then they will help ants need to do what they need to do by just doing what they need to do for the planet. You see what I'm saying? So it's like is everything has an origin because genetics mean origin. That's all I was trying to say. Prokaryotic cells have a past, present, and future. Eukaryotic cells are just new right now, and they're about to go, which are so-called white. Everybody outside the so-called black race.
All right. So I wanted to get to, I'm just going to have to introduce everybody and then we can go back. Go ahead, Dion. And then I'll get back to you eventually, sexy. But I gotta get to damn, bro. F1 in the chat, y'all. Fuck. Go ahead, Dion.
Bro.
Why the fuck are you talking to me?
Go ahead, Dion.
Yeah, I'm just listening, man. I just like my people waking up. I just wanna. I'm glad to hear people finally starting to use their brain, man.
All right. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Nah, basically, you feel me? We just need to leave religion alone. You feel me? We stepped out of our element a long time ago. Like black people, we spiritual people. They threw that religion shit on us, and you feel me? A lot of people go with that, claiming this religion, claiming that religion, but that's not what it is. You feel me? Nature is what we need to pay attention
Mhm.
to,
Mhm.
who we really are.
Mhm. Can I
So
say
I'm
this
glad to see
really
people
quickly,
starting to
Dion,
realize
before
that.
you move to?
I didn't.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Wait. We're going in a order, y'all. I'm just trying to get to everybody because some people have spoken and some people haven't. So I'll get back to y'all. Just give me 1 second. Go ahead, twin.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why any of this shit even matters. Now, before you kick me out, which I know you're gonna do anyway, because y'all niggas are not open minded for real, bro. Tell me why any of this shit matters. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I used to believe in this stuff too, but you just get to a certain point of knowledge that you realize that
none of this stuff matter. But just live. Just live.
So our
Like,
children that are getting
what's the
snatched
matter?
don't matter.
Wait, but twin, why do you
Live
feel
your
like it
life,
doesn't?
bro.
No, no,
It
no, no,
doesn't
no,
matter
no,
at
no.
all,
You
bro.
said it
None of this
doesn't
stuff
matter.
matters. It doesn't matter.
So our women and children that are getting snatched don't matter. So our species don't matter. You see what I'm saying? That's what you're saying. So you're saying you don't matter.
Bro,
That's what you're saying, though.
No.
Right. Thank you,
Like,
Dion. Don't use belief in here. I don't care about a belief that literally has the word lie in it. We discuss facts in here, and the facts of the matter is that there's an inorganic species on our planet that shouldn't be here.
Okay.
Regardless if it matters or not, it matters to the people who are woke enough to see that it matters for them to
okay. Do
continue
something
their own
about it
stuff.
then. Go kill every white
You
person right
can
now.
get,
Bro.
first of
No,
all,
no,
F1 in the
Go kill
chat.
every white person.
No over talking, y'all. F1 and heavy emojis. Discuss facts and wait your turn. All right, go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I just wish that he was able to control his emotions because I really wanted to hear what he had to say, but he couldn't control himself at all.
Right. Go ahead and express your frequency on the topic.
Yeah, my this what I'm hearing right now is I really like it because we definitely have to make ourselves reach back up to a higher frequency. Because the frequency that you're on, that's that matters the most. And that getting rid of that negative energy and staying focused. You know, and we all need to understand that is bringing each other up, staying on the high frequency, not bringing each other down, understanding what's going on. A lot of people saying what they're trying to do is not only bring us down too, but they're trying to make a smart city in California. I don't know how true that is, but they're saying they're trying to make smart cities down all over and whatnot, so they could control everything even more and control what we do and whatnot. I don't know if you guys heard that.
So I just wanted to talk about the topic, y'all. Are we the same species, Ed? Are we all the same species?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then we're gonna get to go
And
ahead, M. You just came up. Go ahead.
yo, hello.
Mhm.
I believe that we are the same species.
Okay. Abundance. We'll get back to
Wait,
you.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Wait, we as in I'm guessing different races, but what we to clarify?
Is everybody on the planet the same species?
Every human. When
Yeah.
you say everybody, every human, yeah.
Everyone on the planet the same species.
Every human on the planet is the same species, yeah.
Okay, define human, because now we're being facetious with me asking a simple question. So go ahead. We're now holding up the line, brother. So go ahead and define species. I mean human.
Define human.
Yeah. Right now.
It's they're in I don't know the exact same.
All right, not a problem. We'll get back. I'm gonna get everybody joined in on the conversation. Go ahead, Black.
Okay, thank you. I have never been so anxious to share information in my life. Okay, so let me correct myself. I was right about the star they come from. They're called Pleiadians. But you were right when you said that they are all the same genetically. So, I mean, but I guess you could say they're different in a social sense, but that doesn't really matter. So, basically, what the Pleiadians did, visitors after our alien ancestors created the planet to be harmonious with our DNA. So they came, they visited, and they coupled with simians, with the simian species, and this is how we today have YT people. They've used alchemy to splice genes and race mix, do all this other crazy stuff. But the Palladians, they are not of this planet, so they did not stay here. They came, they made it, they left. Um, and earlier they said the Drake. I don't know if I can even say that on here. I don't want your life to get flagged or whatever. But
The Draconians.
yes, them. They're the ones who are doing all of these nefarious things to our food, to our environment, to our people, because we are literally the opposite of them. We are life. They are, the opposite of that, and they cannot live on this planet. This planet was made to be, it was made to be natural. It was made to be harmonious. That is why that's why the sun doesn't literally unalive us. So, also, and that dude, like him talking about we're not open minded and, like we're all the same and nothing matters. Everything matters. Everything matters. Everything affects everything, but also nothing matters. Because at the end of the day, when you pass away, you're one with the cosmos. That's the goal. That's the goal, is for your energy to be harmonious and become one with the divine. So yes, nothing matters, but also everything does. As above, so below. So, yeah, we do have to just live. We do have to live, because this stuff gives me anxiety. I hate seeing all the terrible news and all the stuff they be doing to our people. But it's like all we can do really is conscious and be ready for whatever. Learn to live off the land and stuff like that, and embrace our what we are, embrace our DNA. So, yeah.
Okay, so I just have a question. Out of everything, my question still stands. How do they biologically identify with the cosmos if they do not biologically identify with this planet? That's the first question. The second planet is, you're telling me how the YT people got here, but scientists who have dedicated 40, 50 years collectively, nowhere, no geneticist, no doctor, nowhere, no scientist, no historian, nowhere on this planet knows how these people got here. And you just did a quick Google search and somehow you know.
Okay, well, they know. They just not telling people. They know
Okay.
everything. They just don't
Okay.
tell us.
So I'm gonna come clean with you. They know, but then if you know that, then that just debunks everything that you just said. So do you know?
No, wait, how? Wait, what are you referring to that I said specifically? Us being harmonious with the planet?
No, you said white. You
Mm-mm.
said white people come from a different planet and they're connected to the Pleiadian people. And these Pleiadians are these are just titles that have been made up that have crossed through the spiritual community. You see what I'm saying? Nobody in the cosmos actually goes by name. You see what I'm saying? This is a universe. This is one song. Everything in the universe speaks through frequency. This is the only planet where they're speaking language and all of these things where they're branding themselves with names. So this is why we're saying, what is their biological identification, which means the suit that they're walking in, the genetic material that made their whole integumentary system. How does that identify with the solar system when their whole integumentary system, a whole vessel rejects the sun? You see what I'm saying? Why would a
Which
species? You see
is,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
composed of the same thing, the same gases, the same things as the cosmos. That doesn't make sense. The sun is actually trying to heal them whenever it hits their integumentary system, but they can't biosynthesize the sun. Vitamin D is not biosynthesization. So,
And down to a molecular level, down to a cellular level, the nucleus that houses their DNA is actually getting removed, which is why you see them getting more erratic around the planet. And once that nucleus is how all the animal genetics that they have, these multiple animal genetics that they have, are is able to communicate and ask for what protein it needs for cellular structure. But now that nucleus is getting removed, that cell can't formulate right into what it needs to be because it's composed of all of these animal genetics with no nucleus. So now they're gonna experience neurological issues, reproductive issues, which is what you're starting to see with the Asians, the Dravidians. They weren't meant to be on this planet for a long time. They were only meant to be here to chemically oppress us, which is why they wiped us out with venereal diseases. They only wiping us out with diseases and cancers. You see what I'm saying? They're not wiping us out with anything. They're wiping us out with that
Yeah.
and taking our children. So these people are not organic to nowhere in the universe. They're not. Science has already proven that they were genetically spliced on this planet and edited into reality.
okay, go ahead,
Well,
Em.
oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. But that's what I was saying about them coupling with simians. That's why they belong nowhere and they're harmonious with nothing genetically, because they weren't supposed to couple.
They weren't supposed to be here, period, at all. There
Exactly.
is no, no. There is no genetic, there is no real explanation for why they are here. The only explanation is through what he just said.
Genetic
So
splicing.
them coming from a star system, no. Because those animals that you just named starting this whole live out are not even natural to this planet.
Oh,
So how are they composed of that and identified with a star system and those ain't like no.
And the animals that they're spliced with don't have the intelligence to do. You can see monkeys today. They don't. You don't see them having spaceships. You don't see pigs right now driving cars. Doing. You don't see none of these animals that these people are spliced with doing that. This is why their consciousness is only connected to the system and to animal genetics. That's why if you were to take this system away, which is going away slowly and surely, you start to see them act more erratic. As you start to see them lose these coaches jobs, teacher jobs, electrician, as you start to see all of these things shut down, it's only going to be them and genetics. You're going to see how these people act. You know what I'm saying? Your psychological state is connected to your genes. And when you see these animals in nature, you see how they act right now in the macro level.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay, thank you. I don't know. Like to me, this sounds like a little bit of like conspiracy theory. I don't want to say a little bit. This sounds like conspiracy theory. I
So I have a question. Why are you here? Why are you here in
because
this life?
I'm super interested in biology, so I was like, oh,
So
I
then
wonder
let's
why.
right. So then is it conspiracy or is it biology? Because we're
I
discussing
think it's
genetics
conspiracy.
and science. Okay. So if you don't want to discuss conspiracy, I'm gonna leave it up to you for what you want to do. Stay on the panel or leave. But
So this is conspiracy.
okay, so then go ahead and explain. So since you know so much about biology, right? Tell us how they biologically identify with this planet.
What do you mean by biologically
You just,
identify with the planet? What do
brother,
you mean by that?
brother.
Yeah,
You just said that you are well versed in biology and you
I
seen
never
the
said
planet.
that. I just
Okay,
said this
so
sound.
what the fuck, bro?
You just
Don't
did.
overtalk me. Don't overtalk me, okay? I let everybody speak unless I need to interject. What is your point of raising your hand 5 times in the comments just to say it's conspiracy? I would have left. I wouldn't have waited that many times just to say something is conspiracy. You came up here saying we were all the same species, and then the moment we dropped the facts, you said it was conspiracy. You said that you are very interested in biology. So that means that you know something about biology. Explain to me, what is their biological identification to this planet? You're the one that said put emphasis on the word humans. Why would you do that when I said everyone on the planet is this? Why would you put an emphasis on humans? Because biologists, geneticists, scientists, neurologists, historians all know that we did not go from haploids to diploids, which is the basis of evolution. So I'm interested as to why you're still here on the panel, raising your hand that many times as a grown man just to say that. Now I'm gonna have to get to the next guest.
ain't no goddamn conspiracy theories. Them motherfuckers ain't supposed to be here. That's a
That's
fact.
not a conspiracy, and their scientists already know that. They
That's
know
a
that. They've
fact.
been saying that for decades upon decades. We don't know how these people got here.
They know they don't want to admit how they got here. You feel me? They are the total opposite from us. You feel me? Genetically, mentally, you feel me? Physically, everything about them is the opposite from us. They're like a recessive version of us. You feel me? The most recessive version of a human is what a white person is.
They're not. They can't even be compared. You know what I'm saying? I know what you mean, but I'm
I
just.
want to call them human, but I don't even know if that's correct because a natural human has hue. These people don't have hue. Hue is color. They don't
They
have
have
no
a
color at
hue.
all. So
They have a
you can't
hue.
even call them human.
They have a hue.
They have
You
melanin.
They
call,
have a lot of melanin. There's
well,
just
they got
like
melanin from animals. They ain't got you feel me. There's different kinds of melanin. They don't have what we got. You
that's what
feel
I'm
me?
saying. So it's not the same. They have a lot of melanin. And I'm just very big on the facts because we don't discuss facts anymore. Everything is just connotation. So I'm just trying to shed light on the facts. There's 5 different types of melanin. They have pheomelanin and eumelanin. Those two types of
Right.
melanin have pigment. It is just not neuromelanin. They don't. Neuromelanin is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. They don't have that. So when we look at their pigment, it's yellow and red, sulfur and ammonia base, pheomelanated, eumelanated. That's not the same thing as neuromelanin. So we can look at our phenotype, which is connected to your genotype, and we can see that we're not the same. And phenotype is not just physical characteristics as far as like face, like how the characteristics that you have in your face. It's also about what you show completely, which includes behavior. So at some point, as so-called Black people, no matter where we are in the diaspora, we have to turn the page from racism and stop, you know what I'm saying, going in this loop and actually go deeper. Why have these people done the things that they've done to us? We don't do that. So I'm saying, and when we do, it's because we are chemically imbalanced. And you will get that answer after studying genetics. And if you understand where your people come from, and if you understand, and then, you know what I'm saying, bring everything full circle with their man-made history, with their fabricated lies, you see what I'm saying? Then you'll see their timeline don't make no sense. I don't do all the mysticism. You know what I'm saying? I do facts for real. How does the sixth ether being comply to a planet that's nine etheric?
I don't
And that
know, man. It
also
seems like
aligns with the cosmos.
you feel me? I can't explain them why they here, but at the same time, it's like they supposed to be here because there's a such thing as duality. You feel me? Like if they wasn't here, then how would the planet be? You feel me? Like it's like a lose-lose situation. It's like they supposed to be here. I don't know. I'm confused by the shit, man. You feel me? It seems like they supposed to be here,
They're pawns on a chessboard as a test for our unity. That's it.
right?
They weren't supposed to evolve past this cycle, and they won't.
The
I
whole
can't wait till the goddamn
the
cycle
whole
over. You feel me? Because I'm tired of my motherfucking people being
hold on, one
united.
at
I'm
a
tired
time.
of us
Hold on,
being
we do
divided.
one at a time. And their whole anatomy actually disrupts the planet. You see what I'm saying? They're not supposed to be here. You see a bee and an ant, they supposed to be here. They work in unison with the planet. They're not supposed to be here. They don't do nothing for the planet. And their history shows that, and their genetic history shows that. So let's start seeing them.
To Billy Carson on this.
They
Okay,
goddamn thrive off materialism. You feel me? That's all they're about is materialism.
go ahead, OG Hawk.
Billy Carson would tell you that when you look at the DNA and through a geneticist, there is, I mean, you're more likely to, like, your phenotype, that is your skin tone, is less than 0.5% of, like, everything that is your phenotype of what you look like is 4% of your DNA. And then what is your skin tone? It is 0.5% of that 4%. So your guys' message is like completely not realistic at all.
Oh, so what
And
point
not
are you
only
making?
that,
Like, what's
What
your
is
point,
that?
man?
Okay,
within your
okay, so
What's the point are
ancestry,
you making with that
your
one?
skin
hold
tone can
on.
go from white back.
Okay, fuck no. I don't even know what you're saying, and nobody else does either. Because that doesn't make any sense. Your phenotype is connected to your genome. What that means is that whatever is coded in your genetics will phenotypically present itself. I don't phenotypically present the same as you. That is because we are different on a genetic and on a cellular, on a molecular, on a biological level. Like, you don't know any science for real.
But we're 99% similar.
Okay, so then explain to
And
me
what
how.
is your
Okay,
phenotype is for.
first of all, don't overtalk me. I know that there's at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for you, but I need you to find a way to control all 5 of them animals and have some fucking respect. Because the first thing that I should have asked you was, what was your biological identification to this planet? Because I heard the lack of magnetism in your voice. Don't piss me off. The next time you overtalk me, I'm booting your ass out of here. You're talking to the mother of life here. You wouldn't be here if
Where's
it wasn't for. I'm gonna get you out of here because you can't even handle
you can't
yourself.
just
Get the
make a
fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. And that's exactly phenotype, behavior. No other so-called Black person came up here and overtalked. You were the example. Thank you for being the example. We are not the same based off of phenotype. All right, go ahead, DJK. DJK, go ahead.
What point was he trying to make anyway?
No point at all.
I'm trying
No
to
point
turn
at
my mic
all.
on. Hold on, wait a minute. How
Yeah,
do I
go
get
ahead.
my mic on her? Is
Your
my
mic
mic
is on. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
okay? Well, I'm 47 years old. So let me just let y'all know that I'm way older than y'all. Oh, everybody on this panel pretty much, but I'm really deep into astro traveling. So I've been to, you may not believe it. I don't know if y'all even into it, but from what I gather, we incarnate into multiple races, and but because there are parallel universes. So what I'm trying to say is everybody is every single race. I know you won't believe it because if you don't get out your body, you won't find this out. That's the only
No,
way.
no, here's the thing. First of all, you don't know if I've astral projected or not. So don't come in here with assumptions. I don't need to astral project to know that these people don't come from us.
But what I'm
They
saying
don't.
is you
They
can be
don't.
those, you can incarnate
I
into a
understand
white
you.
person
I
though.
understand you. So I'm just gonna ask you this: Are we the same species?
Yes, we are. Pretty
Okay.
much.
And
No.
scientifically, genetically, and biologically, explain to me how we're the same species.
What does it matter? I mean, you
So
incarnate
then
into
why?
white people.
Hold
You
on,
probably was
brother.
a white woman in your last.
Okay, first of all, that's not how genetics or etheric metaphysics work. Okay, so I don't care about the one little astral projection. You know what I'm saying? Experience you have. I've been doing this for a long time. All right, I've been doing this and studying and knowing thyself for a minute. Age doesn't mean nothing. You came in here. The first thing you talked about was age, brother. Are you the body? How are you talking about astral projection and then subscribing to ageism? Counterintuitive, y'all. Every time you see my face on this app, you're gonna have to critically think with me.
Tell them, sister. Tell them, sister.
There's no way that they can come from us.
Mm-mm.
Period.
This nigga just tried to tell me that my
That's not
greatness
even
could
how
come back as a
science or
white boy,
genetics
nigga.
work. Period. That's not how that works. If you don't, yeah, if you don't, if your genetics doesn't align with this plane, then how does
Exactly.
it align on an etheric level?
Imagine if children ask you that question. You're gonna be like, it doesn't matter. You're gonna tell them the
Mm,
genetics, that the
Doesn't
genetic
matter.
material that they
mm.
possess, that constructs their whole organism, that changes every 7 years, doesn't matter.
Tell them.
The
Tell
biology
them.
that they go through, that it doesn't matter. You know what
It
I'm saying?
matters.
Don't say you don't know. Don't say it don't. It doesn't matter to you because you don't know.
He don't know.
But it does matter for the whole species because if we all know this, then this is how we get out of what we are in today.
Exactly.
See,
Preach.
now, man, knowledge is seek, man. You feel me? It just ain't game. You just can't tell people certain shit. Like people, you feel me? Knowledge is seek. Like only people that wanna know is gonna know. Like I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
Really? Really?
You're crazy.
Really? Oh wow.
I don't know what he just said.
Okay.
DJ, you should be able to come off mute. If not, I'm gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, get to the next guest and circle the panel. You should be able to press the mute button and speak. I'll give you like 5 seconds to figure it out, and I'm gonna move the cutie pie. Go ahead, cutie pie. And OG, you don't know how to have a conversation, so there's no reason for you to request up. You didn't come up here with facts, and you've already been debunked. So it's time for us to move on. Go ahead, cutie pie.
All white up in this damn room.
Can you guys hear me?
It took him 5 minutes. Yes, we can hear you,
Hello?
sister. Go ahead.
Okay. So the question was, we are not, oh, not, so not a question, but, we are not the same species. I just feel like since I'm a child, I can, I don't want to, yeah, I guess I would say like, I got the ability that, I can basically, if somebody like thinking stuff, I can basically hear it in my own thoughts and feel like different type of auras and stuff like that. And I always notice that they're just not the same. I always feel like that they're not like us, you know. And I don't know. I just had a lot of experience throughout my life. Also like two near death experience, and it's really true. Like I don't want to say like true, but from my what I've experienced, it's 100% that we are connected on this earth. Like we black people, we supposed to be here, you know? Like, because if you really think like, let's say flowers or trees, right? They all grow, they all look like afros, you know? Like, or or for example, if I walk in a park or something, there's a lot of things in the park that I can like you just connected with, you know, especially like or I was just connected with when you walking by yourself and when you talk to your friends or like white people about it, you know, they look at you crazy, you know, and it's just the vibe is just not the same. Things is I don't know. Everything is just not the same. They definitely don't belong here. Why they here? Maybe it's to make us conscious of who we are because we've been suppressed for such a long time. And or yeah,
And sister, abundance to that, sister. And I think you know what you're talking about. And I think if you dive into more of your genetic makeup and your anatomy, you will be able to better structure what you're seeing and what you're deciphering from. You know what I'm saying? Your visual. So abundance for that, sister, for that frequency.
Yeah, we gotta. You really gotta dive deep into that, y'all, because just because you see a tree does not mean that you are connected to that tree.
exactly.
I'm saying even just because you see a person walking around you does not mean that that person is conducive to this plane. So we have to really start diving into genetics so that we know what is prokaryotic and what is eukaryotic. If we don't know, then we'll think that we're connected to something that should not be connected to us because we are in these low frequencies and these low vibrations, and we have forgotten what energy is. So if you don't understand the physical, it's going to be very hard for you to understand and manipulate the spiritual because everything manifests there first. So we can't be too, and I'm not saying that she's like this, I'm just speaking to the room. We can't be too caught up into the spiritual side and too caught up in the physical side. You have to be able to understand how they both relate. And if we look at genetics, the base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. So if you want to know where you come from, you do indeed need to start with genetics. Records from 1100s talking about genealogy tells me nothing. You know what I'm saying? If you show records of 1100s, you living on a certain landmass to a child, they're going to ask you, okay, show me records from 900. Show me records from 500. Show me the first record. Children are too fucking curious, and there's a reason. There's a metaphysical, there's a spiritual reason for why the children are coming out more warrior-like and more assertive than they have been in the past. That's why we have to study energy to understand how the physical relates, how everything goes back to each other. So I would say the best way, the most effective way for our people to know who they are is to study their genome. Study where you come from because exactly what our cells do on a quantum level is exactly what the cosmos is doing and it's been doing. This same thing it will continue because these are, it's not just, you know what I'm saying, Henrietta Lacks being deemed as having immortal cells. You got to look at every branch of science. They have used us for something. You're talking about totipotent stem cells here. You're talking about immortal cells here. You're talking about genetics, which connects us to a completely different species outside of this planet. So we're not going deep enough as a people. We think racism and discussing racism is doing anything. We've done that. We've exhausted that. They teach us about civil rights in school. So what do we do? Why are there no psychologists, no neurologists, no doctors discussing the real elephant in the room, but y'all using her cells? Y'all are using our black women for their cells. Y'all are using their placenta. Y'all are using all this stuff, but I don't see any of them coming out and outwardly expressing the ethics and the morality behind that. But it took y'all until 1951 to come up with a basic ass rule, a lame ass rule that says, okay, maybe there's some controversy here. Like you got to really start studying the primitive state of these people's minds. You see what I'm saying? And it starts with curiosity. If we're not curious as a people, then it's gonna be hard for us to ascend. But go ahead, Black, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay. So, one of y'all mentioned who named these species and that they do not speak in language, which is true. But indigenous peoples, they often spoke with aliens. And I believe, and there's like, there's drawings and there's evidence of aliens, and because they documented it. There's monuments, there's, or well, art, I guess you could say, like sculptures and things like that. Like indigenous peoples, they documented meeting them and what they were like in some ways. So I think archaeologists, they found the information, and in whatever way they translated it, because you see so many stories. They talk about it in religion, in mythology. Um, these beings from other stars and planets. And I looked up what Sirius is made of. It's made up of helium, hydrogen, and iron. Um, and everything. Remember how you have, well, or have you ever seen those pictures of a baby, a black baby, and they have like a green birthmark?
Yeah.
So that is when at one point the earth was very, very rich in, I think, magnesium, opposed to iron. So the magnesium, magnesium, it does not turn, it doesn't turn brown. Iron does. So now they're saying, oh, the supplement that you need, or the mineral you need, the element you need in your body, it's iron. But the truth is that we need magnesium. We need both, but we mostly used to have magnesium because they have the same function in our bodies. They oxygenate our blood and make it, but our blood, it was not always red. At one point it was bluish or green. Or wait, no, that's the
I have a clarifying question. Who are you talking about? Like, I know you're, this whole time you've been trying to prove the existence of YT people. So are we still talking about them or who?
oh, no, no, no. Now I'm talking about black people and our alien ancestors.
Yeah, and cause I seen in the comments
So from
you was saying about the, like, oh, there's about the language and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true. We only spoke telepathy and electrical impulses and that stuff like that. We never spoke these actual words. So that's the question, that these people don't come from nowhere in the cosmos. They didn't. None of these hieroglyphs or petroglyphs depict
them,
them
period.
being in there.
Them.
Only in the Egyptian ones where you see they're holding the Greek's hair, and they're holding it like they're holding it like they're not welcome over there. That's what they're holding their head like. They're not holding it like they're meeting them from another star system. So that's what I wanted to make clear, is that these people don't come from no star system.
They can't come from stars.
Yeah.
They can't come from stars, star system, a galaxy, nowhere in the cosmos. If you study every galaxy, and good luck with that. If you study, they are not going to biologically identify with no star, because you have to look at what stars are composed of. They are not composed of the same thing.
Gosh, this girl.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
To Black, I think I understand what she was talking about, like the component of the blood, like of ours, like because if you, if our blood is not supposed to be, but should be actually blue in us, but once it touch the air, it turns red. And then about the mark, the brown mark, it's actually chlorophyll in our body that our body produce itself, and you can find that in every plant or in our nature, in our the system where we belong to. Yes, and with the white people, it's they. I don't want to say they don't have it, but they don't have it to the extent where they can produce it as us. So they basically, it was a trend going on when people were saying, "Oh, chlorophyll, chlorophyll, chlorophyll," but we black people, we already produce it, and they're basically kind of, they wanted to take it in and make it as like, oh, okay, it belongs to them too, But
Although all natural organic life stems from us, we produce neuromelanin. chlorophyll is the melanin for plants. Although it does help our genetics because if we were to take the magnesium out of them and take the iron out of us and exchange it, we would start to do the same things as plants. So I see what you're saying with that, but melanin is the genetic material for all plants.
Can I please?
That's where they fall under. But I see what you're saying, but the topic that we're talking about is, are we the same species as them?
No, we're not the same species.
We gotta focus on that and learn about our genetic maker. That's what we're trying to talk about here. You see what I'm saying? We don't want to talk about things that could be what it could. We want to talk
Yeah,
about
we
things.
gotta do the facts before we
Facts.
speak to other brothers and sisters in this energy and in this age. Everything is being revealed, so there's no time. Piscean age was belief. If you're still believing in this age, I'm a hand when I say this because that's not matching the vibration of this planet.
Can I please say something? And this is me, the first couple of people you spoke with. I want to say this to say, when you look at Pleiadians and
We can't hear you if you're off the app.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the act of appeasing and appealing other people. It's they've been tricking us for so long to stay low, because who are they? I've not heard one person tell me who is the species of people, and I came here to learn, and I've not heard no one say, because who are they? Who are they? Um, I before earlier.
We've been saying that this whole time that they're sulfur and ammonia based, that they're eukaryotic organisms, that they
Well,
come from this planet. They are the humans. They are the real humans.
well, I'm saying this, not you personally or Dion, because I've been writing notes. You guys have been on point, but the guests that are coming on is not exactly answering your question.
Oh,
I,
okay, I see what you're
I, I
saying.
I will tell you this, and when I was a kid, when you're a kid, you're innocent. I used to play in the yard barefooted. I love nature. I just love to be out in the fields in the country, and I felt at my highest state at that time. Now that I'm an adult and I'm 39, I took my shoes off for the first time 2 years ago, and we were in the park, and I took my youngest child there, and the way the grass felt, it was just like an energy shock. I can't explain it. I mean, you guys can say like it was something about that experience that had I was like, why do I feel better? Why do I not feel depressed? Why do I not feel like I'm alone? Why do I not feel this? And that's what I wanted to say like a few minutes ago. But I know you had to bring other people on the panel. But I wanted to share that experience. That's what started my awakening. When you're, oh my goodness, I can't. It was just like I was connected to nature in a way that I'm looking around me. Like, I didn't see people with their shoes off, of course, but I said like, we've been built to dismiss our energy, our power. And we were taught this from a young age. You have to wear shoes outside. You have to, like, these are things that have been passed down from our ancestors because they done it with them first. And it just continued to be a cycle, you know?
We're
And
our ancestors, and we're the ones cycling back.
that's what oh my goodness, sis.
The genetics, y'all. Let me
Yes.
tell you something. If you're struggling with connecting the dots with this, I can promise you I will not steer you wrong with genetics.
Mhm.
With
Mhm.
genetics, you will see that you're the replication of the very first so-called black woman. It just
Mhm.
keeps passing on and replicating through the mitochondria, deoxyetheric acid, or DNA. So we're literally the ancestors. When we say immortal
Mhm.
cells. There is no such thing as energy being created or destroyed. So
Nope.
it's just transferred on. That's what
Y'all, if
we
y'all don't believe what this young woman is saying, and I don't care if she don't have a 1,000 people following her right now. I don't care if it's 2 or 3 people following her. This woman And Dion, I don't know what y'all connection are, but you guys are on a path and keep doing it because everything the question that you have on your page is we are not the same species. And no one that got up here that I've heard in the last hour I've been on this live can say otherwise. They can't.
Seriously, not only that, sister, we ran these lives, might as well say 12 months, over 12 months.
A year.
We have not been debunked by geneticists, biologists, biochemists, nobody. Historians.
Yep, they all came up on our panels for that long, and they don't know how we're genetically the same or how we went from haploid to diploid. So it's like when we tell y'all learn genetics, this is literally the power that you have over all the whole universe. So why is there animal people policing you on your own planet and you going to them to get medically and psychologically evaluated by them, and their whole brain grows completely different than yours. So it's like when we start learning that, now we start learning more how to navigate not just our vessel, learning the internal alchemy. Then now you start to learn outer alchemy. And that's how you start to move things. You think like, oh, moving stuff with your mind is crazy. No, you just got to learn internal alchemy. So I'm saying you move it with consciousness, with electrical impulses.
Can I explain one more thing? And you got and I will drop down and let anyone else talk. I had an experience like 3 months ago. My daughter came home for college Thanksgiving. I'm not saying the way was the way to do it, but I decided to explore my astral plane. Okay. I said, okay, how I had been cleansing myself, eating the right foods, and I laid down on my back, legs spread apart, arms spread apart. And I started to dream, but it was like I was there in my dream. And I started to see certain things that I've never seen in real. Like most of the things we dream about is stuff that you have kind of crossed paths with, And I'm going to tell you, I saw things in the cosmos. I saw it. And I shared this experience with everyone and no one believes me. And it starts to make you feel like you're crazy. And I'm just like, this was real. Like it was real as all could be. And at that point is when I said, I am better. I am higher than this stuff around me. This is all illusion, And I want to thank you guys. I came across your live stream. It was meant to happen because I have not followed you. I have not followed Dion. Something was meant for me to come across this live stream because I tell my story to everyone. I mean, I seen a cat, like a man with a cat face with a black body. I've seen, oh my goodness, it was like a golden, like an aura, like a sunlight. And I'm telling my truth to the 41 listeners. If you guys have to type into your frequency, you have to vibrate higher. Everything you eat, you have to pay attention to everything. Because what they have done, they have always known that we are the ones that are true to this planet. They have did everything to try and come and seek and destroy and dumb you down. I'm being serious here. And until you type into your soul, I'm talking about you guys have to change a lot of things in your life. Get rid of the people that's not feeding. You have to change. It's going to take you to get there. But it's taken me 3 years. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's not going to happen overnight. It took me 3 years to start to see things in this truth and in the reality. Because we're like, and when you guys always hear this, oh, we're living in the matrix. No, we really are. We really are living in the matrix. They have turned all this into illusions. But when you tap into nature, you tap into what's really real, you're going to start seeing a lot. You're going to feel better. You're going to see things clearer. You are. And it's not, it's not for every but what I feel like Dion and Skywatcher is here for is to wake you up. That's all. It's not about this is not a discussion panel on what's right or wrong. They are telling you the truth. They are. It's to wake you up. That's it. And I'm gonna drop down and let the next person come forward. But I want to say that you came across my panel for a reason, and that all it didn't like make me be different because I've been on this journey for 3 years. It just like keep going. You know what I mean? Just keep going.
Yeah, it's a reminder. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you were grounding, that's a reminder. All of this, everything that's been put in your face it's a reminder. The movies, reminder, school,
Mm-hmm.
reminder. Everything has been reminding you of you because all they can do is manipulate the energy that's here. They
Mm-hmm.
can't create it, they can't destroy it, so they can only manipulate what's here. They don't have it's not with their genetics being different, they don't create or invent anything. They can only copy or take. That's what's coded, literally written, introgressed into their genes. So I don't waste my time discussing racism because I understand what they're composed of. You got to be racist if you have 5 different animals that can't naturally reproduce with them in your genome. And then y'all aren't even the same amongst yourselves. So your mom could be mainly pig and your dad could be mainly muskrat. What the fuck is that offspring going to be? That's the golden fucking question with these people. And this is the reason why you can see a mother with blonde hair and a father with black hair and the child is redheaded. Like, how the fuck?
Incomplete dominance.
Incomplete dominance. Incomplete dominance.
Yep, because the
So,
percentages of animals that they have between each other varies. So
yeah,
they're not the same within each
they're
other.
not even the same amongst themselves. So,
An
again,
abomination.
they don't, again, like, we can discuss racism, which is a social construct, race is a social construct, all of that is theoretical, or we can discuss the facts. These people don't belong here. And
What do you think I saw though when I astroplaned? And I'm being very honest because it scared me a little. I was fearful, but when I see the face of like it was not a cat, but the body of a black man. It was so what could you give me?
I don't really know because like when you say cat, are you talking about like a domesticated cat?
Like no, no, no. I'm talking about a lion, this it
It
was
depends.
so
It depends. It depends
You
on
gotta sit
how.
on that,
Yeah,
sister.
you have to sit on it, but it depends because there are beings that each prokaryotic animal reports to.
mm,
I don't know how to.
And these beings that they report to all rule in the animal kingdom. Like all
mm.
the ants are controlled and report to. Like there's 16-foot beings that have ant faces, but they have the physique
Ooh, of a man.
of like a man, like 2 arms, 2 legs, and stuff like that.
Yes.
But it's not animal and human.
Yeah,
It's
it's not
just the ant like the
it's
ants.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not animal and human genetics mixed or
yeah.
like how we have here. It's just
Mm-hmm.
that's a prokaryotic organism. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
And their duty and their responsibility is the whole ant kingdom, but not just on Earth because ants. Again, all of these prokaryotic animals don't just exist on this planet.
Facts.
They're all a creation. They're all a
They're
creation.
all over the universe. So
Mm-hmm.
that's their job and what they need to do. But when you say that you saw a black man and stuff like that and all these things, that's something you got to sit down and within
Oof.
yourself
Yeah.
because your brain. This is why we say study your neuromelanin because your neuromelanin is a liquid computer. And once you sit down and actually, this is what meditation's for. You start to pack. This is where you can start to learn to do internal alchemy. And I saw the sister asking that in the comments. And internal alchemy is just controlling the migration of atoms or cells in
Mm-hmm.
your body
Mm-hmm.
and moving it around your body. You see what I'm saying? And so-called black women, y'all have the most vital and the most abundant stem cells. And those stem cells can become any cell in the body, and they can give a birth into a new life. It can give birth to a new life via uh, a, through a single cell organism. That's what it is. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got to decode, especially your dreams and your visions right now. You have to decode those. That's going to come through meditation, sitting there and observing that. It might take you a day, a couple weeks to actually decode that, because not too long ago I had dreams about alligators, which I later decoded. The message from the universe was just her asserting her energy with divine feminine energy. So I'm saying the alligators, feminine energy.
And the thing is, we've been through this before. The Mayans, the Olmecs, the Dogon tribe, all of that is just us. We just recycled back. So they don't know. No scientist on this planet knows how old the sun is, so they don't know how old we are. We've been here with other. There's so much other extraterrestrial life forms that have been living on this planet with us, thriving on the planet with us.
So you think that we're regenerated souls? We're just regenerated. Is that
That's what neuromelanin is. Neuromelanin is the
wow? Wow.
scientific explanation of the soul, SOL, solar. It's condensed sunlight in the flesh, and it's the only molecule that can condense sunlight. And as prokaryotic organisms, it's the neuromelanin that powers up the entire cell.
And it makes the exact copy of itself, and then it reproduces another exact copy of itself.
Oh, this was awesome.
Single. It doesn't need another. It doesn't need matter or anything else from other organisms to make up that organism.
And this is where we all have to start from, like the begin. Yeah, I'm glad. I am so happy. You guys have really amplified my research, the gain of knowledge that I need to just further on, because you guys are intelligent. Just the way that you talk, the the energy that you have, you guys are not putting up with anything less than what you already know, because that is what they want you to keep questioning yourself. You know, I love it.
I want you to know, sister, before you go, that there is no difference between me and you, or me and him, or none of that. If you're a so-called man in here, Blk man, there is no difference between you and Zell. You know what I'm saying? Sitting next to me. The only difference, since we're all genetically the same, is discipline. The only difference between our brothers and sisters that are navigating the cosmos and us is frequency. There is no, when it comes to manifestation or anything, it doesn't matter. The only thing that's separating you from where you are and where you want to be is frequency. It's not a place. It's not nothing. It's not nowhere you have to go. It's not anything you have to do outside of yourself. Besides, like he said, learning how to control the migration of your cells and atoms, that is literal manifestation. That's why we say quantum science is the only science that can explain spirituality.
Oh, this was the right line for me. Oh my gosh. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, y'all have me. Ooh, my body is, I got shivers and shit. That is it. And the YT people has been researching quantum science for so long. Ooh, I knew
because
it.
they're trying to figure out you and me.
To
Yes, as women, because we're the carrier of the totipotum stem cells, and so is our children.
Oh my goodness.
So you know what I'm saying? What our cells do on a quantum level, like in the gestation period, that's the Big Bang theory. That's not theoretical at all. That's what happens every gestation period.
And all so-called black women are just fragments of the universe walking in the flesh. So y'all, that's what are. How they observing that universe, and then when you see why so many so-called black women and children go missing, they doing the same thing. They studying.
They have been
want to talk
studying
about
it,
ethics and morality. You know what I'm saying? Then they want to talk about ethics and morality and shit like that.
Oh, exactly.
But it's like y'all doing shit without consent.
Right. It wasn't until 1950 where you came up with laws and regulations to not experiment with the use of Henrietta Lacks cells. After y'all had already sent it to 60,000 fucking people. And they were using it for everything.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, and I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna say this last thing. What do you all think about that? Because I never got the COVID shot. I never got my children the COVID shot, and guess what? We never got COVID.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I'm telling you the truth. My family was like, "Are you delusional?" My family was questioning me. My son and my two daughters and my son. And my husband. We never got COVID. We didn't. We just didn't. Like, what do you guys feel about the stuff that they're trying to make us think? I mean, did you guys, if you guys caught COVID, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but it can come in contact with you if you are around a certain person. But how do you guys feel about that?
It's referring to the coronal mass ejections or the CMEs, the solar flare, the M-class solar flares that's unlocking the junk or the dormant DNA. That's it. That's all it was. It was a code name for that. And with that, they go ahead.
I was gonna say that it actually causes heart problems and cardiovascular issues, and it stops like the RNA, the message between proteins. It slows that down, which actually clogs up the arteries of blood that goes to your heart. So that's why you see a lot of what's it called? You see a lot of brothers and sisters who did take that have heart problems, and especially the young ones. You started to see a lot of 20 have a lot of heart problems because they took that. But yeah, it's also linked to coronal mass ejections, which is just the solar winds or the solar prominences that the sun is releasing that is affecting all life on the planet, no matter if you're organic or inorganic. This radiation, this UVC radiation, is affecting all life on the planet. So that's what it was about.
But go ahead, Black. I know you wanted to say something, or did you have a question? I'm gonna get through everybody again.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, abundance, sis.
Abundance, sister.
Yeah. No, but that was actually really nice, and I'm really glad you're going on this journey. No matter when you start, the only thing that matters is that you started. But my question was, someone mentioned, I think it was Denzel something. They mentioned, what does language do to the frontal lobe? They said, look it up. I looked it up. It didn't really expound on how language, like the formation of language, affects the frontal lobe. All it really kept saying was that we need it in order to form sentences, and it's like, I know that, but I wanted him to expound on how it actually affects our frontal lobe.
So I'm gonna come clean. I'm gonna just state this first. Like, this information is nothing that you can grasp from looking at one Google. Like, I really need people to understand that, first of all, Google is not even used or approved or even thought of in other countries because it is false. It will literally tell you no, and then you check a whole nother search engine that's used in another country, and it will tell you yes with 20 different peer-reviewed sources, and they all have references. So I just want to make sure that when y'all are researching, please, like, Google is being heavily censored. So a lot of the stuff you're not going to see. And number two, it takes a collective amount of research. Nothing that you can just do in one day to get the answer to this stuff. But I'll let him go ahead and explain.
Yeah, all that information about neuroscience and about how different frequencies affect the brain. It's you gotta do a lot of cross referencing of different articles and brain and different things talking about the brain. But all these languages that we speak don't create no audible friction, which is how you actually the brain gets stimulated. You see what I'm saying? And actually how your pineal gets stimulated to create the reality that you want in that instant manifestation. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. None of these languages that we speak, French, all of these languages, were just to block our communication with each other. You see what I'm saying? That's why you see so much separation between so-called black people, because the things that we're speaking out is not creating no friction or no type of vibration to actually stimulate each other's pineal glands and actually awaken within each other. But that's what I was saying, is that it doesn't create audible friction.
The universe only understands frequency. And that's in our original language was just telepathy, and we still use telepathy. We're using telepathy right now.
Yeah.
You use telepathy in everything.
That's why
it's just that it's making you take the focus off of your telepathic communication and with you being linked to the universe to then operating using something that's outside of you. this language was created for them because when they came out of the caves, they couldn't talk. They couldn't utter a word. They had hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, and couldn't reproduce or speak. They were literal animals. I don't even know what the fuck you even call that, to be honest. I don't know if we just call that an animal because that's just that's changing the definition of what an animal is, really.
Yeah,
So
and that's why again, universe means one song, and that song is that frequency, that wavelength that all organic life use to navigate in their reality. So that's what it is. But abundance for that question though, you see what I'm saying? And that's good though. That's why I say I think you should study that more because here we're just all we can do is just enlighten you. But for you to for you to really grasp that, you gotta really want that for yourself and really want that for your species. You know what I'm saying? What are you really researching this for? What are you really waking up for? See what I'm saying? That's what you like. What is this? Why does this information really matter to you? That's what you gotta look at this at. So abundance, sister.
Dion, did you want to add in? Dion, did you want to add something?
Not really, man. But health is wealth. You feel me? Health is that's the one thing that we don't pay attention to. You feel me? There's a lot of knowledge that we don't know. You feel me? So as a people, and beginning with health. You feel me? That's the main thing that people don't pay attention to, man. We follow this system and follow this money and all that stuff and the way the system goes. We don't pay attention to the true reasons of why we supposed to be here. You feel me? Our health has been in jeopardy for a long time, and I'm glad people starting to finally pay attention to the way shit supposed to be.
Yeah, abundance and gratitude. But Black, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about the truth, but you thought that these people came from a star system that they don't biologically identify with. That's why we were telling the sister we cannot just say this shit to the next person without actually having did the proper research. And that starts with you. You have to understand that you are a prokaryotic organism first. You have to understand who you are on a cellular level in order to understand any type of star system or cosmos. Because when you study the cosmos, you're studying you. You're a star. Literal. Interstellar gases and nanodiamonds is the same thing that you're composed of, and that's the same thing that a star is composed of. Soul, the word soul has no U in it. It's SOL because it's talking about the sun that's within inside of you that has many suns. So you shouldn't even be worried about teaching. So I'm saying I don't teach people this. I share this information to help you remember. I'm not gonna teach anybody anything. I'm not a teacher.
You just remind me.
You're a divine being just like me. The only thing that's separating me and you is frequency, which is knowledge of thyself. So if you have not studied you, you shouldn't be talking to nobody else. Period. You got more work to do. You see what I'm saying? I don't talk to y'all unless I talk to myself. The universe is sun first. Me and the co-host, we go the whole every rising using straight telepathy. We do not talk. And I'm not saying and putting that off on anybody else, telling everybody else to do what we do. But what I'm saying is, the number one. I'm gonna have to mute everybody because there's too much feedback. Hold on, y'all. Whew, damn, that shit was loud. I can hear myself now. But I forgot what I was saying because it was too much noise. Fuck. But we gotta study ourselves because knowing thyself is the number one rule in the cosmos. That's it. That's why I'm saying these people don't come from the cosmos. They don't even know how the fuck they got here. They don't even know. They sitting here asking the universe for answers and they not getting it and still wondering why. You don't know how you got here and then you asking the universe how you got and you can't tell because you have no biological identification with it. So all these niggas that you say, oh, I astral projected before I did. Yes, using 6 ether consciousness, which is animal consciousness. That's not 9 etheric consciousness. That does not align with this planet or the cosmos. That means that they do not have an origin.
So what astral are you traveling?
We were created in a
We gotta talk about real science here, real genetics. That's what it is. That's the truth. People are like, people were waking up to find the truth of it. That's the truth. It's not in racism. It's not in all of these things. It's not. It's in genetics,
Literally.
genetic makeup. That's how do we get here today, and why they policing us, medically evaluating us, and psychologically evaluating us on our planet. That's what we have to question. And if we do that as a people, instead of just you start seeing one person just do it on their own, if we do it as a people, then we could start to see a shift in the reality and start to move reality, how we make reality, because we make astrology and astronomy, we don't follow it. Hope y'all know that.
Facts. Go ahead, cutie pie. Oh, my bad. Go ahead again. Oh shit, sister. Go ahead. My bad. Try it again. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. As all of you guys were saying, we got to tap into ourselves too. I want to talk to Lataja. Everything around us is like, it's really distraction, everything like TVs, sports, everything is distraction. So if you really want to come be in tune with yourself and everything in your body, so you can attract actually what you're looking for, you have to learn how to be by yourself. Sometimes even like you can also be with your family, but like just be in tune with yourselves, like don't listen to music. And I don't know how to explain it, and my English is not that good for me to like really explain what I want to say. But if you really get in tune with yourself, it's gonna come to you, and the answers that you're seeking for is gonna attract to you, but you have to disconnect to things that's a distraction, and we easily get distracted because that's how that's what they thought us, we was born like this, to be easily distracted. But once you really take some time off and like really get into yourself, it doesn't matter, like even like food, because I think Dion said health is wealth and stuff like that. It's gonna come to you. You automatically gonna eat different foods, because you seeking it, without you even acknowledge, like okay, maybe you had a habit of eating something that's actually not good for you the whole time, and then you suddenly wanted to crave something else, and it's your body basically talking to you, or your atoms that's like in you basically telling you, and you automatically going to do that. But you got to be disconnected from a lot of things and be in tune with yourself, and the rest will actually follow, and then you don't all like even the internet, because they said like the internet, okay, you can search and Google stuff and whatever, or maybe TikTok algorithm, things you want to see is going to come to you, but but not everything that you looking for you can find on the internet. You got to go then with yourself, and the answer like will literally come to you, so, and then you're going to notice yourself that you can't be around certain people no more, or you just don't like it, you feel like comfortable within yourself, and or you interact with people different, or you start seeing stuff in your reality that you didn't see before, like people are different, and even the other species like you could tell the difference between, I don't know, I guess I don't know how to explain it, because there are multiple of them that's different. They're not just like one species, and they are multiple. They're different ones, there, and you can like literally feel it,
All
but
right.
it takes time and work, definitely.
Abundance and gratitude. Go ahead, gallery. Welcome back.
Peace, abundance, and gather, and everything. Great wholeness to everybody up here, but definitely to the two of y'all. I just wanted to touch a little bit on what we're talking about when it comes to vibration, telepathy, and I think an easy way to put it so we're not so wordy is just to take time to learn to listen. And when you're able to listen, you're able to feel and see without seeing. You're able to also have a certain level of confidence in yourself. I was reading somebody in here was like, yo, we need to get back to telepathy. I don't know whoever lost telepathy. Everybody has been someplace and felt somebody looking at them and turned around. You know what I'm saying? You can hear when people say what's up to you. That's why you nod. So it's having a level of confidence to recognize what you're experiencing and then not talking yourself out of it so you believe it. Then when you believe it, you can do it. Then when you begin to, the same way I met y'all, you know what I mean, without going too deep into it, I'm looking for certain information to help further certain aspirations. And y'all popped up. And on top of that, you're willing to communicate with me and help share information. And it turned out that all you want to do is share same type of information that I want to learn. I was willing to receive it. I opened up myself to it, and I believed it when I came, and I kept taking steps towards it. And these are the type of unifications that we need to learn from each other and to digest the information that you're saying, so it's not people trying to prove or disprove, but trying to learn, digest, and gather, and then share. And then I'll land on that.
Abundance and gratitude. Go ahead, the studio.
Abundance, brother.
The studio.
When you're off the app, we can't hear you. So go ahead, the studio. You are on mute.
All right, go ahead, Black.
So you definitely got me. I do need to read more for sure, but I'm definitely glad I'm in here so I can, know the words that I need to research, like prokaryotic and it was another word. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'm sure one of y'all will say it again. But I do know what you mean.
Diplotype.
I'm sorry.
Go
Okay.
Go ahead.
But I know definitely what you mean about Google. It's not legitimate. It's basically like the Wikipedia of browsers. And I mean, I just know, like, I remember going throughout the years when I would be even researching like words and looking up the definitions of them. They changed that. They'll even change that. I think I looked up the word of deja vu and telepathy and stuff like that, and they started changing the definitions of it, like in the 2010s, because they don't want people to know the truth. They don't want us to be able to look up and know the truth about this stuff. And I definitely struggle with research, like researching the right stuff or knowing where to look. So I mean, like, where do y'all like go to, like a bookstore or a library, or do you go into like archives, or just I've used what's the one with the duck browser. I still really didn't, it still really wasn't giving me what I needed. I still didn't feel like the websites were that good. So yeah.
It's just it's over like 7 years. It's books, it's lectures, it's different sources through archives, intranets, other search engines that are used globally.
And I would say to start, you can get, if you know what I'm saying, you can get genetics, biology, anatomy, neuroscience, or stem cells for dummies. You see what I'm saying? You can get these books off thrift books, and these are like $8 books. And all these books are these are scientists. You see what I'm saying? And they have to tell you the truth and the lie within the same time, because they could tell you your heart is a shoe, but the functionality of it will never change because they cannot splice into our DEA. So I would say you should dive into those books. What Makes Black People Black by Dr. Layla Africa. If you could go on YouTube and look at Dr. Dilbert Blair. and look at his lectures. Kalam and Ra, I would say go look at that. And you can also look up Yandex, which is a Russian website. And that Russian website, they show more than so-called Google, and they show more facts on there. You see what I'm saying? So you can go look on there.
Latanya, did you want to add something else? Anybody want to come up? Anybody want to add in on the topic? Because the main topic in here is that we're not all the same species. The problem is we've debunked everybody already on this app. So they know not to come up. Because I see y'all in here.
They know not to come to these lives no more. In the beginning, when we started these lives, they thought they could come in. We started shutting their shit down with intellectually. That's it. That's all you need. You know what I'm saying? Now they don't come up. Not even this.
That's what happens. That's what happens.
So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Now
I love you guys. You guys are like, you were sent my way. I don't know how. I don't rarely get on TikTok. You guys, I'm telling you, you have debunked it all. It is. So the question is, we are not the same. No, we're not. That is true. We're not. We're not. And you gave me homework. You guys gave me homework to keep just not saying that I have to question you, but just to say that I need to learn a little bit more of what's happening around me.
Yeah, you have to learn your piece to the puzzle. That's why, like, I low-key said before I was going to go live again that I was going to start, when y'all asked me a question, to ask y'all, what do you think? Because it turns into, and I'm not saying anybody in here is doing it. I'm just saying we've been doing these lives for a while, a long time. And we have lives from when we first started up until now. And I'm just telling you what is documented. But it gets to the point to where it's just people usurping energy and not doing the homework. We went live during the day, 2-3 days ago? Somebody that has listened in on our live since the beginning, is asking questions that should have been asked literally 12 months ago because they haven't. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, like, as people, y'all, as divine beings, we have to make sure that we are doing the spiritual work and that we're holding each other accountable. I'm not here to be your friend because I'm your sister. You see what I'm saying?
There you go.
I'm not here to be, you know what I'm saying? Because you are the divine being, I am the divine being, and we each have a piece to the puzzle. Do the work to decode your own piece. Stop trying to live through someone else's.
Someone else. Oh wow.
And this is how we're gonna make a change. You see what I'm saying? Because we're already together. Everybody's asking how. Oh, we need to group up together and
we're already
rebel from
together.
these people. We need to come together and rebel from these people. But so-called black people, we're already together. We're already together. It's just we need to be together mentally and spiritually because we're like we're already together because we're magnets to each other. But once we know how those magnets work, once you know how those protons and electrons work, you see what I'm saying? Now you understand how we're supposed to actually move.
No, I like how you said that. Understand.
So
Now
we all
understand. Not like listen. Not understand, but understand. Yeah.
Of course, there's the abundance for that. So we all gotta do the work because every time you're not doing the work, you're not putting in the work for the species and especially the children. Because once we all put in the work and come together mentally and spiritually, we will all realize the value in our children who have been getting snatched and our women who have been getting snatched. It's just that simple. So that's what we have to get back to, brothers and sisters.
I love it.
Okay, go ahead, Dion. Abundance and gratitude. Did you have something else you wanted to add, Dion? Dion? All right, y'all. The main point of You see what I'm saying? In order to have a discussion about if we're the same species or not, you have to first know you. Then you'll know if you're the same as someone else is not, or not. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm haven't been live the past couple of days during the rising, but I would say let's switch it up. You know what I'm saying? Come with actual questions that we can, you know what I'm saying? Build from. Because I'm going to come clean. It's been too many people in here since the beginning that cannot conduct these lives. You see what I'm saying? Some of y'all are, oh, I need y'all to come in this lab. You should be able to explain this. You should have been doing the research by now. If you understand that this is shutting down for our children, if you understand this is the reason why this is shutting down, if children being snatched for their totipotent stem cells, never being able to see school, never being able to see the outside world, never being able to live a life that you already don't, you know what I'm saying, had to come in the light to understand. We have to start collectively doing this. It can't just be a couple of us. That's how we're not ascending, because people are coming to a live or reposting a fucking post and nobody is actually making pivotal change outside of that.
Nope.
And
Can I
I just
suggest
want to
this?
say one more thing. I just want to say one more thing. I really mean that. I really, really mean that, y'all. It's too much time that has been had, and we can't conduct a conversation about this. It doesn't make sense that we're hating on our African brothers and sisters because they're living in mud huts. We were all colonized differently, y'all. If you can't actually squash what your brothers and sisters are doing, if you can't gauge and understand the spiritual aspect of it, if you can't relate that to the physical, what is your ascension about? What are you ascending? Why are we talking about ascension symptoms if we're barely fucking ascending? I really I'm locking in on y'all because now I have to really hold my people accountable.
Yes.
The age of Aquarius is the age of knowing. Stop saying what you believe in. All them comments, I'm just addressing the comments on all of my posts now because I haven't tapped in. I don't care about what you believe in. That word has the word lie in it. Come tomorrow and going forward with facts that we can build with as a community. Put sources on the board, request up and add. Stop usurping, stop using what someone else is saying, because I see y'all. I see y'all go to another panel and say exactly what we said. But then when they ask you a simple question that if you understood this, you should be able to explain it. Do the work, y'all, so we can get our children back.
Yep. The children in your species should be your motivation. The children in your
How are
species,
they
that's the
fine?
motivation, man. So it's
Yes,
like when
because
y'all
they're
wake up and
taking
be
the
like, damn, why am I doing this? Or question yourself, you should be immediately thinking like, yo, this is for my species and children. This should even be my thought cycle, my thought process. You know what I'm saying? That's how you gotta be thinking. It's about we. It's not about me. See what I'm saying? Abundance.
Yeah, abundance, ether, exactly. Why aren't we comprehending? Is the golden question. That's the best question that I've seen, like in the past couple of days. Why are we not comprehending? Look at these racism lives. It's 300 people in them lives. There's 300 people not comprehending. I don't get that sickness, y'all. I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand that that's the definition of insanity, to not pivot past racism. That's something that my people need to really lock in on. Why haven't we progressed spiritually as a community? You got all these damn tarot readers. You say one little thing, they cussing you out. I thought you was tapped in. You got all these fucking spiritual people, but they still eating meat, still putting unalive flesh in their body. Where are the people that really stand on business? I don't see no spiritual tarot, nobody that's a channeler channeling the fact that our children are getting snatched, y'all.
Exactly.
Everybody starts out as a star seed.
Yes.
Everybody starts out as a star seed.
Yes.
These are star seeds that never even get to live the bullshit life you lived.
Could I ask you guys a
They
question?
worried about the war in the heavens when there's a literally war in our genetics and our
In our
children.
genetics.
For
Crazy.
ourselves,
Like
for
we
our
worried about a war in
totipotent
the
stem
heavens
cells.
and the war in the heavens.
We think it's just one Henrietta Lacks. When they literally tell you, if you do the proper research, they literally tell you one of many. That's not the hidden figures, them three, but them is three, at least three. You check sources, lectures, way before Hidden Figures even came out. And they say she was a hidden figure. There are hidden figures. Like, come on, y'all. We're not doing the research, and
They
it's
right.
sad.
They right.
Everybody can research a genealogy record. Oh, my granny
Yes.
was on this land from there. Who cares? You're the reputation of the first woman. Who cares?
So great. All right.
The genetics state dates back to the cosmos, and you worried about landmass. You talking about motherland?
Exactly.
You talking about motherland? This is the motherland. No, this is the motherland, bro. We on Mother Earth. We are on Mother Earth.
We are
So
Earth, you
how you
guys.
gonna
We are
disrespect
Earth.
a piece of the Mother Earth? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like that doesn't make sense. We're
Yes.
inside of a womb. Y'all don't
Yes.
understand where you at. That's why you talking like that. And when it
Yes.
comes down to when the truth is revealed, our people are gonna cry.
We so they're gonna be
You
crying.
see
They're
what
gonna
I'm
be
saying?
lost.
The people who don't, they're gonna cry. The people who didn't, they're gonna regret because it's gonna be the ones who rebuild the earth and the ones who keeps acting like the eukaryotic organism. That's where it's going to.
Facts. I'm
You know what I'm
telling
saying?
you,
This is real life.
we better learn how to read energy, because I'm telling you, within the
But
past
think
months,
about it though, you
everything.
guys. Think about it. If all of us, all of the billions of if everyone aligned, do you know the energy that we would produce?
You know, the energy we would produce if just 100 of us, 100.
I can't hear you. Hello? Uh-oh. Hello?
The problem is we want to take the you know what I'm saying, the bit about genetics. Get that. I don't get how you can teach, excuse me, help someone remember genetics and they use it and then get in your fucking comments and be like, what kind of hair you got? Like, what the fuck?
What the
You wouldn't
fuck?
even be going live about this shit. If it wasn't, you see what I'm saying? We're not going deep enough. We're still using this information to stay attached to the physical. There is no ascension.
Look at your hat. We are not the same species. That's it. We're not. We never been.
Yeah, facts. Cutie Pie, did you have something to say?
Not really, but I love the comment from the your friend.
Abundance, gratitude. Go ahead, Ether. Welcome back, brother.
Gratitude and abundance to everybody in here. Um,
Abundance,
I
brother.
just want to let all so-called black people
Abundance.
know that we all came down here with a purpose.
Yes.
Nobody is
Yes.
useless, okay? So I just
Yes.
want to let everybody know that just because you might not know is it just because it seems like you don't know as much as somebody, do not feel like you're useless. Everybody came down here with a purpose. We're supposed to be here in this moment right now for a reason. And I just want to let everybody know that.
Yeah, that's facts. We're literally all the same. We're literally all the same. The only thing that separates us is discipline and frequency. That's it. You two people in the same room, different frequencies. That's it. That's it. No one can lie to you. And that's where we're going. When we say we're going to the age of knowing, see, you can say, I really think they was lying. I really think, but then you can know because everything about your soul is telling you that it's a lie. You see what I'm saying? That's the same thing that what happens whenever you do research. The energy that we're in, more people are starting to have visions. More people are starting to have about dreams that are aligning with what energy that we're in. That's not, we all going through that. You see what I'm saying? We're all coming into a remembrance because our mother is waking up and we're in her womb. And all of our wombs together makes up this one big womb. So you have to make sure that you're studying, that you're knowing thyself so you can wake the next brother or sister up. If this, you got to remember when you came into your light, how that made you feel, another brother or sister needs to feel that same way. Never think that there is a difference between you and your brother or you and your sister. I don't care what it is. We got to stop these diasporic wars going back with and forth, you know what I'm saying, with each other over who was on which land. How do we say Africa is the motherland when it's connected, when all the land is connected and it's just water that separates it? It's the same land. How do you say Mother Earth and disrespect the rest of her womb, the rest of her? and you caught up over this landmass and they not even coming clean with you about all the land masses or the maps. So now you got people every single day that are literally focused on decoding maps. And this is what they're telling you about you. So at some point or another, we have to call a spade and understand their audible sensory system is different, their field of vision is different, everything about them is different. So who's actually observing and measuring me? Are you going to allow somebody with 5 different animals that can't naturally reproduce with themselves, speaking through one nucleus, who has a completely different genetic makeup than you, tell you about you? We shouldn't allow that. And I'm gonna come clean. I'm tired of talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I get tired of really, you know what I'm saying, trying to like help my people remember, but I won't give up. You see what I'm saying? I might take 2 or 3 days off, but I won't give up. That's the thing. I be so ready to throw in the towel. That's why it has to be more of us. That's a lot of quote unquote work on a certain individual when it's just as easy as remembering. You see what I'm saying? We can't go off of belief. Do the research so you can know instead of going off of lies. Yeah. Facts is lies. You see what I'm saying? They're manipulating not just your food, but the nutrition facts as well. Lies. You see what I'm saying? When you understand the lie, you can't be lied to. Now I understand the frequency in which these niggas move, because they're babonus monkey, muskrat, fruit fly. They all these different things. And I know that those things are not natural to my planet. So now I have to ask you, what's your biological identification? And if you can't answer it, why the fuck am I giving you energy? That's why I say, what's the point of discussing racism? You're going live for 8 to 12 hours a day, going back and forth with 5 different animals for one person, and you trying to do this for 8 to 12 hours a day?
That's the reality you want to do?
Then they ask for donations and then try to send them to the Congo. Please, please,
Y'all
please,
ass
please,
sounding
please,
weird.
please. Be for real whenever you
We're
speak
not
to
doing this
me.
for money though.
Hold on. Bantu. What's up, Bantu?
Sis, how you been?
Where
Just
what are you
catching a
doing?
vibe. I just came in here. Y'all was talking. You were talking and making sense. So yeah,
What did you want to add to the topic, brother?
I wanted to actually hear what you were saying about the people who was doing something to the and sending something to Congo. I was trying to listen to her.
I
So
literally
you
just said
requested us to
that 10
listen to it?
seconds ago. Like, you were already in the request before I even said that.
I wanted to hear what you're saying.
I was already done. That's why I asked you what you wanted to say.
Oh, what I want to say is, well, we're not the same species, and they know this already. Like that's the thing. Like they really know this. If you've ever been around those kind of people, they'll let it slip. They'll let it slip. They always let it slip. Like literally, they always let it slip. In hindsight, because you grew up around them, right? So in hindsight, you're like, you just overthink it because you weren't even aware, right? But they knew. They always knew. They always knew. About the food. So recently, I started fasting, and I think I'm on day 5, right? I have around 10 more days to go. The download. You get a download. Download tells you eat every 3 days type shit. But that's until I get down to a certain weight. So I'm fasting now, and I'm realizing a lot of things I was eating, I one don't need to eat them, and then two, like right before the fast, I was eating like McDonald's, KFC. I tasted the KFC. The KFC had so many different chemicals in it, and I literally mean chemicals. I don't mean flavors. And I could taste the chemicals, like taste them. And then I ate the McDonald's, the same exact thing, and every single like thing I was eating was tasting the same way. So I said, okay, this is the switch. The ancestors telling me to switch now. So now I'm switching. And even the fruits, I can't even fuck with the fruits because I'm living in Pacific Northwest, so ain't no fresh fruits around here unless I go to like some apple farm, you know. So I'm learning fasting. But no, sister, you were preaching, and I just wanted to hear you, and I wanted to join the panel before you started preaching, actually.
Abundance and gratitude. Yes, whenever you're eating according to your genetic makeup and you start to detox, then it rewires the neuroreceptors on your tongue. So, of course, it's going to taste nasty to you. Of course, you're going to start becoming more aware and gain consciousness immediately from the change because all you did was frequency. First of all, every, you know what I'm saying, cell in your body listens to your thoughts. So you first have to make a mental shift in order for you to be able to, you see what I'm saying? It's super duper easy. The thing is consistency. You say you're on a five, you've been, you know what I'm saying, on a fast for 5 days. You see what I'm saying? But then when you get off of this fast, what are you gonna put in your body? Like what's your diet gonna consist of?
Um, I think, I think, so I think I'm gonna have to do something different. So, I was eating a lot of, eating out food. But I used to like back in the day when I was like working on a farm or whatever. I used to like eat more fresh foods and like even I would eat eggs, but the eggs was like fresh farm eggs where I can see the chicken running around. He's not in no cage. It's running around, and then the egg yolk didn't taste like no egg yolk I get nowadays. It tasted like I couldn't even explain it to you. Just sweet and nice, and it's just perfect when you mix it with pepper and salt. My point is like, and then I would eat a lot of vegetables that were wild, and so that's the main thing. And I was just looking this up the other day, and I found that something that I was chewing on, back on the farm, because you know how when you're in nature, you kind of get like downloads of what you should and shouldn't eat, that kind of stuff. I know some people do. So I got the download, and it was this thing called crabgrass, right? So I saw a picture of it the other day, and they didn't call it crabgrass; they call it goose grass, and they said it's good for. They listed off like 30 different things in your body that is good for. I said, oh, it's a superfood. It's a super nutrient because on the farm they tell us to kill it. Now, when I realized, I'm going in circles, right? But when I realized that everything they tell us is a weed or something they tell us is bad is actually good and something that can help our body, then I started to eat weeds. And so I'm probably going to go back to eating weeds. That's probably what I'm going to do. I have a lot of fresh meat in the fridge.
Monty, do you know your
Hmm.
genetic makeup?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
So what are you going to put in your body after you break your fast?
I just told you. I'm eating more wild greens, more wild vegetables, more wild stuff, and eating more fresh meats and no like seed oils
So
and
so
vegetable
you
oils and
so
potatoes and stuff like
so
that. No GMOs, basically. I'm keeping all GMOs away from me.
But you said
so
meat
you
though.
don't know your genetic makeup even after
Well,
being
y'all don't eat meat. I do eat meat. We already know that. That's the difference. You know that I don't
so
do
I'm gonna
vegetarian.
I know. So again, I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you know your genetic makeup?
Yes.
Okay, so you know your genetic makeup and you're still going to put vegetable oils, potatoes, and
I
meat.
know. I just said I am not eating vegetable oils and potatoes. That's the thing I wanted to take off of the list because of, as I said before, that was something that was
But
I
the
was getting
worst
downloads about.
the
I
worst
said
you
what I'm
have
gonna do
ingredients
is wild vegetables
right.
and fresh meats that are like healthy, not
What
like
is
what
fresh
I'm
meat?
getting.
Is meat conducive to your vessel? That's what I'm asking.
My vessel, yeah, not yours, but mine, yes. But it
So,
depends.
are
See,
there
that's what
any
I'm telling you.
genetic?
That's
Are
what I'm
there?
telling you. I have to relearn everything because I'm telling you this is the first time I've done a fast for even this long, and it's I have to learn how to eat differently, how to do everything different. Because when I was eating healthy, my healthiest time I was eating nothing but apples that I picked off of trees, tuna fish, and spinach. I think it was just spinach, just
So
pounds
you
of
were
spinach every
eating
day.
two things that were non-conducive to your genetic makeup and that are genetically modified. So
Yeah.
The spinach and the tuna.
I'm just being honest with you. Okay, I'm just being honest with you.
So
First of
Skywalker, you
all,
talking about the spinach and the tuna?
can I
Hold
just
on.
let me just say I just wanted to ask a question. With me being so-called black and you being so-called black, are there any genetic differences between me and you as far as genetic makeup and what's conducive to our body? As
If we
far
eat
as
differently, yeah, there's gonna be differences.
that's not what I asked you.
I'm trying to understand.
So, are there any genetic differences between me and you?
You
Are we
mean
a part of
generally
the same?
speaking?
Are we a part of the same species? Are we a part of the same haplogroup?
Me and you?
Yes.
I would assume so.
Yes.
So there are no genetic differences between me and you. So how do you say you versus me?
I like that. I like that.
No, Bantu, see,
You gotta have a real conversation, bro. You see what I'm
Bantu,
saying? The
like,
meat that
I
you're
just
eating,
said.
the meat that you're eating is adding antigens to your red blood cells and is weakening your lymphatic system every time you eat it. And every time and all of that just invites parasites, viruses, and diseases to take place. You see what I'm saying? And it weakens your blood. You're tainting your blood with animal DNA. When your DEA doesn't produce no animal protein or protein enzymes. That's what she's trying to say. And you're not understanding that you biologically don't identify with no animals. So why are you putting that in your body for cellular structure when you should be putting the sun and things that grow up the sun for your
Do I
cell?
biologically identify with plants when I can make a planet and make a plants? And sorry, make a sun? Like these things are not. These things are. I'm gonna put it to you like this: if I didn't live on this planet, what would I eat?
If you didn't live on this planet, what would you eat?
Yeah, me as a black man, if I did not live on this
You would
planet,
eat
having all
soul.
the
You
abilities I
would,
have
okay,
now,
okay. Let me tell you.
melanin, the
Let
ability
me tell you
of
what you would eat.
transcendence of time and space, all that, what would I eat?
Let me tell
Because
you
I'm
what you
gonna
would
tell you the
eat.
truth. I
Right,
really don't have to eat. I'm gonna tell you
right.
the
Let
truth.
me
I
tell
really
you.
don't have to eat.
Right, right. I got you, brother. Let me tell you what you would eat. You would eat straight particles, nano. You know what I'm saying? Solar
Particles.
photons.
I'm actually trying to listen, bro. Like, did you say particles?
Yes, this is what we.
Okay.
This is what we. This is how we eat. We eat through.
You
We
mean
don't just
straight
eat.
energy from? You
Hold
mean straight
on.
energy
Bantu,
from the
Bantu,
cosmic
Bantu,
space you're talking about?
Bantu,
How can we have a
Bantu.
conversation as brothers if you're gonna cut me off when I'm
I'm
speaking?
asking you a clarifying
You're
question. I'm
asking
not
him
trying to
while
cut you
he's
off, nor
talking,
trying to
and you
argue with
know how
you.
this panel works, Bantu. That's why I'm saying we've already explained this information to you, and he has way more patience than me because I wouldn't even be telling you this information that I already told you.
Look. I'm not gonna take insult for invitation.
I'm
I'm gonna
not
leave.
insulting you. I'm literally just telling you, you know this, all this information. I asked you a simple question, brother. Do you know your genetic makeup? You danced around the question, and then you finally agreed and said yes. And now you're still trying to eat meat. So I'm holding you
What's it matter
accountable.
what I'm
Where, okay,
eating
you know
though?
what?
Like what I'm saying.
So
Like
then
what's
what
it
did
matter what
you,
I'm eating?
Montu, what are you up here for today?
You said you're not the same species, and you were spitting, so I was listening. I said I like
What,
it.
but
What's
how
wrong with
does
that?
that make
And
you
what
feel
is it
as to
wrong
a
that I want to be
panel?
around black people that aren't talking about stupidity? Come on now.
But you just tried to say that what he was saying was mysticism. You just tried to
I
disagree
didn't
with
say
one
anything was
point.
mysticism. I asked him if he was referring to being able to absorb energies as a replacement to eating, which is a thing.
You
There's nothing
literally
mystic about
you
that.
literally just okay.
You
Like
ask
this is
you asked me.
You want to
You
hear
asked
an
me.
enemy
See
where
how you're
there
cutting
is
off
not one.
again? Look,
I'm not I
you,
don't care. I don't
you see, you asked us what does a so-called black man eat if he wasn't on this planet? And
what
I'm
the
telling
fuck?
you, so-called black man
I say
outside of
so-called black
right.
man. I'm saying me being black. What would I eat if I was on this planet?
So so-called black men outside of the planet, what we eat is straight particles, solar particles, nano diamonds. Look up what nano diamonds are. We eat we eat molecules. That's what we eat. We don't eat solid food and stuff like that. How we eat here is completely different. You see what I'm saying? So all of these foods out here is all to put down and slow down our vibration. So we eat off the sun, and I was gonna say that we don't just eat off with our mouths. We eat with our eyes.
Our
We eat
integumentary
with our
system.
integumentary system, with our audible sensory system. We eat with our epithalamus gland. We eat with everything. Everything a part of us absorbs all wavelengths. It's called black body radiation. So this is like facts. This is how we eat. You see what I'm saying? We're just in a low vibration, so we think we need to put solids in our food when we need to be eating other phases of matter or water or you see what I'm saying? Or the great mother. So that's what I was saying.
I understood that, but I wanted to know which radiation you were talking about,
You
which
were
type
literally
of energy
over
you're talking
talking
about.
him. So I'm a
That's how I talk.
one last you can't do that in here. Over talking will get the live taken down.
That's a lie.
Go ahead, Ether. You wanted to add something. Go ahead.
Um, I want to start off by saying, brother, you was moving very emotionally from what I was observing, and they're just trying to explain that your vessel is not made to eat meat. That's all they're saying. Like, you're gonna do whatever you want to do
Your vessel's not
regardless.
made to eat
Hold
any
on, let
food.
me finish, please. Your vessel is not made to eat meat. That's all that we're trying to explain to you, because when you eat it, you don't have the hydrochloric acid in your stomach isn't hot enough to even break that down properly. So when it doesn't break down properly, it starts to mold in your stomach. It creates fungus. Parasites can pleomorphosize from it. And this is just a fact when it comes to so-called black people eating meat. Your hydrochloric acid is not hot enough to break it down. You're not supposed to be eating it. That's all we're trying to explain to you, and you're trying to get emotional. We're not telling you what to do. We're telling you what you're asking.
I'm not
That's
trying to get
all.
emotional.
They're answering your
You want
question. So
me to be
please stop
emotional.
trying to get emotional and
So
over
give
talk.
you a sound of logic.
See, look, you're still trying to over
You're not
talk though. You're still trying to over talk.
you're still
That's
trying to
being
demagogue
emotional. You're
to
not
me. You're
thinking.
still trying to talk down to
Bro,
Nobody's trying to talk down on you. We're
And this is
literally
why we
answering
say
questions.
sun eaters,
you're
meat eaters will never outthink
sun
sun
eaters,
eaters.
and
You
your
got
psychological state is connected to your genes.
facts.
So if you're eating these people, because all of these meats that are so called edible globe is that these people is what these people are spliced with. So if you're eating them, the neurotransmitters, you're gonna start acting like these animals. And this is why he couldn't even let the brother finish what he was saying. Just let him finish what he was saying. Acting erratic. That's animal behavior. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we saying. What does your cells want? You want the meat, but your cells want your cells want photon energy. Your cells want UVC radiation.
Facts.
That's that you're walking in. Because the body that we walking in is really this is a privilege to be in here. You see what I'm saying? So you really gotta understand what is our purpose here as men. You see what I'm saying? So that I don't even know what I can't even speak because that shit was weird. You see what I'm saying? But yeah.
You're really feeding parasites. You're feeding antigens. You think you want that, but you're feeding every parasite needs a host. And right now, those parasites are using you to get what they want, and you think it's you. A tiny parasite. Mind over matter, brother. Like at some point, and I'm gonna come clean. UVC radiation is what's removing the eukaryotic cell. That meat that you're eating, and if you're not careful and if you don't understand your genetic makeup, eating wild species of fruits and veggies is not gonna do nothing for you. You're gonna cancel that out by putting the unalive flesh right back in your body. It's not going to do anything because your meridians are still going to be clogged. Your arteries are still going to be clogged. You're still going to have brain fog because you're literally feeding antigens and parasites that want that. That destroys your body on a cellular level. So when someone asks you, do you understand your genetic makeup? You got to really think about that question.
Also, I just want to say, I think that you maybe are walking down too hard in your ego. Like you have to open yourself up to new information and accept stuff that's true, because you can do the wrong thing from the beginning of your life to the end. But at the end of the day, the truth is never going to change. The truth is objectively true. And the truth is that we are not supposed to be eating it. We know that it's so many things we aren't supposed to eat: dairy, sugar, I forget what else, but those are mainly the two things: dairy, sugar, and meat. Those are things we should not be consuming. Also, the lining of your stomach produces 80% of the serotonin your brain uses. That's a feel good chemical, a reward chemical. So, yeah, I mean, it's stuff like that. Like, like y'all were saying earlier, like it's discouraging when people are like that. It makes you want to give up. But something I've known my entire life, because my family, we stopped going to the church when I was like about 12. We left the church because it just never felt right. And it's never going to, because it's not real. And stuff like that. That's the stuff that doesn't matter. They make it matter. They make it seem like it's the only thing that matters, and it affects everything. But truly, what it is that it's not metaphysical. And physically, it's a manifestation of basically spiritual oppression and brainwashing and indoctrination. So yeah, don't walk down in your ego like that, and have your ears open and be ready to listen, or at least take it in. Because when I actually took a step back and I looked it up, and yeah, I know Google is bad, but I used Google and I read between the lines, because when you use Google, you have to read between the lines. And they did the truth within a lie thing, like they have to do, because you cannot lie without telling the truth, and vice versa. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to add on up to the serotonin. That's what your thalamus gland produces when for you to be alert. You see what I'm saying? For you to be what's it called? I forgot what I was gonna say. Be alert and be have cognitive thinking and be able to I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was. My fault, y'all.
But it's not.
I forgot what it was.
It's cognitive, and it isn't it. Doesn't it produce? No. Okay. I can't remember either.
I was gonna add on to that sister, but my fault.
But let's see. Go ahead, Aunt. He's loading in. He timed out. Um, Latanya. Anybody? Dion, Cutie Pie, Ether. Anybody?
Um. Oh, it was.
I wanted to ask on. I mean, I heard everything what you guys was talking about, but I still, if you would ask me, do you know your genetic makeup? I would say no.
Right.
So
We studying. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
You
Yeah.
should
yeah,
know who you are
that's why.
genetically so you can relate it to your etheric body. That's important. That's the missing key.
Right,
I just want people to know that all your genetic makeup is the type of melanin that you have.
right.
The genetic material that constructs your suit that you're walking in today. That's all genetic makeup is. And our genetic makeup is hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. The same thing that the sun is composed of. That's what it is. So that's all. And how do you got to know how to feed that neuromelanin? Though. That's all. That's all it is.
Right.
That's all you got to do is learn how to feed that neuromelanin, and then now you will start to navigate in the suit properly, and more
Facts.
things will unlock. That
Facts.
so-called junk DNA would unlock
Yeah.
because so-called black people we're only using about 20 of our acids out of 64 to 66. So we got to start unlocking different parts of our bodies.
Yes. Very very important, because if neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, then that means that you need to be eating of the sun. If you're eating an animal that is not conducive to this planet, how is that helping you ascend? If your etheric body is connected to your physical body, that's what it means to know thyself. It's to know your physical and how it meets with your spiritual. That's what that means. You have to understand your anatomy, your physiology, and especially if you want to crack the code on this matrix, them, you, to understand you need to understand your cells, how they work on microcosm to macrocosm. It's very important.
And there's different types of melanin. So there's
Facts.
different types of so-called DNA. See what I'm saying?
Facts.
So that's what we got to focus on. Make a distinction between neuromelanin and pheomelanin. Animal melanin is pheomelanin. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. That's a genetic material. That's our genetic makeup. So
So
when we
so how would
say
I find out?
oh, go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
So how would I find out what my melanin is, or which
So what do
family?
you think? What would you think?
What do you think?
If you don't know the type of melanin you have, what would be the first thing that you would type in or get a book on? What would it be?
Um, to be honest with you, I
If you're off the app, we can't hear you, but
I think she might have got a call or something, but when you come back, go ahead.
You back?
I think I would just look up how to feed neuromelanins in general, and then just stop. I don't know. I don't even know where to start, to be honest, because I haven't really thought about that.
So let's think.
You
Let's
gotta
just
start to think about why you even want to learn this. See what I'm saying?
you
What is your motivation behind this? And then you gotta to know about neuromelanin. You gotta get look up lectures and get books and start to actually help structure what you see. And you could clearly see that when you go outside, your skin does something completely different than everybody else on the planet that goes outside. You see what I'm saying? People need sunscreen. You don't. Why is that? You see what I'm saying? Obviously, we don't have the same type of melanin because we don't have the same phenotype. So you got to start questioning, asking questions like that on your own and start questioning on your own and be curious and be hungry for knowledge. And that will unlock new doors for you. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
All right. Okay.
So you see what I'm saying? It starts with wanting to what are you doing this for? That's what I say. That's what I think. Sitting down with yourself and asking all these questions you asking us, you need to ask
ask yourself.
yourself that.
Yeah. That's why I asked you, what do you think? Because if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you something and be like, how do I even spell that? You see what I'm saying? But because I'm in a different vibration, I've obtained more information than you have. So you have to figure out your piece, and that starts with your level of curiosity. See, I'm at a different level of curiosity because I've acquired more knowledge of thyself. So it's gonna look different. So that's why I say, what do you think? That's not to be facetious, seriously, because I have a different piece to the puzzle than you. So how I perceive this information will be different. Now how I regurgitate it back to the world is something that's unrelated. But how it's grasped will be completely different than how you grasp. So it's very important for you, whatever question you have, like being in lives like this helps spark that curiosity. But at some point or another, you got to sit, listen, what stands out to you, then that's when you go study. But instead, you know what I'm saying? People don't do that. They're like, oh, I'm gonna just wait till she goes live again, and then I'm gonna just learn through her. No, you're gonna forever be lost because you don't understand how this information relates to you. That's the thing.
All right. Well, thank you guys, and I stay in Germany, so it's 7:30 in the morning. I have to get up and go to work. Um, I definitely will come back.
Abundance, sister. Gratitude and abundance to you.
Abundance, sister. Thank you for sharing your frequency, for real.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So are you guys on live every day or just
Not every
differently?
day, but I'll not every day, child.
Not every day, but we be live when the energy is right. You see what I'm saying? We go off energy, not time and shit.
Yeah.
So we do,
Right.
but we do post videos and stuff like that of what we talk about. So
Yeah.
if you want further insight, you can do that too. You can look at that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have a good one.
Abundance. Yeah, and I seen you came back up. It was somebody else that was trying to come up and the panel was full. So I had to drop you, but I seen you came back. Did you want to add something else, brother?
Yeah. I'm big on the wellness, man. You feel me? I'm on my own level myself, so you feel me? I'm glad people starting to pay attention and shit. But I wanted to ask y'all, like, I don't know. I wanted to get a little personal with the I don't know. There's a lot of shit I wanted to talk about for real, man. But man, like I'm on my wellness journey myself. You feel me? Like I'm trying to grow my own water. You feel me? Make my own waters, but I'm tampering with right now. So I just want to hear some things that y'all tamper with. You feel me? Like I've been cut out everything. Like I don't eat, period. You feel me? All I do is like I drink spring water and I might eat fruit. I juice. You feel me? But other than that, I don't consume too much, man. But I do struggle. Like I have a son. I got a 6-year-old son, so I struggle with the system and day to day life, man. But wellness is the biggest thing that I feel that Black people don't know about. We don't know who we are as a people. We don't know who we are as an organism. We don't pay attention to none of that shit. And I see y'all do know who we are. You feel me? So I want to spread that a little bit more. I don't want to people to be too curious about certain things. I want us to spread the knowledge. You feel me? We got the knowledge. You feel me? So sometimes we need to just spread and help people a little bit more. I just want to help people. That's what I'm trying here to do.
And like, what are you like? How are you helping people, or like, what are you? I guess what issues do
Wellness.
y'all
Wellness is my main focus. You feel me? 'Cause I feel that only with wellness can I come our knowledge. Like you can't be knowledgeable if you're sick. If you're eating the wrong things and you got mucus in your fucking body, you're gonna have a clouded brain. So therefore, a lot of things you can't discuss with certain people. Just like you said, you're on a different vibration than certain people are. You feel me? A lot of people are on different levels. You feel me? There's levels to this. So basically, you feel me? It just it depends on what level you on.
Yeah, it depends on how much knowledge of thyself. That's the thing. That's really what this all goes back to. Knowledge of thyself, y'all. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Moving in authenticity. That authenticity is the highest vibration. You know what I'm saying? Like if you haven't been real with yourself, you can't be real with nobody else. You can't love them. You can't have patience. You can't have none of those other higher those high vibrations unless you are first authentic. See what I'm saying? And that's the thing. It's not how many times you can do it. It's about repetition. It's about what I'm saying, making a lifestyle out of it. You really got to do the work because what people think is healthy is not necessarily healthy. If you look at vegan, you see what I'm saying? We are completely different organisms. So what they deem as vegan is not vegan. Kale is not conducive to our body. Period. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the potatoes are not conducive to our body. Flour, white bleach flour, regular all-purpose flour is not. Filtered water, purified water is not. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of stuff that I encourage y'all look into molecular gastronomy. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna lay everything out on the table for you, and then you'll quickly see that molecular gastronomy is not just used in avant-garde and you know what I'm saying, plates or avant-garde restaurants and stuff. It's used in a Taco Bell kitchen. You know what I'm saying? It's from the way how they determine what chefs are in the kitchen at all time, who can be in there, like all of that. There's a whole science behind that. Nutrition facts, the way it's manipulated. You see what I'm saying? You have to really start asking yourself, like, why are they doing this shit? Why do you have to genetically modify food? You know what I'm saying? Why is all this shit fake? How are y'all talking about the sheep, the ox in the Bible when the bovidae species hasn't been around for that long? It's only been here since what, like 1850? The Bible's been out for since when? So why are y'all talking about that animal in your Bible? It's too much. You know what I'm saying? If you're not at least questioning something, then you're exactly where they want you to be. All this mystical shit, like I don't even know anymore. People say a lot of shit, bro. And then have it does not relate to anything.
It's to hide from reality, man.
Yeah.
And you're really just hiding from yourself in your own body. That's crazy. People be 80 years old and have never sat down with themselves once. You know what I'm saying? I've thought about it.
Some people can sit here and we can talk like this, but with the system in place, you feel me? With the distractions of money and working, it's hard for some people to do that soul searching. Like some people, it's easy for some people to think like this, you feel me? But everybody can't do that, and that's the problem. The system have us mentally frustrated and confused to where we're not moving in the shoes we should be. You feel me? We're not moving as organic beings. We don't live to exalt a full effort in our life. We don't give no effort towards our life. The only thing we do is work for a fucking dollar and consume stuff that we shouldn't. You feel me? Like, people don't pay attention to who we are, and we don't move the way we should. You feel me? So we really need to change that as a people, and that's going to be very hard to do as a on a collective level. You feel me? For black people to get on the level collectively to all, you feel me, debunk the system, basically, that's going to be hard to do. You
The
feel me?
system has been debunked for years. We've each collectively debunked their system. Let me tell you, the reason why it's hard for us to ascend is because we keep saying it's going to be hard for us to lock. Those are the people who have been locked in. Because if you locked in, you'd understand that the change starts literally with you. You are a piece to the whole thing. You make up the whole. Once your energy shifts, so does everybody else, even if it's incremental. It's not about the speed at which we're going, it's about the direction. So my thing is, yes, we can, and it is very easy because the only thing that you have to do is switch your thoughts. You switch your thoughts more than 10,000 times a day, more than 10,000 because of social media. You see what I'm saying? You've switched your frequency 10,000 times. When you can only make one switch and switch your whole reality, that is not hard. The problem is we don't know ourselves and we don't know anything about energy. So it's not that we can't, because we've always done it and we do it. We do it unknowingly. We're not aware because you're chemically imbalanced. And I understand where he's coming from, but I really want our people to understand coming together collectively is the easiest thing. That's what our cells are doing on a quantum level. That's what protons and electrons do. When we talk about Henrietta Lacks, her cells replicating, this is what we do. You see what I'm saying? We're just not going deep enough. We're getting to the door and saying, oh, I made it, and never walking through it. That's why I say, I don't want to talk to no more spiritual people, bro. 95% of y'all are asleep. You see what I'm saying? And it's in sleepwalking. Walking in somebody else's truth and belief. Believing every fucking thing you see and not actually knowing a damn thing for a change. That's the thing. Everything that's happening right now, C19 was predicted in the 80s. Like, what do you mean? There were commercials in the 70s about this shit. In the 80s, Delbert Blair himself, one man, everything that is happening now from C19 to the blackouts has already been predicted. You want to know why? Because science, and that man himself will tell you he's a channeler. He's already tapped in with the cosmos. So I'm telling you, when you learn to tap in with you, when you remember who you are, information will come to you. Alphamation will come to you. Then that's when the universe leads you. Go to this library, grab this book, go here. It starts with you. It's nothing outside of yourself you have to do.
People saying it's hard, but it's just about how much do you love yourself enough to know about your own anatomy.
Facts.
And to love and your other brothers and sisters who have the same anatomy.
Facts.
And thrive as a species. That's all we have to do.
Facts.
People saying it's hard, that means you don't know what this is about. This is just facts because your psyche just told me. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we gotta start focusing on.
Shift your mind, you shift your frequency. That's it.
Internal alchemy.
The only reason I say it's kind of hard, like, I believe it's possible, but the reason why I say it's hard, because I've been on this journey for a long time. I'm 40 years old, but my mom is 58. You feel me? I got a 58-year-old mother that's still working, still doing what she's supposed to do. You feel me? And we talk all the time, and I talk to my mom every day, and I try to spit knowledge to her. But you feel me? I feel like this only my mother. You feel me? I'm not saying this the whole world, but it seemed like, you feel me? Knowledge is seek. Like I said, knowledge is seek. You just can't consume knowledge. It's just not gonna come to you. It's not gonna be coming at your front door. You feel me? If you don't seek to know this shit, then it's not gonna come to you, man. So that's why I feel like a lot of people are just gonna be lost and stay that way. Because, you feel me, they don't want to know better. You feel me? They are comfortable living the life they do. They're comfortable working their 9 to 5, going home, paying their bills, and doing that. You feel me? They feel that is the meaning of life. A lot of people don't know the meaning of life, so you can't want something you don't know better.
Facts. Gratitude and abundance for that. Go ahead, open your eye. Open your eye. Go ahead.
Thanks. To be honest, I'm just in the live trying to learn and listen to what y'all guys have to say. I don't agree with everything that's being said, but I'm not here to argue, you know.
So we're discussing that we're not all the same species.
I get that. But
So
my thing is I'm like black, you feel me? Like from sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not in the US right now. I can tell almost everyone sounds American. My thing with that is, why has it become some sort of ideology, or how can I call it? I would say ideology or mentality people try to develop to make themselves feel better as a black person. Like if you knew you were black and being black, your genetics are above or superior to the one of the white man, why do you need to scream and shout and publicize it? Like, just keep it to yourself and live as a king or a queen, you know, for you. And
I have a better question.
yeah,
Why come into a live and say that you agree and then you disagree and then you know what I'm saying, be in a space when you're not an energetic match for the conversation? Like, why would you ask me that? We're having a discussion about genetics. If you are interpreting this, brother, as a thing to say that we're better, take that up with you and yourself when you were in meditation or sitting with you. Because in here, we're saying we're not the same species and there's a DNA symbol, respectfully. We're discussing the genetic differences between us and them because we do not know. We haven't remembered that we are not the same. This is about waking my brothers and sisters up because we don't know who we are. So if that's not something that you want to do, I'm asking you, why are you in the room? Why are you on the panel questioning me?
out of curiosity,
Why?
I'm a curious person because I
So
could be
were
wrong.
you, I got you. Were you in here when we were talking about that everything starts with curiosity and how you have to start somewhere in order to come into knowledge?
No, I was on your page, not in
Okay,
the.
well, I, you were on the panel when Dion was just speaking and we just said that. You were up here and he literally just said that and then I just said that and then you just said what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably didn't hear that part.
Not a problem. But what I'm saying is, what, like, I'm just trying to figure out, what are you here to contribute if
Yeah,
like,
like I don't know why you would come up to say that when like we're telling our people that they're composed of what the sun is, and
Okay,
hold on, and that they biologically identify with the planet and the universe, and they naturally evolve with the planet and the universe and the solar system, and that there's a completely inorganic organism on our planet, and they're inhabiting all of our content, most of our continents, and they're policing us medically and psychologically evaluating us, and they're not conducive to the planet. So, do you see why we're telling our people that about their genetic makeup and telling our people about another people's genetic makeup? You see why
yeah,
we're saying that?
I understand.
So it's like when you say, "Oh, why are we saying that? Oh, we were superior." We're not saying genetics is saying that. Genetics say that we natural to the planet, and genetics say that they're not natural to the planet. So we gotta say that the sun is saying they're not natural to the planet.
Because they
So,
get
so
sunburned and they can't.
it's not just sunburn.
they get acute body radiation. The 1p36 gene is deleting in their brain. They have the
SOS
SOS.
phenotype facts.
Yeah,
Like,
they have Tay-Sachs disease. They're having all of these reproductive issues. They're being sterilized all over the planet because they're not natural to the planet. And now the planet now is returning back to us, but by just us knowing about us. That's it.
but what is your curiosity? Like, what exactly are you curious about?
I'm curious about so many things. The first one is you mentioned the term. Correct me if I'm wrong or if I overheard you wrong. Mm, I want to enlighten my people, or tell my people about the fact that we are not the same species. When you say my people, you mean African American, right? Black people from Africa as well, right?
No, we mean so-called black people around the whole planet
We talk
because
about melanated beings, period.
hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I got you. We're talking about so-called black people around the whole planet because we biologically identify with all land masses. We are native to all land masses, not just on this planet, but on other planets as well. Earth is just one of our homes. So
So,
when we say
okay.
my people, we're talking about all the neuromelanated so-called black people around the planet.
Go ahead, Ether.
All right, so I want to say for the complex cell organism, we wouldn't have to talk about this if they weren't infringing their ways upon our people. This is why we have to speak up. If they were separated from us, it wouldn't be a problem because they wouldn't be infringing their ways upon us. But because they are, now we have to speak out and understand the differences between us and them. It's not to boost our heads or bring anybody else down. It's to tell the truth because we are prisoners of war to this inorganic species, and that's a problem. And then that's all I just wanted to add right there.
Abundance, brother.
I just don't. I'm still standing on my original question because there's when you have curiosity, I wouldn't stay in a room if I didn't agree with what was being discussed. You have to be, according to science, you have to be an energetic match for whatever conversation you're having.
I don't disagree with everything that's being said.
So what do you disagree with?
Let's okay. Excuse me, I'm a bit sick. If you say, as I think Skywatcher, there's an individual with you who just explained to me that he speaks when y'all guys say that y'all guys are not the same species. He's talking about all melanated people around all land masses, including melanated Southeast Asians as well, right?
Bro, nobody is saying titles. You're the only one, brother. We're saying that no matter what title, no matter what landmass, if they come from the totipotent stem cell carrier as a neuromelanated being, they are conducive to this planet.
That's all
That's
we're
a
saying.
genetic and a scientific fact, historical as well.
For real.
Can you put that in simpler terms, please?
No, no. Because you're trying to disagree and then trying to usurp knowledge at the, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, how you gonna
Like what the fuck? No.
if you're gonna disagree and then when we reply back you said to break it down, that means that you don't know what you're disagreeing on because you don't understand it fully. You don't understand what you're disagreeing because you don't understand it. Just say you don't know.
Just say that this is
That's
a
it.
that this conversation sparked your curiosity.
Just
Just
say
say
that.
that. It's okay.
Don't come up here trying to do that shit, bro. Don't
It's
do that.
literally like this is what protons and electrons do. We are supposed to be communal no matter the plane, the landmass, this the same thing. It's
But
okay.
here's the thing: I never said I wanted to disagree and go into a debate and try to prove y'all guys wrong. I could just politely disagree and have my own opinion on certain things, but then on other things, I agree and I'm willing to listen. You know, it doesn't have to be a debate.
It was just we were right. It doesn't have to be a debate, but the first I'm not even gonna waste my energy with that. Black, you got something else, sister?
Yeah, so maybe I can simplify it, but it's specifically the hair and skin combination. That is us. Those are our people. No matter where they are, we were already here everywhere. And that's something I'm always telling people as well. And they don't want to believe it because they get into semantics. But that's what it is specifically. It's base genes, the very first genes that you get that you can't get any other gene without starting with a base gene first. That's all this conversation is about, and that's what they're saying when they're saying we're not the same species, because our genes mirror each other. So we don't need something else to replicate. But everyone else's genes do. That's why a lot of times you'll see in movies, commercials, music videos, they're sort of like trying to, push interracial relationships in front of your face because they want all the other races to couple with us so that they do not become extinct.
Yeah, what's happening on this planet is an extinction level event for the eukaryotic cell. So that's what's going on. You see what I'm saying? An extinction level event is happening for them. They're getting removed off the planet. So this is why it's very important that we're telling our people this. Because once this system shuts down, because this system is shutting down, you're going to be left with genetics and your genetics, your anatomy, and the sun. You're not going to have jobs, money, none of this shit. You're going to just have that. So how are you going to navigate? You're not going to have phones to research nothing. You're going to have just your brain, your liquid computer, the first computer. See what I'm saying? You're the first scientist. You're going to have to become your own scientist, your own doctor. You see what I'm saying? Your own judge, everything. You're going to have to become self-sufficient. So abundance for that, for real. So I hope the brother got that. But I would say the brother, you gotta do more research about yourself and what this fight is really about. You see what I'm saying? There's been a whole war going on our genetics for a couple thousand years. So you need to research about your genetics and about prokaryotic cells, because prokaryotic cells tell you the past, present, and future. Eukaryotic cells are just right now.
Also, I just want to add that I wish I could have told Cutie Pie before she left, since she said she was wondering what it is we should consume. But tyrosine raises our melanin. And tyrosine comes from many different herbs. I think basil is one of them. I think turmeric is another. But when we eat it, it raises our melanin production. But when they eat it, when the other eats it, it does nothing. So that's what it means to be harmonious with the planet and nature and what is natural and what is indigenous. I think it's autochthonous. I don't know how to pronounce that word, but it just means that we were the first thing to ever be here on Earth. Like, I think it means literally to have sprouted up out of the ground. So we got to know all different types of melanin first. That's it. That's first. When you know the type of melanin that you have and you know all five types, then you will also know what corresponds to that. That's facts, y'all. Five different types of melanin. We do not all have the same melanin. If you want to respond, open your eye.
Sorry, what did you say?
Did you want to respond? You were the one speaking. We were addressing you. We were just asking, did you want to respond?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, so, all right. Did anybody else want to join in on the conversation? Yeah, have y'all heard of Haya Mitwal? No. Oh. Well, he's a healer and he's a herbalist, I guess. And a teacher, but a lot of the stuff that y'all are saying, he says the same things. But I think it's Dr. York's teaching. I don't know if y'all have heard of Dr. York, but he has the same teachings, or I should say very similar teachings as well. So Malachi Z. York said we came from apes and literally pushed the evolution theory. Said that the so-called black woman
came from a monkey, and all of his work was based around that.
He's in jail for touching children, so we don't talk about people who do those things to their own species. So, but I hear what you're saying, though, sister. But
Yeah, the herbs. That's my main focus.
I hear you, though.
Yeah. But I did not know that. That's I knew about him being in jail, but there's so many different like people in the so-called spiritual community, and they're constantly infighting about that and who is who, but really it's just them idolizing another person. So
It's just, yeah, I hear you. It's just, like I say, you gotta be your own. You gotta tap in with you and understand you, because I'm telling you, there are a lot of people that are talking. There are a lot of false prophets. There are a lot of false teachers. There are a lot of, you know what I'm saying, sheep in wolves' clothing.
Yep. At this time right now, at this specific time, you gotta be sensitive to the voice within.
Ooh, you cooking. Where you
See
get
what I'm
that from?
saying?
Where you get that from?
You
Nah,
know what
for
I'm
real.
saying? Like, for real, though, you gotta actually be sensitive to that voice, because that's all you're gonna have. That's why I keep saying is going back to genetics in the sun. So that's the only thing you gotta worry about is your genetics. That's the blueprint.
Yeah.
That's the blueprint that your cells follow. So why don't you follow that as the organism? You see what I'm saying? All the way from the micro to the macro, to the microcosm. All of your genetics is following. All of your makeup is following your genetics. So why aren't you following that? It just doesn't make sense. That's what we need to focus on.
Every herb is not conducive to our body, just like every plant isn't. You gotta really, because there are herbs that I do not have in my house. It's not conducive to me. You know what I'm saying? So we research, 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 and it takes time. If you're working, you're putting forth energy into the literal thing that's oppressing you. I don't want to talk about nobody and is using all of their energy for the same thing that's oppressing them. At some point, we have to make the pivot and stand on all of our spiritual knowledge that we have. I don't work. The co-host doesn't work. So I'm saying we've been at this, and abundance keeps coming because we understand the way energy works. We understand who we are. And I'm not trying to force that on anybody, right? But I'm saying if you're searching, I'm saying before anything else, there was a point in time in my spirituality, I just shut the fuck up. I didn't tell nobody nothing. I did the research. When I came in contact with people, there were things I wanted to share, but I had not done enough studying to show myself approved to just yap. One thing about me, I'm not gonna yap. If I don't know it, I'm not gonna say it. I might say it to my boyfriend and he might, you know what I'm saying, but I would never say it to other people. And that's literally me and him having a conversation, protons and electrons bouncing off of each other, seeking more consciousness. See what I'm saying? So you gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to encourage my people. It's sad to see us go in a circle over and over and over again, you know what I'm saying, with racism. That shit damn near brings tears to my eyes. Because it's like, how the fuck do you not see this? And there are people that are actually have the voice, you know what I'm saying? The energy. If you just switched a little bit, shifted your conscious, shifted your energy, you would have this shit in the bag. You see what I'm saying? But that's because I acknowledge the divinity in all my brothers and sisters. The way I hold myself accountable is the same way that I hold other people accountable. See what I'm saying? I'm not going to allow misinformation to be spewed. See what I'm saying? I'm not going to allow to. Somebody came in here not too long ago saying that it was bigger than children. How? If your bloodline continues through your child, how is it bigger than children?
If we all started out as star seeds, how is it big? Like, it doesn't make sense. This is how you have to watch these people's psyche when they say things like that. See what I'm saying? When they're saying it's bigger than a species, then all right, then now I can align my mind with you. So,
right. And we don't, we're done, you know what I'm saying, talking about that. If you want to come up here and express your frequency on anything that's being discussed, feel free. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Everything is an example. You see what I'm saying? Some things are an analogy to help us, you know what I'm saying, see the bigger picture, bro. How are you coming at us and we're not even the ones that even said Malachi's York? Somebody else said that and you holding us accountable for that.
You saying do the
You
research, do the
telling us to
this.
do the research, but you haven't came up and stated one fact. You just been arguing with niggas in the comment for 2 hours. You left and came back 3-4 different times, bro.
And you ain't mentioned one thing about the children and the women. You ain't
Yeah,
mentioned
so
one thing
I'ma
about
just
that. You
make it
just been
easy
talking
for
about
you.
Malachi Z. York. You see what I'm saying? You just focusing on one individual when our whole species is in danger, especially the women and children that are getting snatched. You see what I'm saying?
Thanks.
And I had told you, I invited you to come up to actually speak on what you were saying, because you were saying that it's our blood types that we need to be. I'm like that we need to be eating according or some shit like that. You were saying something about blood types, and that's just for breeding and entertainment purposes only. You know what I'm saying? Those are just determined by antigens, which is a foreign substance, which is animal proteins for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all it is. So if you wanted to come up, you can come up and discuss. But dropping all of those paragraphs about somebody who's is in jail, it doesn't make sense.
Right. I'm not gonna defend nobody that's in there, for real. I'm not. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with me.
Although there are brothers and sisters who are in jail for
That shouldn't be.
that shouldn't
Facts.
be, but what he did, you know
Not
what I'm
that.
saying? It
Facts.
wasn't. He got caught, bro. Like it's
Facts.
all over that he got caught, and he said that we came from apes. It's in his
Facts.
books.
I'm not even
So we're
finna
not
even listen to
you
that.
see what I'm saying? Why I don't got time to focus on that while my species is currently
That's what I'm saying.
unaliving mentally and physically. You see what I'm saying? Why am I focusing on all of these things when my children and women are
Facts.
missing? When my brothers and sisters don't know who they is at all, and we
Facts.
subscribing to an animalistic, dogmatic system. It
Facts.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
So
that's
it
what I
just shows
meant.
the psyche that you're thinking, your thought process. That just shows me what you're daily thinking about. Instead of thinking about your actual species, you're thinking about one person who gave you false knowledge of yourself, and you clinged on to that.
Yeah.
Your emotions clinged on to that when you didn't see it for really what it was. And as a man, we have to have vision. We have to see something and then see it in the future on where it's gonna lead up to. So that's all I'm saying, my brother. But yeah, abundance, like we had a good live today, and I hope people really understood the message, which is to know thyself, which is the number one rule in the cosmos. Every organic organisms all over throughout the universe know to know themselves. That's it. That's all you have to do. So just please keep doing that, my brothers and sisters. That's it.
Yeah, facts. We're worried about, or not worried, but we're focused on what's happening here. Like, you see what I'm saying? What I can actually change right now. And like I said, shifting your reality. Go ahead, Black. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me
Facts,
now?
Doctor.
Yeah.
Facts.
Okay, so my question is about the melanin. You said that we have different types of melanin. So did you mean melanin or melanin, like all melanin?
So there are different types of melanin. What do you think?
Uh,
Like
neural?
if I'm saying that there's different types of melanin, and I said that there were, I actually gave the number a couple of times. What do you think?
Uh, it's 5 different types, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you meant all melanin?
Five types that we know of, yes.
Okay.
That
Okay.
scientists classify, yes.
Oh, the eumelanin, the phenomelanin, neuromelanin, that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, that was my question.
Yeah. And then yeah. Each melanin is what all animals is what all forms of life fall under. Now I didn't mean to say animals, but all forms of life fall under. So there's different types of animals that fall. I mean, I keep saying animal. Different type of organisms that fall under different types of melanin. That's what I'm saying. So like for pheomelanin, all animals fall under that. For allomelanin or botanical melanin, chlorophyll, you will see only plants being that. But for neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight, you will see solar beings. You will see us. It's us, and we have a universal family. So it's about you just gotta study the melanin. That's what it is. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and it's the only molecule that condenses sunlight.
Okay, so the herbs. I have a few herbs, and I mean, how do we know? Like for me personally, how I know if a herb is for me or if it works for me is just trial and error. I drink a lot of clove tea, but I tried I think it was neem. I tried some neem tea and it tasted horrible. So I'm assuming like that is how we would know anything is just like trying and like listening to our bodies, right? You gotta
Prokaryotic cells have a strict diet, so
study what's prokaryotic and eukaryotic.
you gotta learn about what you're supposed to eat. You are what you eat. See what I'm saying? You're composed of the sun, so we eat the sun. These species are composed of those animals, so they eat the animals. The cow, chicken, pig, they're composed of those exact same animals, and they eat them. And we're not supposed. That's why we're not supposed to be eating that. We're supposed to be eating straight particles off the sun. So that's you just gotta keep going with that. That's the breadcrumbs that I'm leaving.
What abundance? Anybody else?
Yeah, you basically use herbs to heal the body. You feel me? The herbs are not a natural consumption for the body. The only thing you basically need is hydration and electrical charges, basically. So if you basically looking for consumption to actually eat something, like you will basically need H3O2, and you get that from fruit. You feel me? Like if you have to put something in your mouth, fruit will be the best go-to, even though they got mad bullshit they do to the fruit. You feel me? They touch everything from pesticides to everything. But if you got to put something in your mouth, I would say fruit. But herbs are basically to heal the body. You got to basically study the herb to understand what it's going to do to you. You just can't just be putting any herb in your body. You got to just understand. It's a lot of studying to do. It's a lot of studying you got to do.
Like we said, do that inner work. That's it. All these questions that you're asking, you gotta ask yourself. At the end of the day, after all you're gonna it's gonna run back. You're gonna have to ask yourself at some point in time. So just do that, and it will come to you. We're the same species. So what my brother said was right. Abundance for that, brother. So does anybody have anything else to add as well?
Go ahead. Oriana, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I just joined. I didn't realize you were talking to me. Hi. We are not the same species to what?
What do you,
What's
what's
your
your question?
So we are not the same species. Who's we? Who's the other species we're comparing ourselves to?
Do you think that we're the same species?
We as a human race?
yes?
No, absolutely not. You're unique to our cultural experiences, our adaptations, absolutely. So what works for one doesn't work for the other.
Okay, abundance and gratitude. Go ahead, Cosmic.
Love and greatness to everyone on the panel. Um, I just got off a live, but your live popped up, and the brother said some interesting things about the herbs, so it kind of drew my attention into the live. But we are not the same species. To add on to what you were saying, we are all different species. All of us have different genetics and makeup. Um, I understand that from a deeper level. I really do. I just try not to put that as much as of a label because you still have other beings that are high vibrational that do have an understanding and are really not truly against you. But I do understand we're not the same species. And I wanted to speak on what the brother said about the herbs because it is different herbs you have to understand about because some herbs they have their own natural enzyme development system where they don't want to be put in the body. So if you digest these herbs, these same herbs could easily make you ill or cause disruption and balance within the body. So yeah, that's that's definitely what I had to say.
Right, that goes back to eating according to your genetic makeup so you know what's actually conducive to your body, not just what has benefits and what's good, right? So even though something has benefits or even though something has pros to it does not mean that it should still go in your body. So I just want to make that clear. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to studying you, studying the earth itself. What's conducive to her would also be conducive to you. So go ahead.
You're definitely right, guys. And I want to speak to Ether about yeah, ill is an illusion. You're right. So I'm gonna say much more of a dis-ease to the organic machine, and definitely you want to be attached and you want to be aligned with this alignment that's coming in within January the 20th. See this is an alignment that's gonna have you set straight. Because if you're not aligned and cleansed within inside the body, then you won't be cleansed within inside the conscience. So when you don't have these alignments that line up with Mother Nature and the cosmos, then you're not really going to be able to do the work. You're not going to be able to be online, and you're going to be caught in the wrong reality. So you doing the work behind what you need to be doing right now for the next few days is very intense because the energy is intense. That's why it has us up at this point in time right now, and the energy is very high. Once the energy is high at this time in the moment, because this is witching hours, the energy is going to change. So with us receiving a lot of photon and plasma energy that's coming in, you want to be aligned with this. Once this happens on January the 20th, this is a change, a shift of everything. So it's not just me getting on the panel and speaking, and it's not for us to just be on the panel and just be speaking. We actually want to do the work behind this. So you actually want to be able to be aligned because this is when everything shifts. Not sure.
The shift has been here. It's been here. This energy has been on the planet since 2015. It's just
It has, but it's a different energy. It's a twin feminine energy. So you have your angelic energy and you have your demonic energy. So the angelic energy creates light the same way the demonic energy creates darkness and light. So these energies are working together. So as they work together, they start to increase a little more. So it's multiplied. The energy's been there, but it's multiplied differently. So a lot of understanding about chaos. So you a lot of people are going through the chaotic stages, but chaos is not to be looked or turned away from it. It's for you to embrace it because chaos is going to elevate you to a higher conscience because you can't control the chaos. You just have to move in the flow state with it.
The energy that we're talking about is UVC radiation, and that's been here since 2015, is what we're saying. And now it's all it did was just amplify. Now that the ozone layer is being peeled back more and more due to the solar prominences that's piercing, and that's what we're explaining. So I feel what you're saying, but this energy that we're talking about is UVC radiation that's been here ground level.
No problem, brother. I'm not really big on putting labels on none of the energy for real, to be honest. And I'm not here to debate about what energy is here. All I understand is me going within inside. I know this energy is much deeper than us. Is the serpent frequency? Is a different energy. This is the feminine energy. So I do understand about we just have the different perspectives of how we going about it.
it's
And,
not different.
It's always been the feminine energy.
It
That's what we're saying.
he didn't say anything different than you.
Yeah,
That's what we mean when we say understanding the physical and how it relates to the etheric. I mean
yeah,
to the metaphysical. Y'all literally just said the same thing.
oh, no problem. Yeah, gratitude.
yeah. Abundance, brother.
but it's just because it's just the energy was labeled like to say.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
got you. Abundance, y'all. Anybody else, y'all? I'm circling back through the panel. I just
Yes.
was.
So the seismic shift that I felt personally was during the C19, if that's a term that I can use here on TikTok, because I know there's a lot of words that are banned. The
That's fine.
fear factor that came along with that changed people's reasonable people that delved into the fear and dived down deep into the fear and started acting irrationally over quite a rational situation. Let's call that. That's one of the things that I felt personally in my growing time as somebody that understands the frequency of the earth.
So I just to clarify. So basically, what you're saying is you were able to see. Hold on. I was
To feel.
you were able to, yeah, you were able to feel the shift, but I know that you said something about people acting irrational and
Yes.
acting fear based. So can are you saying in reaction to?
The C19.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Huge shift.
So you're saying that the C19 was what caused the shift?
In fear, yes. The fear factor. Everybody was afraid. The frequency changed from the fear of the entire world, pretty much.
So that was created as a distraction to keep our people fear. But the energy on the planet that we have right now is the same that was here in C19. It hasn't changed.
It ha-
It's increased because we've rose in consciousness. We've matched that vibration. So the people that are matching that vibration they are sentient to that. So I'm saying they are one with that. The people who are still asleep are still asleep.
right.
So
Oh, I
yeah, even
believe
then
me.
versus now, it's still fear. You see what I'm saying? It's even more fear because of everything that's happening. And we're just saying that the physical reason behind what's happening is the increasing of the UVC radiation. And to the brother's point down there that's saying that it's the rise of the divine feminine is absolutely correct. He just explained metaphysically what's taking place physically. You know what I'm saying? We're using this language. We're in this frequency. So yes, we say so called, right? We know that these titles can't even describe, you know what I'm saying? But for context purposes, UVC radiation. So I'm saying the people in here, they want to know what they can look into because a lot of people already already understand and can feel the spiritual shift. They can't physically or they can't articulate it, and so they don't really know that they should.
They don't know how to
They don't.
structure what they're
Yeah, what they're
seeing.
seeing, and they don't
Yeah.
know
And,
thyself.
and I certainly
Hold on.
I
Let
certainly
it.
do not know what UVC radiation is. Has that anything to do with ultraviolet? I don't know.
Yeah, UVC is ultraviolet light.
Okay.
UV is
All right.
ultraviolet.
So I'm not too far away, but to be honest with you, while I felt the seismic shift, my God, did I feel it? And I'm going to be honest, it's not something that I had a gift to have all my life. And so when I had the ability to feel, see, and have dreams of things that could happen, it was very real to me, and I almost felt that I was alien in my body, and that's a long story. But you're right. Yeah, I'm still learning. That's the main point.
You're still remembering. That's what the shift that you're referring to is how the coronal mass ejection unlocked dormant DNA. So of course you're gonna feel that because microcosm to macrocosm. So what's taking place on a cellular or even a quantum level, you're gonna feel that on a macro level. So that's what you're feeling. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? But
And
see, some
for
people,
me, it came prior.
hold
It,
on, hold on. Some people have not felt a shift since then. That's the thing. Some people are not getting those shifts, or what you see what I'm saying? Everybody is in a
right.
different energy because everybody is not doing the spiritual work to align with Earth's natural frequency. Now, I just want to ask the panel, I'm just going to go one by one, straight down, right? Can anybody tell me with numbers what is Earth's natural frequency without switching your apps and looking at Google? I'm going to start with Black.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Latanya? Latanya, would you happen to know?
No, I don't.
Dion, would you happen to know?
432, right? Something like that. 432 hertz.
Okay.
Oriana?
Uh, I
Oriana?
I know it has something to do with sound, and I had downloaded an app that would change all my music from Apple to be in that frequency, but it's been a long time. Has it got anything to do with sound? That's my question.
It's
Mm.
definitely
I'm just
432.
asking for the number, but
It,
go
Yeah,
ahead.
I've forgotten. I've forgotten.
it does.
Two five two five two
Hold on, y'all. One at a
four.
time. Hold on. One at a time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, Ether.
Isn't it supposed to be 7.4?
Okay. Go ahead. The bottom, who is that? Cosmic frequency. Cosmic frequency.
My fault. I thought it was 783 hertz.
Okay. Earth's natural frequency is 555. We were vibing as low as 7.8, and then we rose to 40 and went from an incremental change from 40 to 111 around C19. So you can only imagine what it is now. So I'm saying they stopped reporting the raise of her frequency using the Schumann resonance.
Mm.
So that information is hard to find. I'm so glad that I have a book
Oh my god.
that was created around that time where they captured probably the last of it. So I just wanted y'all to know, you know what I'm saying? 555. And that's what is also labeled as the you know what I'm saying, the frequency of change, transformation.
Mm.
So that's her natural frequency. Henrietta lacks cells, all of our cells, right? Because there's no genetic difference between us, right? All replicate and live on, immortal cells. So again, that's why I say study the earth, study the cosmos, and you'll understand you. You'll see similarities, and you will then know your biological identifications of this planet. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. It's actually not hard. But when you use history and when you use his narrative, when you use his story, what he wants you to know, you'll never see the truth about you. You're only understanding their narrative, which is their perspective of you. Why would you let somebody with a completely different integumentary system, someone who has fur, someone who's eukaryotic, someone has at least 5 different animals speaking through one nucleus for them, a 6 ether being, and you know that you're 9 etheric. Why would you let them police them on a planet that you're biologically that you biologically identify with?
And brother Dion, you was on something when you said 432 because 432 hertz is actually what every living thing
Yeah,
goes through
He's right. He's right.
to vibrate on a
bees.
physical level. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? To exist on a to first come on a physical level, you need to vibrate at 432 hertz. So I seen that. So
Yeah,
you are on something with that. So you got to
yeah.
keep researching that because you are on something
That
with
that was
that.
that's
That
when he
was good.
said that I'm like he knows something like
Yeah, for real.
that was
That's
abundance, brother.
how light turns into matter first.
Facts.
432.
432.
And there's an app that can transform all your music on your iPhone or whatever to 432 frequency,
Oh,
so that
that's
you can
Yeah,
hear
they
it
can
from a.
do. It can do all of them, all frequencies. You see what I'm
That is
saying? All
exactly
of them.
why I don't listen to certain music. And I've been trying, I'm a single mother And my children, you know, they've grown up through this oh goodness. And I try and tell them everything is not good for your soul. It's not good for your soul, your spirit. No, we're not listening to that because the frequencies, it's all about the vibrations. It really is. And again, I've already spoke to Skywalker and Dion earlier before a lot of you all came into the panel. I've had my own awakening. It was 3 years ago, and I've really gone through my steps in understanding who we are as a culture, as a people. We are those. If we don't understand how powerful we are, like we're not going to get anywhere. We're not. And a lot of the Beyonce music, the Jay-Z, the Diddy, I'm done with that. Like I stopped that 3 years ago. I don't know if you all agree with that or not, but it is something deep within this celebrity industry that is very dark, is very and that's a subject for another day. So I'm just gonna go with Black Walker because she specifically said we are not the same species. So we're gonna stick to this subject. But I cannot wait for the day that you come up with that subject. I am so ready
No,
for
we
that.
discuss it all the time. You know what I'm saying? They're just puppets. You see what I'm saying? Those are
Oh,
people that have already, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote, sold their energy, right, to people that want to manipulate it. So I'm saying I totally agree with you. Those are sellouts.
mm,
This when we were talking about Malachi York, that's a sellout. You see what I'm saying?
mm.
Rashad Jamal, hate to break it to you, but that's a sellout. That man is not behind bars. You got to do the research.
You
You
got
gotta do the
to.
research, and then beyond that too, the energy will tell you. Energy will
Hmm.
tell you, and you'll really just be led to the information as well.
Hmm. Hmm.
Especially now, it wasn't always like that for me, and I'll admit that it wasn't always like that for me. You see what I'm saying? But it is now, and there's no way that I can't even explain how I know certain things. I knew what somebody was eating before a whole like 6 hours before it was even told to me. You see what I'm saying? I had already thought in my head the type of food. My sister called me about 4 to 6 hours, nah, not even, about 2 to 3 hours later and said, I found such and such. You see what I'm saying? It's not, it's the energy, we're all connected. And when you understand telepathy, when you understand ascension, when you understand you, and the more you keep driving this stuff home with your brothers and sisters, it's gonna unlock the dormant DEA. Because you see what I'm saying? We're suns, composed of many suns that have many suns, MANY and NINI. See what I'm saying? So all of that, those suns, when we're talking about the solar flares, the M-class solar flares that are unlocking our dormant DEA, it's literally the sun. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. You see what I'm saying? So we're the sun walking in the flesh, literally. So when we say the sun is separating us, it's separating what's real, what's prokaryotic, and from what's eukaryotic. And if you are eating eukaryotic vegetables, eukaryotic organisms like meat, you see what I'm saying? Eukaryotic plants like broccoli, you know what I'm saying? Kale, cruciferous vegetables, bok choy, all this shit, chicken, beef, pork is eukaryotic, and the eukaryotic cell is what's being depleted from the plant. This is the reason why they can't reproduce with themselves. This is the reason why all of their systems are shutting down. This is the reason why things are amping up globally across the planet, all because of UVC radiation. And like the brother said, it's the rise of the divine feminine. So niggas cannot sleep anymore. You are going to be wide awake whenever the truth comes out. You can't sleep because the
Okay,
information
but I
is
want to
present
say
in you.
something
And let
to.
me just finish my last point and I'm almost
Okay,
done.
I promise. Okay,
I forgot what I was saying. Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I seen the last message, and I'm not sure if you are able to see. And I told you that I'm a newcomer to a live. I've never intercepted myself on a live, but there is the last message that I seen was from S Speak Life. She said, "But I don't expose my kids to the type of music she leads hers to listen to. Children does a lot of things behind our backs that we have no control of. They go to school every day. They are in this ungodly world, like the world of what the world is. We're not going to talk about religion because I respect you on saying that this is not the channel for that. You can How can you say that your kids, if your kid, unless they have no phones, no iPods, no iPads, how can you honestly say that your children has not been open to the type of secular music that we can all honestly say that we've heard Jay-Z, we've heard P. Diddy, we've heard all of this. So when you try to come on this live and belittle someone to say that my children are not, you don't know what your children are doing behind your back, because I thought the same way. I thought the same way. You have to speak with your children. You have to get yourself right before you can even guide and teach your children the right way. And unless you have, I'm just going to agree and disagree with you and say, maybe you have. But do not come on this live and say that you just got the perfect mechanism, the perfect remedy. You don't know what your children could possibly be doing behind your back. I don't like that. And I'm sorry, Dion. I'm sorry, Skyweather. But that last comment to say that you have that much control. This world is too low vibrational for
I
you to
want
say
to
that
put
you
your wisdom.
absolutely know that your children doesn't listen to this type of music. We all have been exposed to it.
Oh
Yes.
God,
That's what I grew up on. P.
I
Diddy,
wanted to.
Puff
I'm,
Daddy. Yeah, we grew up on that. And we are
Yeah.
still all right.
Yeah.
Because the world
Hold
and
on.
the frequency
Hold
understood that.
on. Hold on. The sister wasn't disagreeing. I think there's a misunderstanding.
that's what I was ready to say.
Yeah, she was actually agreeing with you. She was talking about Beyonce.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't talking about anybody in this room. And to be honest, I just wanted to respond. If you're sending your children, because I don't have any kids, none of us have kids. We need to drop that. Kids are baby goats. So nobody in here, prokaryotic should have kids. We
Mm-hmm.
have children. We have star seeds.
Mm-hmm.
None of
Mm-hmm.
us should be sending our children to their schools. That's the reason why you're not in control, because you're allowing eukaryotic organisms to influence your child's life and their thinking. So that's a parental issue that only each of us as parents, I'm not a parent yet, but that's something that you have to take up with you. So I'm saying when we know the truth, we move better. And she was just expressing that her children are homeschooled. So she's now in control, which is the reason why she said what she said. But I have a new guest on the panel. I just wanted to introduce the new guest. Go ahead, Taj.
What's up? I just was off or on a live with a psychic, somebody who does tarot and stuff. We were just having a high level conversation, and it kind of was in the same realm of what y'all talking about, on how we really have different perceptions, and of course they want to pass down, or I'm not gonna say they. Of course, it is a widespread propaganda, I would say, especially with sex, especially with violence, that's put out in the music, and the music is more so where it is, I want to say drawn in from, or the bottom line, outside of the depiction we see on TV and the things we play in games, music is the most widespread of the influence. So I don't know what y'all was talking about before, but I do want to just say, music, if you could stop or get your kid on, or not kid, like you said, the starseed children, if you could get them started at a young age, understanding what it does, the frequencies and vibrations, I feel like that's a good start. And I was gonna ask a question as well, because I do have a son at a
Mm-hmm.
young age, and I'm just I'm in my whole developing and growth. So I just want to know how or what steps should I go about with the not more so putting them into just regular school, but just how would I go about that, especially seeing as his people or his mother's side is so traditional and would basically make me seem crazy when yeah. So
Oh, could I
So
speak?
Yeah, go ahead. That's I was really. I don't know if I should have said question mark or something because that was kind of choppy how I ended that. But yeah, I just want to know or
I just
advise.
want to I just want to speak one time, and I'm going to leave the panel because but no, Skywalker is she's very high intelligent, but this is what I want to speak on before I leave on the panel, and I'm agree with Skywalker what she said. Words have vibration, so everything that you speak out your throat chakra off that tongue has a vibration. So how you carry your words is how you shape your reality. And I want to say this too. Like you have to let go of those energies that's combative. That's the thing about this alignment. You gotta let go of everything that's a distraction. And they're just putting distractions. Even if somebody's in the comment and they say something that's off the board of the subject, don't entertain that because that's not where your conscious should be at. Your conscious should be on gaining wisdom and taking the wisdom in and pouring it out. And see, that's the thing that's really starting to really bother me with our people. We so intrigued on fertilizing the things that don't mean nothing to us on the way on this journey. We don't have to entertain that. What we need to entertain is understanding ourself as one, self mastery, and that's understanding that. And once you understand that, you'll be able to live with duality. So you'll understand the feminine and the masculine energy. Until we understand that, we're going to always have combative situations. Don't worry about what somebody's going to say in the comments. You're gaining the wisdom that you're gaining from Skywatcher, and she's giving the gems. So I came in the live because I actually it was intrigued when I heard her speaking, and the other guy was speaking on the herbs. But I'm more on uplifting my people. I'm more on staying focused on where I got to go. I'm more on staying deep in meditation within self because I know what this alignment brings. And see, it's just been thrown out there. Oh, it's just an alignment. No, this is not just an alignment. You can already see reality shifting. You can already see people living in different timelines. So if you understand what's going on, then you'll be more focused on self. And I love y'all. Gratitude and love for you on Skywatcher.
yeah,
I,
abundance, brother. That was wonderfully said. You know what I'm saying? Wonderfully said because what he's shedding light on is the fact that the war is within. You see war outside of you because you're not understanding the war that's going on within you. You see what I'm saying? Abundance and gratitude with that.
And I wanted to say that you said you wanted to know what you needed to do with the family that doesn't know and all these things. First, you gotta understand anatomy on yourself. You gotta understand the body that you use 100% of the time. So you gotta understand that right there first, and understand that you need to understand who you are, not just for you, but for your family that you're building. And you gotta have a long talk with other about where y'all need to head because you're coming into this knowledge and they're not. So you gotta go into this knowledge too, but you gotta strengthen your brain for that. Because when this shuts down, it's gonna be about your immediate focus. So y'all gotta be on the same wavelength and everything will match for each other. And I was just saying that. So you just you think you already know this, but you dive into your genetic makeup, and you will see that you wouldn't need to keep your children in school or anything like that. Just need to pull back or lane. You know what I'm saying? Just need to be teaching your own children about themselves. That's what I got to do. That's your job as a masculine. You need to protect and enforce feminine person around you. So she need to be on the same wavelength as you. So the star seed. And where you want that star seed to head in the future. You see what I'm saying? Because from 0 to 12, that's the imprint years of the child, and then after a while, after 13, then the child starts to think for itself. So you got to start telling the child the truth. That's what children need is the truth.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They were always gonna think for themselves and do their own thing. They have their own brain. They have their own neurons. You have to teach them how to use that though, so they can make calculated decisions on their own. That's it. You don't have to control them or be on top of them all the time. You just got to tell them the truth of what this really is. The reason why they're doing all these things is because the elders of the past they're not telling them the truth.
They're telling them to go to school. They're telling them to get an education. They're telling them to be a consumer of the system. That's what we have to let. That's what we have to let go. Just by knowing yourself. So you want to teach. You want to teach your child that either prokaryotic cell or that he needs to be a businessman in a monkey suit. Because that's what those suits are. It's monkey suits. So, you know what I'm saying?
So can I guess rephrase or reiterate, how would you go about, you know, talking to your children, child, with the traditional way of everything being, and how would you like not get them to like really focus or hone in on what you're trying to say, but yeah, damn.
So
It's 'cause
so what do you think?
what do I think?
Yeah.
More so because I don't, and of course you would never know, but it always advised. But it's like I want to make sure the information or the knowledge is getting to them. That's really my whole frustrating or restraint or why I'm even questioning it, because it's like I want to make sure it's getting to him. Not saying I'm not having him enough, and I guess that would more so be it too. Like I should have him around me way more, because that is literally how it stops from whatever else he's hearing or whatever else he's doing or living into or
How old is
seeing.
the starseed?
Star seeds, because my daughter, I mean, I'm
Hold on, sister. How old is the starseed?
Oh, he's 5.
Okay. So in the past, so if he's 5 now, how else were you able to teach him how to grasp the things that he knows at 5?
Aside from me being young and dumb and being frustrated and him getting it, like more so my emotions behind whatever I was trying to, tell him or teach him. I've been really just trying to not let him learn it for himself, but like I'm saying right now, advise him and then see, what mistakes or where he, his trial and error, just letting him go through it. But, me putting my little light in here and there. And not saying, seeing him still fuck up or anything, because he's like, he's 5. So it's like not even that, but, more so just, I don't know, wanting him to be constructed into, I don't know. Not I don't know, but just it's
Yeah,
very
no,
hard to
no,
talk.
because you don't. Be
Yeah,
honest. You know what I'm
I don't.
saying? Out of the mouth, the heart speaks. You don't, and that's the reason why you're asking. So when it comes to your children, I'm listen, just hear me out, okay? That's something that you have to sit with you and the other parent and figure out what's best for your star seed. The mother's genetics rule in every situation. It's her chromosomes that rule, and it's her body that actually constructs the child. So you need to be tapping in with the mother because you are your mother's child. All of that genetic material was transferred through her. 95% of her DNA is within that star seed. Ask the mother. If the mother is not on the same vibration as you, then I can't help y'all and nobody
I was
else.
just gonna say.
That starts with y'all. And so you have to ask yourself these questions first before anybody else.
Yeah, and I guess that's really what I'm fighting, or fighting the feeling or running from, because it's like and this is probably just my thought process on her too, but I don't feel like she's conducive to growing out of where she's. I feel like she's very, comfortable with what she's doing and has repeated some of the same things. Not saying just ignorance, but it's just like I don't know. It's the stigmatism of hood and just wanting to be Project Ratchet. Like I don't know. I feel like she lives into that rather than just growing in the growth. Like she buy my son the Jordans or something rather than I don't know. Just it's just like tricky. But like you said, you wouldn't know, and it's more so is for me to find out. It's just asking just to hear some advice, hear some words.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you the best advice. The best advice is to listen to you. Seriously. Which comes from knowing thyself, which means that you have to study you. Everything that you relearn or come into remembrance again, you'll just pass down to the star seed. That's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's it. Everything that our study your anatomy, study the masculine energy, and that's what you should be teaching the star seed, especially if that's a masculine star seed.
Yeah,
I'm saying if you're raising a masculine, then you need to be teaching him what
masculinity.
facts.
And outside of that, where would or not where, but because it's funny, I didn't have my father in my life, so it's not kind of hard, trying to get the trajectory of masculinity and the same in femininity, whatever. But basically, just knowing the difference, like, cause like y'all, or like it's commonly known, we were one before we split into two, and then split into races and all of that. So it's like I feel like I'm more in touch with my feminine side because I was around a lot of women. I mean, of course, I was around dudes and just, but I feel like that's just the hierarchy of masculinity. Like, oh yeah, be strong, be protecting. Like, what is real masculinity? So, like, not saying where should I go search for these answers of masculinity, but how more so do you say, or what would you advise with that?
Man, you
Let me
gotta.
elaborate on that if I can, man. From
Yes,
father to
sir.
father, man. Let me elaborate on
Go
that.
ahead, I'm listening. I'm here.
Like I got a 6 year old son myself, you feel me? And as men, you feel me, everybody might not agree with this. Everybody got their own interpretation, but I feel a man's job is to lead. You feel me? We bring these kids here and it's our job to guide them. You feel me? If you are in this woman's life, you feel me? If you are in a relationship to where the mother is around, you feel me? Then it's gonna be good for y'all to be on the same page mentally. You feel me? You said something about street life or something like that. So if y'all don't have the same focus mentally, regardless of y'all having that child, y'all not gonna be able to go on a far path. You feel me? I'm a single dad. You feel me? My son's mother is not around. She chose drugs instead of being around him. So I'm doing this by myself. I have to guide my son with logic. I can't use emotion. You feel me? An emotional man will be in jail. Like if we went around here, using emotion, we would be in jail or dead. So when raising a kid, you got to use logic. That's the best thing you can do. You got to use logic and you got to tell them the truth. Like somebody else said, you got to tell your kids the truth. Like my son does go to public school. I hate that. You feel me? It's something that I deal with. He does go to public school. But I can't let that be my son's main teacher. I'm my son's teacher. I teach him what he needs to know. I teach him the facts of life and how this world works. He has to know how this world works, and we are at the bottom of the map. I teach him everything. He's 6 years old, and I don't hide nothing from him. I talk to him just like I'm talking to y'all right now. So you feel me? My best advice would be, since you got a good heart, you feel me? Just go with that. You wanting to do right by your child is going to make you do the right thing. You feel me? So
Yes.
just try to be on the same page with your woman with that. You feel me? Like you the man, you supposed to step up and you're supposed to lead both of them. But it's hard for us to do that sometimes. You feel me? So you just got to find somebody you're on the same page with if you can.
Yeah. And I guess that's really.
I wanted to say something. Like, as a man, you gotta know how to get in and how to get yourself in and out of situations mentally and physically. You know what I'm saying? And you also have to enforce and protect your family. That's your responsibility. So,
Exactly.
as so-called black men for the whole species, we protect our women and our children, no matter where they are on the planet, no matter where they are on the universe. That's our responsibility throughout the whole universe. But for your whole family, I would say that. You know what I'm saying? That's what you gotta focus on, and you gotta study more about science. Science tells you a lot about divine feminine and divine masculine. If you study protons, you would learn a lot about the man. That's exactly how so-called black men are supposed to move on a macro level, and that's the same way the sun moves and how the sun reacts. So once you study more about that, that's why I say once you study more about your anatomy, you will be able to navigate and help you guide your children. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to add to what Dion was saying. The brother Dion was saying abundance to that. So I would just say that you got to learn about that. Yeah, we're the protectors of the species, the enforcers of the species. We put order into that, to the feminine energy. The masculine puts order into that. So that, like everybody's been saying, you got to speak to your woman about this. You got to have a long talk about where y'all want to take
There's
I'm
so
not with them
population.
either, by the way. I didn't mention to say that. It's already divided. Not saying how it be, but it's divided already. Yeah.
It's not divided. It's really not because
Man, she with a
you know,
dude.
I hear a lot of you all. I see the comments, but I hear a lot of you guys accents, and I'm saying I'm from Georgia. Okay, so I come from and, and it's not anything to do with the cosmos because I know who I am. It's just that my physical vessel landed here in Georgia. I've had my grandparents tell me stories of plantations. Going through slavery. You guys sound like and I don't judge, but you guys sound like y'all higher north than some of these southern people that actually got generations that really went through, you know, a lot of the YT pain. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. I'm in Georgia, and I'm not gonna kid you. I've had my grandmothers, my grandfathers have given me stories of and it's so I'm not gonna go into that right now. But
Sister, I have a question.
uh-huh.
What are you talking about? Because we
I was
were
gonna say, what
talking
is this in
about
reference to?
No,
Yeah.
no, no. I'm saying this. Okay. We're talking okay.
hold on. I
I'm
haven't
here.
even asked. I wasn't done.
Okay.
I
I'm
was just
sorry.
saying, what are you referring to? Are you
They be on it.
Okay. Correct me if I'm just we all have came into a vessel. I don't know if you were in California, North Dakota, South Dakota, New York, New Jersey. There are lineages that we've come from. And I'm not saying this to say that no one's had a better life than the other, but there are certain parts of the story of YT people that have taken certain vessels through certain type of situations that has been passed down through life. I'm not saying that, oh, well, we all come from the same cosmos, like we're the same people, but there are certain energies that I feel like cling on to your past, what you've gone through. And that's why I'm here, just learning. I'm not saying no one's better than the other. And this is another thing. If I can just put this out here, we have 44 people right now in here. Every time I've spoken, I really felt like I've been attacked. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be honest. But something's clinging me to you all. I've listened to a lot of lives, but there's something about you guys' live that has been so raw, so uncut, so real. So if I say something that may not, I'm not on I don't feel like I'm on the level you guys are on as far as the knowledge and the understanding that you guys have got on. I just always have said every time I've spoken that I'm just here to learn. But it always seemed like if I say the wrong word that I'm being attacked. And I don't like that. I just want to be
I'm not
encouraged.
attacking you. I'm not
Mhm.
attacking you.
But
I'm,
when you say, what are you saying?
but sister, I have
Yes, ma'am.
spoken several times tonight, and you have
Mhm.
cut me off. Okay,
This might have been twice.
several times. Like I'm speaking right now, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
being overtalked.
Mm.
So I'm not trying to come at you, but if there is a word and I must keep saying it, I hold my people accountable. It's facts
Mm-hmm.
and feelings in here. And see, here's
Mm-hmm.
the thing. When we're discussing facts, I'm gonna come clean with you. I don't care about feelings. I
Mm.
don't, and you shouldn't either. Because when truth is being discussed,
Mm-hmm.
you shouldn't feel some type of. I'm not saying that feelings aren't important,
Mm-hmm.
but when it comes to the truth is going to always override your
The
feelings.
feelings. So do
Right.
you
So
not think that if all of
I'm
our
not,
vessels came out of California,
sister,
North Dakota,
I land my
South
plane? Can
Dakota,
I literally land my plane and I'll let you speak?
I'm learning. I
Right,
will listen.
right.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, see, I actually lost my point, and that's why I be saying, y'all, please just let everybody speak and
And I
articulate their
receive.
frequency.
You see what I'm saying?
Can
Because
I
if
not say I respect that? If I need to be quiet, just tell me. Don't even apologize. If I need to apologize, I will, because I don't know that this is new to me. I'm
no,
learning.
over talking and having mannerisms is not new to anybody that's in here.
Oh, it is for certain
No,
people though. You don't know everybody's background.
if I tell you 12,000 times,
It
please do
hasn't
not
been that
over.
long. And that may be why it's only 40.
Okay, ma'am, we don't. Why is your vibration switching? You came in here differently than where you are right now. I'm not attacking you. Anytime somebody says something that is inaccurate, and I have said in here, I will not allow misinformation to be spread on my panel because I've gotten snatched down for misinformation. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that for no. When I say no over talking, I've gotten taken down and banned for a week at a time for over talking. I'm not just saying that to be a certain way, y'all. There are TikTok rules. The fact that I even have to come to TikTok to wake my people up is a problem. I'm gonna come clean for every 50 people that are in here. I do not care about feelings. Okay? Nobody is thinking about feelings when our children are getting snatched, when our women are getting snatched. I'm here about the facts. My piece is different from your piece. I don't go to somebody else's live and tell them how to run their live. I don't project my feelings in other people's lives. If the truth is being spewed in there, then I have to internally accept the truth or choose not to. That's an internal choice. That live will continue to go on or not. It's not up to me. You see what I'm saying? I'm not an energetic match for that discussion. I won't be having it. Simple as that. But people come in here, they type whatever they want in the comments, they say whatever, and that's fine. I will get you out of here. My goal is to help my people remember who they are. And I feel like the most effective and efficient way is genetics. You asked me, you told me you wanted to know your origin. That's what we're going to discuss. We're not the same species. All this other feeling, theoretical, mystical shit, I couldn't care less. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these questions that we're asking, you got to ask yourself first. That is a fact. That's truth. I don't need nobody to ask me. You see what I'm saying? I need you to step up and ascend. That's how we ascend collectively. So if you don't have anybody in your corner holding you accountable, then you can never hold. If you can't hold yourself accountable, then don't expect other people to. This is not the room. This is not the room for that. So I understand there are some newcomers. You know what I'm saying? I posted one video and ended up at 10.5K. You see what I'm saying? I didn't know that that was going to happen. I know that there are new people in here. I'm not going to shrink my vibration for anybody. You see what I'm saying? We have to ascend collectively. If when y'all go live on your platform, I wouldn't expect for you to descend just to ascend. That's not how energy works. We have to each raise to the vibration, not my vibration, to the planets. That's where we come from. We come from the cosmos. Okay? No one is attacking you, sister. But if you say something that is inaccurate because I care about our ascension, I will say, not exactly, sister. No, it's this. Now we gotta, this is what it, and that's not just you. That's been to everyone on the panel. The brother just asked, what do I do for this? Nah, brother, what do you think? That's holding my people accountable. Okay? So did anybody else want to chime in on the conversation? Anybody else wanted to say something or respond? What's
Yeah,
up,
I got a
y'all?
question. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead and ask.
Can I ask a question to the host?
Go ahead and ask.
Hello, host?
Anybody else have something that they wanted to share?
Cause she rude
Mason?
as fuck. She rude. She not even gonna answer him. This live is like, I've been on here for 2 hours. I don't get this. Like, I gotta find another panel that has the same.
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
make it
Go
easy
ahead,
for you,
Mason.
sis. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Why would you sit here for 2 hours and you didn't care and you literally asked us questions the entire time? We literally said go ahead and ask. So
Yeah, I
you see
said
what I'm
go ahead and
saying?
ask.
I don't know if somebody, you know what I'm saying, what they ingested in their body or what meat. I don't know. So I'm saying, how do you stay in a room for 2 hours and then tweak out? That's weird. Go ahead.
What makes us different species?
What makes us the same species scientifically and biologically?
I mean, we all have the same root genes of Homo sapien Neanderthals. That's scientific. We all have the same DNA-based roots, which is seen in science. With.
And why doesn't our phenotype express themselves the same?
What do you mean?
How did we go from being prokaryotic cells, autotroph people, and then moving into a colder environment and now having multiple animal DNA and now being heterotroph people and now having 2 sets of chromosomes? How did that happen?
What are you talking about? I'm not trying to be rude at all.
We had a common ancestor, and we all have a common ancestor, and we're all 99% the same. And I asked you, why isn't our phenotype expressed the same? And how do we
the way we look?
It's not. Hold on? Do you know what phenotype is? And I'm asking like respectfully.
Like, isn't that the way we look and everything like that? Certain different aspects of how we work our body is. I'm pretty sure something like that.
It's what you show. So it's your behavior.
What's different evolutionary traits?
Okay, so wait, okay?
Well, you asked me a question. I was just answering. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so phenotype is what you show. It's not just characteristics, like he said, it's also behavior.
What's evolutionary?
Your phenotype is connected to your genes. So what he's asking is the basis of evolution and the out of Africa theory. It's asking how we went from haploids to diploids. So if you're speaking on this topic, that is something that you know what I'm saying, you should know, because that's the basis. That's the number one question in the world, and it has been for several decades.
Different groups migrated off, and we evolved in different ways. Different people, different evolutionary traits. They look different. That's how it's how it works. We evolutionize and we become certain.
So you believe in evolution?
Yeah. So explain to me how we went from haploids to diploids.
Yeah, if you believe in the evolution theory and that's what you're gonna use for this argument, how do we go from it? That's why I asked you that, because you was talking about comment and Homo sapien, all of these things. When so-called black people, we don't fall into none of those categories. That's within your haplogroup, which is.
Have you done a DNA test?
Hold on. I didn't cut you off. Which is.
Well, you guys did cut me off. Actually, I was talking.
Which is the human race, which is what y'all connected to, which is animal DNA. Anything that they're talking about human, that's connected to animal DNA. So-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. See what I'm saying? Everybody outside the so-called black race has animal DNA. And y'all produce the animal proteins to prove that.
Everybody has animal DNA because we evolved.
Okay, so I'm gonna come clean.
We're apes.
Listen to what he's saying. There is more than one haplogroup. So when they're talking about humans, they're referring to a specific haplogroup that so-called black people are not a part of. So this is the biggest question. How did we go from haploid to diploid? How do we go from being prokaryotic to eukaryotic? How do we go from having no animal DNA to all of a sudden having it? So can you scientifically or genetically, biologically, somehow explain to me that?
Do you think all life came from Africa? All human life came from Africa. Do you think that?
What do you think? What do you think?
I think all human life came from Africa, and we all evolved, and that's how it works. We all have the same DNA. That's how it works.
Okay. So then explain to us. So explain it to us. That's all I'm asking.
We all have animal DNA because we evolved from apes. We evolved from apes. That's fact. We've seen that. I mean, that's literally how it works. We branched off. Yes, we branched off from apes.
You want to know why?
You're interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you guys. I was interrupting you guys.
Jason, you've interrupted us the whole time. Please don't. Okay.
So
I'm gonna ask you a simple question again. I'm just gonna ask you a simple question. How did we go from having no animal DNA to having it? Can you explain it to me scientifically, please?
Scientifically, we had all. What do you mean? What are you talking about? So you think we just came out of nowhere? You think you just came?
That's what evolution is explaining.
You think black people came out of nowhere? No,
we're not saying that. That's why you don't understand.
You're saying you have no animal.
You're not understanding the topic.
That's what science is saying about the.
You just said you had no animal DNA at all. So it means you.
Bro.
That's what science is saying about the eukaryotic cell. Y'all came here through a complicated process, which is CRISPR-Cas9.
I wouldn't have even told him.
You see what I'm saying?
He didn't know before he came in here. Now he's about to ask us questions about that same thing.
So you think just black people just came out of nowhere? You didn't evolve from anything. You came out of
Okay,
nowhere.
Mason, there's at least 5 different animals speaking for you through one nucleus. I'm gonna have you find a way to control that. You see what I'm saying? Because over talking will get the live taken down.
You've overtalked me the whole time.
I can do that. This is my panel.
Can I ask something?
And hold on, you cannot phenotypically tell me any animal that looks like us that phenotypically
We share
represents
like
like us.
97%
Oh,
of DNA
hold
with
on.
bonobos.
Hold on. When we look at nature, we see that there's animals that you phenotypically look like, and your hair phenotypically looks like dogs, the back of a horse tail. We're about to show you pictures right now of how y'all actually experience hypertrichosis, which is a gene expression of having animal DNA. You see what I'm saying? So let's not play semantics here. You see what I'm saying? F1s and heavy emojis on the screen. You see what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with anything?
That's genes
That's
expressed.
your haplogroup.
That's your haplogroup.
So how did you go from that to how you are today? That's the golden question.
Jesus Christ.
Why are y'all still being born
I don't know where
like
you got your
this?
science
That's
from. That's just crazy. I know you
hypertrichosis.
guys are smoking weed in the fucking back because I hear the lighter going off.
Bro, and
So I
first
think
of
maybe
all,
that's
you're gonna get my live taken down,
I mean,
bro.
that's
Get
fine.
out and
You're
F1 in the chat, bro. Damn. We can't say certain words on TikTok. You just came in here talking fast, bro. You don't know the discussion that's being had in here.
Just focus on the main
If
topic.
we're all the same, then how come I don't phenotypically present the same as animals?
Yep.
How come none of
Go
our
back into what
phenotypes?
she was saying with
I
the
don't know
emotions
who
and
is
shit.
over talking. Wait, y'all.
Everybody, we do one at a
Wait.
time. Let her finish what she's explaining.
My people never came out of caves on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, and unable to reproduce or speak. Those were never my people.
He said use it as an excuse. Is this the excuse? Look at y'all. This is y'all on a genetic level. This is y'all. You know what I'm saying? And y'all are returning back to that.
Yeah.
All who forgot their past is deemed to repeat. And y'all forgot about them dark ages and how y'all came out them caves.
Facts. Y'all forgot that y'all were actually dwindling in the cage for 2 million years, and then all of a sudden y'all discovered computers in 50,000 years. Fuck out of here, bro. Your scientists don't even know how y'all got here. They still puzzled 6, 7, 8, 10 decades later. There is no explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here, which is the reason why they literally deemed evolution and out of Africa theoretical. Come on, y'all.
Yeah.
We do this for real.
And anybody saying Yakub just means supplanter. So that means anybody supplanted them into this reality. And that's the root definition of eukaryotic. It means true seeded nucleus. They were truly seeded into this reality or this womb that is the so-called black women, so they can chemically oppress us. You see what I'm saying? Or you see what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Go ahead below.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the RNH blood type and what you think of that and where does that come from? And also the idea of there being a bloodline from the descendant of the Anunnaki and having that 6 fingers. And I agree with everything you guys are saying. So, but I just wanted to know about that.
RH it just comes from Rhesus monkey. See what I'm saying? It's a protein that is produced from the Rhesus monkey's pheomelanin, and that protein determines whether any of the 8 blood types is positive or negative. But that comes from animal DNA. And so-called black people, we don't have RH. We don't have any of that RH proteins. We have antigens though in our blood that weakens our lymphatic system and attach themselves to our red blood cells and weaken our lymphatic system and allows parasites and diseases and cancers to take place. That is true because of the graping and the food that we're eating today. But again, these people, we don't have animal DNA, so we don't produce animal blood. So these people have animal DNA. This is why all of the blood types are connected to animals, and you see that they share DNA with all these animals that they are spliced with. You see what I'm saying? And the blood, they say that human blood is closest to sheep. So, which is another animal. They're close to their DNA is so crazy. Like their DNA is connected to so many animals. This is why they say they are a complex cell organism. See what I'm saying? Because they share DNA with so many animals. So their bloods are all like prone to diseases, and they have the DNA of a fish, and that fish, all the fish that they're spliced with is where 98% of venereal diseases come from.
Go ahead, Sausalino.
Thank you.
Not good to you, Oriana. Abundance, brother.
Oh nah, shit, y'all good. I was just kind of saying that it kind of went into what you was talking about with the emotions and shit. When I cut you off and shit, but you be going straight for it. So do your thing.
Yeah, Abundance, did you want to add to the conversation? Or what were you going to say earlier? Okay, go ahead, Oriana.
So my question is, you keep saying they, or the other guy. I think there's a guy with you. Who are they that you're talking about? Is it whitey people?
Everybody outside the so-called black race, they're a completely different species than us, and this is what this life has been about.
Okay, no, because it just has we are not the same species. So I wasn't sure. It's my first time here. I know that there's a lot of reptilian species going on the earth, and that's questionable and quite a problem. But yeah, I just wasn't sure. I had to ask that.
No, great, Abundance. Go ahead, Taj.
All right. And I guess been sitting on the back burner. And this is really why, from my initial question, I'm asking, because I don't lean too, right or wrong, and intuitiveness, I guess, will always, you'll know. If you know, you know. But it's more so just because I'm not siding with anyone, or I really, obviously I don't know. And I feel like it's a lot of people who really just don't know. So aside from me wanting to know really where y'all would get y'all information from, and do y'all think y'all information could have been, not just put in, like, just is in the same sense. I'm gonna explain it to you like this. In the Bible, how 6,000 years ago or whatever, and it's been just so, tainted and redoctrined. I want to know if, y'all are just, digging into it, or not digging into it, but want to to know outside of just us not being the same as YT people, or us being a different, or is it, or not? I'm not trying to say or like it's a contrast, but I'm really just curious about, because when I do get information, or when I'm thinking about something, or when it's a high level conversation, or just anything, I'm always thinking like, how do you just know which side is right or wrong? And it's not even a right or wrong, because it's obviously duality. It's right and wrong in both. It's more so just, where's the information coming from? I'm real skeptical on where information comes from. So that's why I just wouldn't say, like you said earlier, I don't know. And that's truthful. I don't know. So I'm saying more so, how do you guys think you guys really know, rather than, just not being open about everything, but it's just like hard, like, not saying you wasn't there to see the genetic evolution, or you wasn't there to see God say, here, or you weren't there to see the Big Bang, or whatever you wasn't there for. It's more so just, how do you feel comfortable saying rather than just, oh, I feel this way, oh, this came to me in a drink, or just, and then boom, leaning into that. And then of course with the research you guys have done. But it's like, outside of that, how do you know that that's just not put for so-called apostrophe woke people to lead them down into a deeper rabbit hole? And not saying away from the truth that it could be, the truth that it could not be, like just anything like that. It's more so just, where are you guys leaning into so much with that, this is this, this
Because
is that.
all these scientists, geneticists, biologists, all of these, when they write these genetics books, biology books, neuroscience for dummies books, or when they write all these books, they have to tell you the truth, because it's universal law.
Yeah, it's universal law.
They can call my brain a T-shirt, but they cannot change the functionality of it, because these scientists cannot splice into our genetic material. And this is proven in their labs, and they always talk about how they cannot splice into us. So that's what we're saying. So you have to be able to make the discernment for yourself. You see what I'm saying? Because once it shuts down, you're gonna be the man to lead your family. lead you
Yeah.
in a circle if you know this truth.
I'm
So you're not
sorry.
gonna be able to you're not gonna be able to ask around what is this, what is that. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to find out yourself and sit down with yourself.
And my apologies, I don't mean to cut you off or anything, but it's like I've definitely not feel or know, but aside from the fact that they look like animals or people outside from us just be looking like different things, like it was a whole TikTok post with like deer type girls, bunny type girls, like obviously it's spliced with different genetic thing. Like just it'd be so many shows, all of that, but I don't want it to be just propaganda or just put out there. But it's like aside from that, not I don't know, but yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying for sure, and it do be just the discernment. I want to say then. Because I don't know, like you said, they do have to tell us the truth, or it is gonna always be put out there, and it's just more so from what you're gonna take from it, and if you're gonna believe what they're saying, or you're gonna go find the evidence for yourself. So I
Hello.
appreciate it. But thanks for that.
Go ahead,
Abundance.
brother.
Go ahead, Celestial.
Okay, so I had two questions because I swear he said that nobody, the scientists and stuff, can't like mess with our DNA right now. I thought that's what he said, but
Yeah, I said that they cannot splice into neuromelanin. They cannot cut into our cell that is coded in neuromelanin and take genetic information out and put put genetic information in.
okay.
That is what I said.
Okay, all right, I'll get to that in a second. I did want to know what the specific, like, what you guys thought the specific traits were, maybe of the genes that were given by, these early ancient ancestors, and then also, I just want to set a fact straight. Even if they can't splice our DNA, they're definitely messing with our biofield, and there's proof of that. There's also proof of the fact that they are using nanotechnology to influence our DNA and things like that. And the fact is that anybody can get touched if they don't know about themselves and the things that are going on. So it starts with like when anybody who is skeptical, they should make sure they're checking sources, making sure that they're being protected. You know what I mean? Taking care of themselves, knowing who they are, so that they don't allow like foreign objects and things outside of themselves to pierce their aura or their DNA in general. Just letting you know, and while they do have to tell us, they can also do the things that they are currently doing and kind of guiding us away from it. I think that's why TikTok is getting gone, because I think there's blatant misinterpretations on purpose so that people can get led down the wrong way. But I'm done. I just wanted to ask those questions.
What were your questions?
My questions were, what did you think was that was the actually major thing, was what is the characteristics of those genes that were possibly passed down from the ancestors and stuff like that, because I study energy and stuff like that, and I've been able to even like see the whole like aspect of the DEA that I heard about, but I don't see any codons that are not in everybody. You know what I mean? So I
You
was
said,
hoping
what did your ancestors pass down when you're a whole replication of the first woman? They pass you down the whole blueprint of the totipotent stem cell to create life. You see what I'm
I
saying?
hear
That's
I
that's
hear what
what
you're
they
saying.
passed.
Honey.
That's what they passed on to you. They passed on the knowledge of what they vessel. But I don't know what's going on, but they can't splice into our genetics. They can only influence us, which then influence their genetics, because we're the only ones who can influence our own genetic, who can change or alter our own genetics. I wanted to make that
It's
clear.
the sparker of all organic life or
Yeah.
life period, but they cannot splice into your cell. He specifically said that, and that's what we specifically talk about all the time, because we want to make that differentiation that her cell cannot be spliced. Our cells cannot be spliced.
Scientists say this.
Scientists say that all the time. There's two scientists on my page saying it, and there's several. So I'm saying Delbert Blair was saying this in the 80s. Layla Africa has already said this. Every other white scientist out here that's studied, into all 60,000 doctors worldwide that have studied and used Henrietta Lacks cells know that.
Yeah.
Every last one of them. And that was, and I don't know, you know what I'm saying? There's more. There's more. So neuromelanin is the literal. That's our melanin. Nobody else has that shit. Not like nobody else has that. So if
Yeah.
you that's understanding neuro. Somebody else trying to speak. I heard a background, but
If your mind didn't matter that much, they wouldn't take so much time to influence to take time to influence it so much to their way of thinking or to their wavelength or to their frequency that they want to project using the so-called black women's energy because it is all. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they
So
want to use everyone's.
I realize that they can't splice into our genetics. They cannot do anything to our genetics except use it as a generator because it produces light or life. You see what I'm saying? Just like the sun does, just like all life, all celestial beings throughout the cosmos, it produces life just like that. As above, so below. Yeah.
what was your second question?
The second one was just clarifying if you said that they couldn't, like, I guess you guys said they can't splice, but I'm just saying they can still influence and alternate and alter.
How?
That's it. How? I just said what is. Okay. So, do you guys know about the biofield and stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. They have ways to actually target certain frequencies. And there's also these little things called like nanotechnologies. And they have proof of that they're already using them. Usually they're supposed to be for like consumer uses and like medical stuff, but there's speculation that they may be using them for something a little bit more malicious. And then, like I said, the whole biofuel thing.
There's literal proof in the pudding that every last one of us have been tampered with.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that they can splice into our cell. In order to splice into a cell, you have to use UV light.
Yep.
If all of our cells are coated in UV light, which is neuromelanin, they cannot splice into a cell. They can take the totipotent and they can spark life through somatic parthenogenesis, which is done through introgression, which is then done through hybridization. That is the manipulation that we're talking about. Electroporation, transfectation, racemization, CRISPR-Cas9, all of that is the manipulation that we're
I
talking
wonder if
about.
that's why they're looking for those twin things for chimeric.
Chimera?
Yeah.
And what are you asking with that?
So I was just saying, I wonder if that's why they're looking for chimeric people, because it's like that radiation stuff that was going on. They were looking for
Chimera
that.
just mean hybrids, and these people are a hybrid of multiple animals.
No, that's not what that means.
Chimera is a hybrid.
It means they ate their twin.
We've looked at it before. We've literally looked at it. You could go look it up. It means hybrid. We've looked it up. Chimera.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
I hear what you're
I
saying.
understand you though. But I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you that that's what it means.
I'm saying, okay, but when you're saying what you're saying, I'm saying that because it has the double codon, and you're saying it can't be spliced. What they can do with the second codon is build a a prototype and do whatever they want to do from that.
To who though?
If there was someone who had the stuff, the melanated or whatever they're trying to get from it, and they had a chimeric gene or chimeric genes or whatever. I don't know how it all works, but I just know that if they had that, they would be able to do that. That's the reason why they were looking for someone like that. I don't know if they were looking specifically for African Americans or whatever, but they were looking for people who had chimeric DNA recently, just when that fog stuff was going on.
Chimeric DNA.
Yeah.
Nah, this isn't.
Maybe it has nothing to do with this. I was just thinking maybe that's why, because
That's what we asked. Who did they use to do this? Because what you're saying doesn't correlate with genetics.
What they did was, okay, you guys remember when all those just recently, like December or like maybe early January, There was the portal was open, and there was like a huge like white spot on the resonance scale, and then all of a sudden, there was a fog storm. This was around the time when they started calling the things Dior bags. There was fog.
Remember what you're talking about?
Yeah. So the fog was actually not real fog. It was something that they were using to try to sniff out these chimeric people.
So I'm asking, based off of what you know about speciation, right? Who's sparking the life for that, and who's actually whose DNA is being manipulated? Who are they trying to seek out? Who, based on what you're saying, would possess that gene?
No, that's why when you said
then I would have to tell you, my sister. Then you would have to continue your research with that one. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was saying earlier. Because if you don't understand it, you literally told him no. You literally said that's not how it works, and then now you're asking me a question.
You're making
I was raising a concern. But I don't know what y'all are saying. But you said if you're saying that, I didn't say that's not how it works. I said that there's still a way that they can still manipulate it, because they can still manipulate it.
Yeah, I was explaining that they can manipulate who, though, is the question that I was asking.
Anybody.
Okay. In what ways? In what ways? Whose cells can be spliced and whose can't? That's just a simple, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't say splicing. I don't know about splicing. I was saying
I know, sister. I'm asking you though to help you answer your own question. That's what I'm doing. Whose cells can be spliced and whose can't? Who can't?
That doesn't make us immune though.
We're talking about cellular manipulation, correct?
Yes, and I'm talking about like on the track of DNA. Okay, so when we're talking about DNA shapes your entire reality. So the fact is, even if it's just the cycles that are going on, they can still affect those if they're adding certain things to your environment and stuff like that. Stuff that's out of your control, yeah. But the thing is, it should have never been there because they're doing whatever they're doing to manipulate the masses in their favor.
So they're not. So are they manipulating the DNA directly itself, or they're just manipulating?
They're manipulating.
Or they're just manipulating the outer environment, which then your body now getting sensory input from that, and then says chemical messages to your brain.
Yeah, from the biofield.
Oh, so then what are we discussing, sister? Respectfully.
Okay. You know that energy is part of DNA, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm saying,
he's asking me, the biofield being manipulated does what to us on a cellular level?
The biofield is what animates us.
Okay,
that's not what she
what
just
I'm
said.
saying is the matrix itself, the systematic repression does what to you on a cellular level?
So let me explain something, because the thing is, it comes.
Can you just answer my questions? Because I'm trying to answer your own question for you, and you're like negating. But I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking you a question. So I'm
trying to explain it to you because, like, I don't think, because the thing is, the DNA is the energy that is in the biofield. It's all connected. That's how there's resonance, and that's how.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are we the same species? I'm saying, is everyone okay, so hold on. Because you're asking me a question, and then I'm giving you the answer, and then you're telling me that it's not it. And so now we're unable to have a conversation. So I'm going to take it back to the basis. First of all, you're talking about the biofield being manipulated, right? That affects everybody. That is a fact, which can affect us on a cellular level. But I don't understand what you're saying, because you literally said biofield and DNA. And when he said that your environment is being manipulated, you said no. And you said that it went back to DNA. This literally what you said. Yeah. In one question you're saying biofield, and then in another question you're saying DNA.
Yeah.
And then you're saying energy is all connected. But I'm asking, what energy? Because there's two. You have 6 ether and you have 9 ether. So that biofield that we're talking about, who's conducive to the biofield?
Everybody.
Okay.
Because electromagnetic. I'm talking about the electromagnetic
I'm
field
asking you
that
what's conducive, though. I'm asking you what is conducive. I'm not asking who's connected to it. I'm asking you who is conducive to that energy. Who biologically identifies with that energy? That's what I'm asking, sister.
everyone.
Okay, so then you also believe that we are the same species, which means
No,
that you
I
think that there
believe
is no difference between us and other people. Because if you think that we're all the same energetically, then that means that you have to think that we're the same physically. That's
no.
the same thing. You're saying, all right.
Okay. Wait. Please, because I do this. I do this research all the time. So I'm trying to explain something to you. I'm not trying to. Make downplay anybody or anything like that. Okay. In this vehicle, okay, in the vehicle that we all have, there are three possible forms of awareness. Okay. You have the connective tissues, which is the splenic system. That's that reality, the material reality. Okay. And then you have the ajna, the pineal gland or whatever. That's the ethereal essence that we have. That is the mind of the soul. And then you have the soul, which is the Taurus field, right? Okay, that is what you call all of this. All of these are they all have electromagnetic frequencies, and everything that is alive, regardless of whether we're connected or not, is going to have these things. That's how everybody is connected. We are all connected on this. It doesn't matter whether we're the same species or not.
I understand that we're all connected or that there are people on this plane. The question that I'm asking you in response to the statement that you just made
Yes.
is every energetic being on the planet, including plants, animals, and humans, is that energy conducive to this planet or plane? To its field that we're talking about,
Like,
the
is it good for them?
electromagnetic field. Is it conducive? Does it biologically identify with it?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have the same we don't have the same energies. No, you're right.
Okay.
Okay. But
And
the thing is, if you're in one of these vessels, you are. And it doesn't matter whether we're the same or not. We
yeah,
all have the
see,
capacity.
You just
that,
contradicted
now I'm
yourself.
gonna have to cut you
No,
off
yeah,
because
I'm not.
hold
I'm
on,
not.
hold
But
on.
okay,
Every
you know what?
every
Y'all don't.
organic
No,
you
you're
can
not
get
ready.
hold on, sister, hold on. You can get a biology book for dummies right now, and it will tell you that all organic life is connected to the earth through the magnetic field lines.
Uh huh.
These so-called white people or everybody outside the so-called black race are not connected to these magnetic field
This is
lines.
Egyptian knowledge.
Oh, okay, but I'm just saying they're not connected to that
They're
energy
not
that you're
conducive.
saying.
Just because there are
Okay, you
things
know
coming out
what?
of
Y'all
the
can say that
Okay, just because there are things here on this planet does not mean that it biologically or etherically, even on a metaphysical level, it is conducive to it. You cannot tell me that a six ether, a eukaryotic organism, a multicellular organism on in any type of speciation is conducive to this plane. Every scientist, historian, doctor knows this information. They know that. That's the reason that's what I was just saying about Henrietta Lacks. Every 60,000 doctors know that information. So I don't know how you don't know that information. Just because they are here and manipulating the frequency does not mean that they are conducive or should be doing it. That's
Yeah,
all we're saying.
they don't have
Of
magnetism.
course they're here. They
That
don't have they're just all like you said,
yeah,
electricity. They're not electromagnetic. They don't have that biofield that you're talking about. It is animal consciousness, six ether. Their melanin, hold on. Because your neuromelanin is the literal soul. It's the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. It's the only molecule that can do that. Now, in order for us to identify with this plane, we would have to have neuromelanin. So if these people have eumelanin and pheomelanin, how do they identify with the planet when the animals that they're spliced with are not even conducive to this plane? How does that trickle up from microcosm to macrocosm? That doesn't add up. They
exactly.
don't even know how these people got here at all. No scientists on this planet can explain to each other how they even got here. So
Exactly.
you trying to make them conducive is I promise you, sister.
And it's the thing is that if they got here through just electrical fusion, that means that they hold no magnetism, which means that they connect to no magnetic field lines, which is thus the biofield of Earth. So if you're
Okay,
not even connected to the biofield of Earth and your
they
body
are
radiates the
connected. They
sun,
are.
how you connected to the universe?
Everybody is connected.
Can you scientifically and biologically prove to
Yes, I
me how?
can.
Hold on,
I
hold
can.
on. I'm not done with my question, sister. Hold on, sister. How can you scientifically and biologically prove to me how so-called black people and everybody outside the so-called black race is connected?
Because everyone on this plane is on a plane where the universe is not locally real, okay? Wherever we are right now, the universe is not locally real to this plane. What that means is that it has to be observed to be everything in this universe that we're in, or everything in this world that we're in. It has to be observed in order to exist. Everybody exists, right? So that means that
No, sister, what I'm
it's
saying is
interconnected with
that it's not just because it's here does not mean that it should be. I understand what you're talking about is observing reality. These people have a completely different field of vision than us. So again, what we have deemed as what is ethical, moral, what is real, is skewed because it's through their perspective. They don't
bruh.
even know, like
I don't think that you're getting what I'm saying.
I don't think
In
you're
order to
getting what
be
either
here,
one of us are
No,
saying.
you're
And you were
saying,
just here the other day asking us questions and agreeing. So
I
today
know
you
that
want to
I'm just,
disagree.
this is
and you're
not the
saying,
same
Like,
concept. This is not the same concept.
and you're saying these people, oh, these people are alive, but they're not natural to the planet. They didn't come here through
Doesn't
a
mean that they're not
natural
connected to
boom.
the
You see what I'm
universe.
saying? You see what I'm
how are
saying?
they connected,
Up
sister?
with this real quick.
Okay, oh no, hold
Hold
on.
on.
How are they connected to this plane and not connected to the cosmos when the plane is
It's
in the
connected,
same cosmos?
and it's
They
connected
are
to the cosmos.
sulfur and ammonia based, sister. They do not biologically identify with this plane. I can tell you everything that you're composed of on a molecular level and everything they're composed of on a molecular level. And I can tell you the same thing that the sun is composed of and the earth. And I can guarantee you that every last one of what we're composed of is going to match the cosmos, the sun, and the earth. It's not going to match for them. This is the reason why their scientists don't know how the fuck they got here. To be eukaryotic means that there's someone that had to truly seed. This is what we mean when we say introgression, hybridization, racemization, electroporation, transfixation. Like, this is their origin story. They're literally here through electrical fusion, which is the reason why they have an electric field. But this is an electromagnetic realm. So how can you biologically identify with something that you don't, first of all, they don't
I
biologically
didn't.
identify with
I didn't
it.
say
So then
biology.
how can, I'm asking you though, because you're telling me that they're connected to the universe. Just because they're here does not mean that there is any biological, metaphysical, or etheric
And you
conduciveness,
and
bro.
you said energy, and energy transferred through the microcosm all the way to the macrocosm. That's what all genetics, biology, physics. That's what it's all about. So you
I see
said
what you guys are saying,
we're all
and I
connected.
and I,
Hold
I
on,
didn't
sister. Hold
realize.
on. You said we're all connected to this energy. So what is that energy that we're connected to? Because our energy that we run up of is the sun, is neuromelanin. The energy
Hey,
that
can
they run up
you just
of
let me
is
say it? Because I'm gonna say
Let
it
her
a lot
go.
faster
Let her
than y'all.
go. Like, let her go.
Go
Let
ahead,
it
go ahead,
go.
go ahead,
Thank you.
go,
All
Go.
right.
go.
It's
Because you're
literally just the
disrespectful. You're
electromagnetics. That's what
disrespectful, and
you
I'm
said
about
that
to
that's
get
what
you
they
angry
have.
the next time you overtalk us.
I
Go
just said it
ahead.
was electromagnetics. Electromagnetics. That's what it is. And it maybe it's not that they're connected to us, but they are connected on this plane. And I'm just saying I that's all I was saying.
Sister,
This
though.
plane is us. You don't
Yeah, that's what we're
understand?
talking
This
about
womb,
biologically.
this earth is a womb. It's a black woman's womb.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you just said if they have an electromagnetic field, that's what connects everything in this plane.
They don't have a magnetic field. They have an electric field, but they don't have no magnetism. They weren't made with no magnetism. Their body doesn't hold no magnetism.
They
You see what
have
I'm saying? They're
magnet.
not connected to the magnetic field lines of Earth, to the biofield of Earth, the biofield that you're talking about.
They're not
Okay, well,
connected
somehow
to
they had
that.
to. They had to figure out how to do it
They're
somehow.
not able to absorb terrestrial radiation, solar radiation, any type of radiation. Their body deteriorates. They go through acute body radiation. Why do
Okay,
they
but
go through acute body radiation and we go through black body radiation where we absorb frequency and cosmic rays and all type of rays at all wavelengths? But they get black body radiation, and 800,000 of their people die every year. Why is that? You
I
see,
don't know.
you're not questioning
I
that,
don't.
but you're just going off this fantasy, this mystical
It's
shit.
not a
When
fantasy. I
our children
literally,
are going
I'm
missing,
literally.
and our women are going missing, and you talking about this energy that, that's not doing nothing for our species. You gotta
Science.
realize who you are.
Facts.
It's actually not science. We
Sheesh.
literally had to take you through an entire like rigmarole just to get you to understand this much, and you're still contradicting yourself.
I'm not
You said that
contradicting
they're not
myself. You guys
connected
are
to
making
us,
up
but they're
stuff.
connected to the earth when we
Okay.
literally biologically identify with the earth. So that doesn't make sense.
Facts. Like you
Okay.
gotta.
Here's one thing that was science that I said. That's about the Nobel Peace Prize winners who proved that everything here is like you it has to be observed to exist on this plane. Everything, including you.
I understand their what they have put in their science. I study it. I understand that. What I'm letting you know is just because something is being observed does not make it real. That's all I'm telling you. Just because it is observing you does not mean that they are conducive to the
Okay,
planet or
but the
that they're
fact is that
conducive
they
to
still
the
have to have an
electromagnetic field.
electromagnetic frequency. That's what connects everybody. So I don't know how they got it, but they
The
figured out how.
electromagnetic field is on the planet. That doesn't mean that they're connected
People
to it.
have it. Yes, they do. Every one of these vehicles has one. Even the ones you think are not or don't have it, they have it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How do they have it? If we
I
just
don't
told you,
know. I haven't gotten that far. I haven't even gotten
What
to
the
learning part.
fuck? You don't even know.
I
Like,
do
what?
know.
Like,
I
let's
do
move
know.
on to the
I know about.
next
no,
test.
you don't
Like,
know,
what? Oh
sister.
my
You just said you
gosh.
don't know, and we just told you your
I
chemical
don't
base,
know
and we
how
just
they
told
have
you.
it. They have it like we do. It's the same thing. I know because I track people all the
So
time.
then,
What?
so then, tell us how they have it.
You want to know why
Same
other
way we
races?
have it. They're not any different. How about
Sister,
that?
because what you
I
just
How
can
about
said.
tell
that?
you how I have it because I'm the same thing on a
Because
quantum
you're
level
black.
as the planet and
Because you're
as
black.
the
So this is
cosmos.
all about race, and it doesn't even matter
It's
because
not
that's
about
all.
race. You're making it about race. What we have
No,
on the
you're
board
making it
is that
about
we're not.
race. You're telling me
First of
that white
all,
people
I'm
have
gonna give
stuff.
you one last time. I'm gonna give you one last time to not overtalk me, okay? Because this says on the board we're not the same species. It doesn't say we're not the same race. Now, the other day you were in here and you were literally asking us questions and agreeing what happened. That's a rhetorical question. We're not discussing race in here. Nobody
Exactly.
said black. We say so called black. I'm talking about the difference between eumelanin and pheomelanin and neuromelanin, sis. So explain to me, because you're the one that came in here saying that. We weren't even having this discussion until you came in here.
Yeah.
So you should be able to hold this discussion and tell us how, because I can tell you how I biologically identify with the plane, the cosmos, and the sun, every star, every galaxy that is in the cosmos. You can't do that with them. There is no scientist on this planet, sister. No scientist on this planet that's been studying this shit way longer than you have, that can tell us how they got here. That means that there is no biological identification with this planet. So if you can tell us in front of 64 people on a TikTok app, then these niggas have a lot of fucking explaining to do. That's all I'm saying. When we asked you a question, you should be able to answer it. Instead, you said, I don't know, but you argued with us for 30, 40 minutes. And then you made it about race when we don't even discuss that here.
Exactly. So this has everything to do with species. What makes up the skin color? It has
We are
nothing to
not the
do with
same
race.
species.
So that's what we're talking about. And somebody said, "Oh, the dude is saying black." I said, I always say so-called black. I always say so-called black. So
I'm
let's
just
stop with
talking
that.
about. I'm just saying that every vehicle that we have on this plane has the same mechanics. That's all I'm saying. I
And
don't know
that's
if it's
false.
But
different from.
that's not true
It's the
because if
same
it was the
mechanics.
same mechanics, then we would have the same melanin, the same integumentary system, the same hair.
Okay.
Like we would be the same
If
on a
if two
cellular
cars
level.
outside with the same type of mechanic structure, then it will be the same car. If we had this, if we had the same mechanics, inner workings as everybody outside of us, then we would have the same phenotype because your phenotype is determined by your biology and genes, and that's how you differentiate species in
Okay.
nature. This is facts.
No,
You
no, no.
can't
I mean,
deny
when
that.
I
You
say the
can't
same
bring up
mechanic,
no type of electromagnetic this. You can't bring up none of that. We already told you these people have no magnetism. You can't talk about that.
too.
And these people are genetically, biologically, anatomically, chemically different than us. There is no similarities between us and them. We don't have animal DNA.
Can I ask the sister a question? Has you, sister, have you ever heard of like a ROGAM shot?
I think so.
Okay, so we don't when we deal with each other, we don't need that at all. That's only for them people that ain't compatible.
I understand.
So that off the bat tells you if you can't do it naturally, you need some magical shot just for this thing to go down. What else do
I
you need?
I understand. I just feel like the parts that they are telling people that they don't have, like electromagnetics, they have that. That's how life works. So there's no way that they don't have electromagnetics. Maybe it's just the components that they're speaking of that are a little bit off, and that's the reason why I was a little triggered because I know better. But I mean, I'm gonna sit down and be quiet so I can learn. But
It's
I
it's
just
it's,
wanted to
it's
make
not
that.
that deep, but
You can't just
You can't
you
just
can't
say
just
that
drop
and then
that.
say, "Oh, I'm gonna learn," but you
Yeah.
just said you know what you know. That's
Because
not
I do
understanding.
know
That's
that. But I do know that.
counterintuitive.
Literally, that's how life works. That's literally how
No, you
everything
can't
works
just
on
keep
this
saying
planet.
that's just how life works. There's no biological, scientific explanation to what you're saying. To how these
Oh,
people have
you're
the same,
ancient?
bro. You
To
see,
what I'm saying right now, what
I'm
I
not
just
trying to
said?
argue with you, sister.
I
You're
wasn't trying
speaking
to argue.
over
That's why I said I
me.
was going to sit down and
So
you keep
let me
telling me that I'm
finish what I'm
wrong.
saying. Then you see what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna do that, then do it. You gotta do instead of keep saying what you're gonna do. Then just do it. You gotta,
I
like, you see what I'm
you
saying?
told me not to.
But it's like the thing you gotta focus on is that these people have no magnetism. And I can tell you because of how they were made, how they were grafted using CRISPR-Cas9 electroporation, that these people have no magnetism and they only are electrical beings. I can tell you by how their integumentary system behaves under the sun that they are only electrical beings.
So they don't
So
emit
can you
any
tell you
biophotons.
haven't told us any way that these people are conducive to the sun or organic to the planet or naturally supposed to exist in this
That's not
energy
what I
in this
said. I said that they have
No, he's not
magnetism.
celestial.
man, I can't even
He's not
finish.
even saying that. He said you have not explained to us what you're saying. He's not even saying the same thing as you because you're over talking so you can't hear him.
Exactly.
So I know that you said that you wanted to learn. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. Go ahead, Ether.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go ahead and add to that point. I wanted to ask her a question, Celestial. What if you know? I'm not sure if you agree with the whole that they have animal DNA, but knowing that they share genetics with different animals and knowing that most of the animals that they share genetic makeup with aren't even natural to the planet itself, what animal has magnetism? Like I'm very confused on that.
Okay. So every living being on this planet has a like biofield or electromagnetic field. Okay, so there's electricity and there's dielectricity, and that is emitted from all of us. The biophotons is what we use for transference and what's the word, like resonance and stuff like that. So in order for you to be attracted to people, places, and things, there will be some type of magnetic field that is going to bring attraction. everything that we do, it happens in a cyclical nature. So everything that we do, everything like people, like anybody in this vessel has a electromagnetic field. So when they keep saying
What
that they don't
vessel
have
though?
that, there's no way they have
Okay,
to.
what vessel? Because you're saying this vessel, we don't all have the same vessel.
Okay, anything that is alive, as far as people go, as far as even if they're lizard people, whatever the case is, the vessel that is being portrayed is supposed to have it has an electromagnetic field. Everything here has an electromagnetic field. I don't want to justify and
Okay,
just
so
like,
let me ask you this. Does
yeah.
everything emit electromagnetism, or is some of this just plain electricity?
So the magnetism, I mean, I'm guessing that you mean like dielectric field, but it's still going to have some type of resonance, because that's what the DNA thing is. It is
Okay, so that's his question, sister. We
yeah.
don't all have the same vessel. We don't all have
Exactly.
the same melanin. We don't all have the same DNA.
That's
So
right.
how does animal, going back to his
No.
original question, what animal is whatever the fuck he said about the animal? That's the
He
same
said what
question
animal
we've
has
been.
electromagnetic?
Okay, and that's fine. So can you explain to me what that animal is, considering that these people have animal melanin? He's asking a
All
real question.
all animals have it.
Okay, but
Like
look at it like,
literally.
okay, but they share genetics
Hmm.
with multiple different animals,
Hmm.
right? So
Yes.
that's
To
multiple
design to
different
form.
organisms, okay?
So there are five.
Hold on. Hold on.
He's
So
not.
there's multiple different organisms within one organism. You're
Mm-hmm.
saying that everything has its own magnetic field. So do these niggas have multiple magnetic fields within them? Because they have multiple different animals. They're not whole.
They're incomplete, dominant amongst themselves. So that's a
Exactly.
very great question.
Okay, so there is, like I said, there's three forms of awareness that can guide a human.
No, sister.
Yeah, it is. Mind, body, spirit, like type
We're
shit.
talking
Yeah, it
about
is.
DNA though. We're
I
talking about
am talking
DNA right
about
now.
DNA, man.
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
don't
about
just
DNA.
answer the question. What type of an electromagnetic
All of
field?
them. All of them. All
Okay.
of them. Everybody
So all
has
the
it.
animals in their
The
DNA.
DNA is what causes the field. So if y'all don't know that, then you're not teaching everything that you don't know everything.
Okay,
This is
so
the
I'm
only
gonna
thing I
ask you
do
a
know.
question and use your logic against you. All right. So
Go
there are
ahead.
5 different types of melanin. According to your logic,
Honestly,
you're
I'm not even
okay,
gonna
man.
lie to you.
Sister, wait, please, wait. I haven't asked. I
Damn.
haven't asked nothing. Give me a second, okay, please,
Just
please. And
answer
then
into
I'm
his
gonna
phone.
ask you this. After you give your answer, I have to get to Brandon because he just came up. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this: if there are 5 different types of melanin, and your melanin is connected to your DNA has melanin, right? Melanin and DNA go hand in hand, correct? Rhetorically, I'm asking, I'm just gonna go ahead and have faith that you know that, okay? She said yes. So if we literally have 5 different types of melanin, and the animals that they are spliced with are not conducive to this plane, which means that the electromagnetic frequency or field that you're saying that each of these animals have are not conducive already to the electromagnetic field that are here. What is their biological identification? And if your genetics is what connects you etherically, how are they conducive to this? I'm just gonna ask you this one last time without explaining it the same way that you've done, because I just want to talk about the DNA because that's what you just said. So explain to me how their DNA, their melanin, how are they biologically, what is their biological identification to the planet? How does their melanin align with the planet?
Again, like I said before you even started this. I don't. No, I haven't gotten that far. All I can do is
So then we cannot have this discussion with you, sister.
So
because we don't
everything
know
you've been
And that's what
saying,
I've been. So everything you've been saying has been
based
misinformation and based off of opinion with no fact.
and
It's
it's
not.
been based off you not knowing. No, you just said it, and you said it before too. You don't know. You're talking so hard for the people that you don't even know the topic that you're speaking of. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's really sad to see that, sister.
Okay, but Brandon wants to speak. Go ahead, Brandon. Welcome up in abundance.
How you doing? It's funny to me that she's saying a lot of things that you basically just mixing a bunch of information that we all know to be true, but you mixing it in a way to support your narrative because we all know that we are electrical beings, but just because you're an electrical being, that don't mean that you are electrical and or produce a certain amount of magnetism that's basically indigenous to the planet. Like everybody.
People have electricity and they're electric, and and the reason for that is because they are here through electrical fusion. First of all, let's talk about how all five of those animals got into their genome and they're not even the same amongst each other. That is a fact. Incomplete dominance is a fact. All right. So that is a fact. I don't know why you're saying that that's not. Second of all, those animals are not natural. That means that they were also introgressed. So if someone who is seeding a nucleus here, who is playing and manipulating with animals, genetics, splicing, everything we just named, they cannot be natural to this planet if they did not come from the totiponum stem cell. So some people are electric and some people are electromagnetic. So when you're talking about, but magnetics are in everything. Okay.
They're in everything
Like, what
organic.
did you come?
They're in everything
Celestial.
natural.
What did you come in here for today? Like, what did you come in here for today?
I came because, like you said last time, I was asking questions. I was learning. Today, I heard something that was not quite correct, and I just
We said
tried
the
to
same
help.
thing last time. We say the same thing every live. Every
I
live is
wasn't that
recorded.
part.
If it's not correct, then you should have the correct information. If
I
Right,
you,
did
but you're
give the
saying
correct
that you don't
information
know. You're
as you're
saying that you
talking.
don't know.
I don't
You're
know
saying
about
that.
melanin. It's not in the paper. It's not in the books I read. I'm sorry, I didn't get that far
Okay,
yet.
but you know what is though? The fact that they are
DNA,
sulfur and
energy.
ammonia based. That's a fact.
that's why you smell like
Do
puppies
stars
when
do
you
hold
get
on,
wet.
brother. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go.
My
Do
bad.
stars
Yeah, I know.
stars sulfur and ammonia based?
Huh? I'm
Are
not sure.
stars sulfur and
I don't
ammonia
know. I'm pretty sure
based?
they're not.
Okay.
So they're not connected to that energy then. That
Yeah,
energy, all that you're talking, they're not connected to that magnetism. They're not connected to that.
I understand that. But all I said was that it was just the magnetism. That's all I was speaking on. I wasn't
And you
speaking.
said you heard something incorrect, and then as we're talking now, at the end
Keep
of the
saying that
conversation,
they're not electromagnetic, and they are.
Oh my gosh. Abundance and gratitude, sis.
yeah,
Abundance and
man,
gratitude.
have a good night, cause it's like you came here and said you saw something incorrect, and then now you're saying you don't know. So how is something incorrect when you don't know? We're asking if this magnetic and everything, how do they have magnetism? How do they have it? Can you explain that to us?
That's
How would
actually not cool to tell someone that they're wrong and then to say, oh, I don't know.
like that's crazy.
You should be able to explain it just like I can explain to you. And I've explained it to you several times in different ways. The melanin is different integrity. If they're a completely different organism, how do they identify with this plane if even on a molecular level, there is no biological identification? Go ahead, Brandon. Or go ahead. We're going to go down the panel. Go ahead, Taj. I forgot the rest of y'all was here. My bad.
You good? Good. If anything, I was more so just trying to figure because I'm not too fond of it. Like I even began, I'm skeptical of it until I do my own, deep dive and research. it was more so that the little stuff we do know or have learned or I have learned is that the biofield is a field of life. Like, everyone has that one. And I feel like that's what more so she was pertaining to. She just kept getting it wrapped around with magnetic, da 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 da. But everything, of course, living that is, and the of course, people that's dead or stuff that's dead is, dead. But everything living has the biofield or the force field, life force, whatever around it, I would think. And then us beings, us melanated has a magnetic one as well because we are conducive to the planet. We are from the planet. We are the planet. Black woman is the most powerful. Yeah, or so-called black, alleged black
I wanted
is
I
the
wanted
most powerful woman. So you said what?
I wanted to say that scientists don't even claim these species for themselves to be alive. They consider them to be they consider themselves to be viruses, and viruses need a host to sustain life on whatever environment they're at. Which is
Yeah,
why they
because
use
virus to the planet.
which is why they use women and children for their totividum stem cells. So it's like these people are not even alive. You know what I'm saying? Scientists are literally saying that these people are not alive, and they say that viruses steal the host's material and resources and take over the host's body or somatic part. See what I'm saying? So it's like this is the same thing they're doing on a macro level. We got to realize that. I forgot what you're saying. I forgot what,
Yeah, we have to realize that we're being manipulated. You see what I'm saying? On a whole nother level. That the only reason why they are here is because we've been allowing them to be. Literally.
Yeah.
The sun is not in that, is not taking that. He's an enforcer. That energy is an enforcer of universal law. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's according to universal law that they are not conducive to this plane. So they must be removed. Everything that is eukaryotic will be removed. So as much as we want to keep them here and stay connected to money and stay connected to the system, connected to all this bullshit, it's not gonna be here.
Can I
Go
can I
ahead.
add something else to that? Because it did get me to how much we would sit back and how much I don't know if y'all watch Lovecraft Country, but basically just all the stuff that was happening during the time and just you said what?
No, garlic is not toxic for dogs.
Go ahead. Yes, it is, Brandon.
But I was gonna say basically just how I don't know. That just feels, the R would erase or whatever. But just like, yeah, like, not we should drive them out or anything. But I guess, like you said, the sun is an enforcer and it do, what it's meant to do, and everything is gonna happen how it's meant to. Which is why different, not realities, but things are setting up differently, and just people are perceiving stuff differently, and what's being put out or just what's being seen is coming to, or like they be saying, we're awakening, we're growing in consciousness. Yeah, that's really it. I wasn't saying much to say nothing.
Okay, abundance, gratitude. Go ahead, Brandon. You back? Go ahead, Brandon. Brandon. Dion.
Oh my bad. I'm just listening. I just wanted to address that girl that was kind of just trying to debunk everything that y'all was saying. So
Abundance and gratitude. I see divine order is loading in, but it looks like it's about to time out. So you might have to request back up, brother. Oh, go
I
ahead. We
appreciate
can
it.
hear you. We can
Yeah,
hear you, divine. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the enemy actually looks like us. Um, you gotta understand that we are the oldest race. We are the ones that's moving around in the cosmos first. We have the oldest technology and all that. We being locked down by somebody who has that advanced level of technology. It would only make sense that it's black people that's doing this.
Yeah.
They use the white tea as surrogates, but it's a family war going on. And a lot of
so
times that
let me finish.
we come up with these terms like white supremacy when that's really a myth, because the black nobility is the ones that really started all this shit. Uh, they actually running their scenes. They running this shit behind the scenes, and they're using white people or white tea people as the front man, and we thinking it's them, and they got us fighting against each other. Some of them are what they call like NPCs. They don't really have souls at all. But there's some of them that actually come from the mother womb. They just are what they call mutated so much. So that's why you have a distinction between. There's not every white person is really not the same. You feel me? I feel like there's some of them that have some level of melanin in them, and then there's some of them that are just completely whole different. They can't take the radiation, the UV light from within our soul, and it irritates them just being close to us. Like that's why they really get physically sick when they see us. They know when we walk into the building, they can feel it because the light from within our soul emits through our skin, and they can feel that radiation, which is one of the main things that kills them and gets them sick. Which is why they always try to move away from us. We thinking it's just racism. It's an internal thing that's not even seen that they just can't stand to be around us. You feel me?
Mm.
You said
Like that Hancock.
hold on. You said that the beings that created this and orchestrated this were beings like us because we're the oldest species in the cosmos. That does
Oh,
that.
no, I'm saying that that's the just logical inference. You could tell like we are the oldest beings in there is no white people in the spiritual realm that's more powerful moving shit that's
There are
out
no
of our
white people
control.
in the cosmos, period.
Yeah,
Exactly. So who's the one
exactly.
that's doing this? That's putting
So,
us in this trapping
those
us in this cycle of reincarnation? Then
there's
Message.
other intelligent life forms than only so-called black people throughout the whole cosmos, like you said. We might be the first, but there's so much life that exists throughout the cosmos, and there's extraterrestrial life that's been living on this planet for over 400,000 years, and has been studying our DNA, has been orchestrating the vision of so-called black people for that long. And then they created these so-called white people, Arab, Asians, all of these different people that you have today came
I
through
heard
interjection,
the
which is
saying
called
that all skin folk
hybridization.
ain't kinfolk.
No,
Okay, I'm
that's not
not
what
going to
I.
use a saying to explain science and genetics.
No, what I'm saying is that's not what I'm talking about. I'm going to use that as an analogy to what I was going to say.
Right. And I'm
They
saying
well, the
and
reason
the
why they
reason
say
why
that
I
is
use that
because there's
analogy,
people that look
we
like
actually
us
have science,
that's not
genetic
like us.
history,
Hold
and
on.
everything that literally is debunking everything that you're saying. So I don't have to use an analogy for that.
Yeah, and a so called black person
What
didn't.
what
Hold
science
on, hold
what
on,
science are
man.
you referring to?
Okay, so like we've literally
Yeah, so again, so-called black people, we didn't create these people. And the Sumerian texts, Zechariah Zenchen, all of these different historians and scientists today say that there's extraterrestrial life that created these people, but we didn't create these people because in order to do that, we will have to go against our genetic makeup in a I don't know how to really put into words, but we will have to go against our genetic makeup to do that, and we will have to unalive a lot of so-called BLK women to generate all of these different cells and shit like that. So we don't have our hand in that. These people were spliced in so-called Africa, but they were not spliced by our people. You gotta understand that we didn't do this. This test was on us. It wasn't by us. You see what I'm saying? There's other extraterrestrials that live on our planet, and they've been living here for quite some time, and they do not look like us, and they have animal DNA.
Some or add to that.
Ether, hold on, because Ether wanted to talk a
Ether.
long time ago. Go ahead, and then you can go next, and then we'll get to Smarter.
Okay, I kind of want to piggyback off what my brother said. I don't believe in the black nobility, and I heard you say that all white people are not the same. Which doesn't, yeah, they're not the same because of incomplete dominance. If you was in the live earlier, they was talking about incomplete dominance, but as far as them having a soul or coming from us, that just biologically doesn't make any sense. Because when you look at so-called white people, they have multiple different animals inside of their genetics in order to make up that organism. And if you know anything about genetics, genetics creates phenotype and phenotype creates how you look. So if that person looks like a so-called white person and you're saying this one's different from that one, it doesn't biologically make any sense because you're trying to say that one of them has animal DNA, but the other one is somehow different in a sense, and that just doesn't make any sense. But that's kind of just all I wanted to add to that.
Go ahead, Taj.
So I don't know, and this is, I gotta say this every time. I'm not knowing of a lot of what we're talking about to my soul, like truly as a connection. I can't speak on it because we all do have an opinion, and of course, But basically, I was gonna say, I was agreeing, or I was more so really feeling what Divine Order was saying, because how not how do we not know, but I heard of the black nobility and things like that, and we really set ourselves up, or not set ourselves up, but somebody traded on us, or switched up on us, and it was us that did it to ourselves. And we've put this curse spell to where we do keep coming down here for what's that, reincarnation. And basically they're harvesting in us, and like you said, well, they needed a lot of black women, a lot of black kids, or so-called black kids. Well, who's to say that they weren't the ones who were doing that, and trapping us and making it seem like and putting us back into the same thing. Not saying and y'all are wrong or right or anything, but who's, because you started or I think the dude that's with you started saying something about from a text or something, but who is given, or what information is that really derived from? Like, not saying how do y'all just truly can say that and cut somebody off, or say no, this not that. How do y'all like solely know? And not saying that's where I'm really like like everybody else in this way is getting passionate or triggered, but it's like to just really know, and can just completely say somebody else is not of the right way because you've read something that could have been misconstrued, is my whole point. Like, how are y'all just so comfortable saying that, yeah, this is this and this is not that? That doesn't make sense based off something
These are
you've read or
facts. These are
somebody else's.
actual facts that we just haven't discussed as a people.
Okay, and I mean that's where we are having this conversation to talk about it. I guess that's the other.
Ask her a question. Hold on.
You said what?
I was just answering your question. Everything.
Okay, yeah, and it was more so just in the sense of, if we are really trying to help each other and basically just elaborate into growth and knowing who we really are, don't you guys feel like y'all message should be a little bit more open to helping them? It seems like a lot of people who have this narrative that they know it all or know more than somebody else is so just not director or dominator, but it's just like arrogance in a way. And it's like, I definitely get how much misconstrued information it is, and how somebody, will fucking set some off and mess up whatever they got going because they did put the misinformation, in a sense, what Celestial was doing. But it's more so y'all message as well. Y'all can't expect to help people and help us realize who we are when we're, not talking like, because it's all tone, it's all feeling, but it's like how the message is being put out there. And I want to say how other people's ideas are being shut down. And of course, the truth is over everything. So, and the truth does hurt. It's just more so the message that y'all are, and it's just a tip or my advice, or take it or not, whatever.
Okay,
It's just
I don't really think that's really fair. You came in here asking, like, bro. All right, abundance